Very good morning from the BBC commentary team here at Sapphire Gardens. Kevin James alongside myself, Nick Webb, and Kenneth Davis will be with us shortly as well. So the news, as you may have guessed, is that Glamorgan have won the toss and chosen to bowl first, given that the skies are grey, the lights are on, and Kevin, it's a nice surprise to be getting any cricket. Forecast over the next few days is decidedly ropey, but it was for today, and the rain has gone through. It was chucking it down in Cardiff around 6 this morning, but we may, light permitting, get a full day's cricket today. Tim van der Hoogten to open up, bowling to Ali Orr from the River Taff end. The crowd is minimal, not surprising given the weather forecast, but we may get a full day's play if you're listening and you want to come down. And it's free admission for under 17s today if you come with a paying adult. So it's Tim van der Hoogten in to bowl to Orr, who tucks that one away on the leg side and will get off the mark first ball with a couple of runs through mid-wicket. And it's fielded by Dan Douthwaite, one of two changes in the Glamorgan side from the defeat at Leicester, with Douthwaite and Mir Hamza coming in to replace the injured Andy Gorvin, who is the latest player to have a back problem, and the New Zealander Ray Toole, because Glamorgan can't field all three overseas at the same time that they have on the books this month. Two without loss under the Cardiff lights as van der Hoogten, right arm round the wicket, is into bowl, and that's again played on the leg side by Orr. This time it's to Douthwaite, and there is no run. Hampshire team news, Kevin?
Yeah, they've made one change from the side that lost to Yorkshire last week. No Felix Organ. You look at the conditions, and that's not surprising. The off spinner making way, or bowling all-rounder James Fuller. Sonny Baker is down to play, but Hampshire are playing Scott Curry until he arrives. Let's hope Scott Curry doesn't bat before he arrives.
In comes van der Hoogten to bowl. Appeal for LBW. Umpire Middlebrook does not want to know. As Orr pushed forward, was struck on the pad. There's a wave of the hand from the umpire and the replay shows us possibly doing too much.
That's a good shout, though, isn't it?
It's a good shout.
I mean, I was saying about the toss and what have you. I mean, a side that's only got 3 batting bonus points all season, which is horrendous. You come here, overcast, lights on. Are they going to get any more today? I'm not sure.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Orr, who squeezes one down to third man through the slips, off an outside edge, and it'll run away for 4 runs. He was looking to play again on the leg side. Thankfully for him, the ball did not fly in the air for any significant distance, and Orr moves on to 6.
Well, this is going to be a stern test of your batting technique. There's absolutely no doubt about that. You might need a little bit of luck here as well. But I think batting first here is going to be hard work.
Indeed, any bonus points will be hard earned from the visitors. 3 slips: Ingram, Tribe and Carlson. As the next ball sees Orr pushing forward solidly up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, the wicket is green. I don't know, I suppose it could have been greener, looking at the overheads, but it's going to do a bit, isn't it? There's no doubt about that.
It is greenish in the middle and slightly shorter towards the ends, but they've been rather more subtle about it than the Leicester wicket cutters.
What happened up at Leicester there?
An interesting pitch. As Orr pushes forward, defends to mid-on. Yes, those of you who didn't see pictures of the wicket at Leicester, the ends were distinctly shaven. It was described as a mullet of a wicket, long in the middle and shaven at the ends or sides. And when I left Grace Road mid-afternoon on Sunday, there was an ECB pitch advisor who'd been drafted in specially to add to the expertise to the umpires and match referee, because obviously they can't make a decision by themselves. The extra ECB man was prodding around, surrounded by some rather anxious Leicester ground staff, trying to do their best to persuade him there's nothing wrong with it.
Leicester winning that game by 42 runs. That was a big win for them. Here's Hampshire then. He's left arm over, bowls, and Gubbins defends. Hampshire picks it up. This is his first game, isn't it?
First game back, yes. Played in the first block of the 2024 season. Didn't set the world on fire. 12 wickets at 35.
Also had a short spell at Warwickshire in 2023. Slightly longer spell at Sussex in 2019. So he knows his way around the county circuit. Might be quite useful again. I think anything would be useful in these conditions. Runs away from us. 3 slips weight and bowls. And Gubbins pushes forward. He's going to take a quick single up to mid-on. It's good running. Every single is important. Every run is important here. Hampshire come into this game bottom of the table. 1-2 from 9. Glamorgan sitting a little prettier in 4th. Are you happy with that? Your first season back for a while?
Happy with 4th, but there aren't an awful lot of points between most of the sides in the middle of the table. So once 8th place is, or better is secured, I'll be sitting a little easier.
Well, Hampshire are 19 points away from safety at the moment with games running out. And it's not quite desperate yet, but it's looking a little perilous as Hampshire comes in, left alone, slight movement away from Alior. Now, last year, you may remember that Hampshire, in all honesty, were going down when they lost to Surrey in the last day of the season, only for Durham a couple of hours later to capitulate against Yorkshire. Somehow Hampshire stayed up by a point, but at this stage of the season, Hampshire are in a significantly worse position. Last year at this point they had 105 points in 7th. They are really struggling on 75 currently, as that's played back to the bowler, so yeah, in deep trouble.
Where were you when you found out that Hampshire had stayed up? Do you remember?
Yeah, I went home and thought, thank goodness, because it was probably one of the busiest Septembers ever, which was, I'm not complaining, but it was a very long month. It was a very long season, of course, for everybody. And I remember getting home and just slumping into my chair thinking, oh, now I can relax. As Hamza comes in and bowls, middle and leg, or plays it on the onside, no run. And all of a sudden my phone pinged. Well, it pinged once, and I thought, okay, and I looked at it, and somebody said, well, have you seen the Durham score? And I thought, oh, I'm not going to bother with that. And then it pinged again, and then it pinged again about 3 minutes later, 2-3 minutes later, and I thought, hang on a minute, what's going on? And I think by then Durham were 5 down, and people were saying, well, keep your eye on this could be interesting. I thought, no, don't be stupid. And then it kept pinging, and then they were out in absolutely no time, and Hampshire stayed up. And then it really pinged. Turn it down, Nick. That bloke from Hampshire's talking.
Not at all. Not at all.
So yeah, it was an eventful afternoon to match a very eventful season, eventful month, and yeah, it was quite incredible because the players, 1 or 2 had retired to a restaurant in Winchester. They were having lunch, or a late lunch, and they were sort of getting excited. Ben Brown was on the train back to Sussex when he got the news, and apparently immediately turned around at the station and got a train back to Southampton.
Here comes Van der Hoogten running towards us and bowling, and or playing it on the leg side. No run. Yes, Glamorgan were promoted officially several hours after they'd had a match at Derby rained off. I mean, it was 99% sure they would be promoted, but we had to wait for the end of a game at Lord's, I think it was. So I was on the motorway. The players, I think, had left a little bit earlier. They weren't even in one group. Some had got off the team coach to get cars at Newport, and the rest were sort of nearly in Cardiff. So it was a bit of an anticlimax. Van der Hoogten bowls always struck or on the arm, the chest. He doesn't seem discomforted anyway.
Jacked back a bit, didn't it, really? I think we're going to see one or two balls like that. It's really overcast. I have to say, when I arrived at the ground this morning, sort of stupidly early like I do, I was thinking, there's no way we're starting at 11 o'clock. Ground staff have worked furiously to get things all organised. And the rain stayed a while, and the conditions are better than they were earlier this morning. I sound better, if that helps.
Van der Hoogten is into bowl. All works on the leg side, down towards fine leg. Hamza fields, and they go through for the single.
I did get an email just now from Barry Breen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who said that I sounded far away.
This is strange because you're certainly coming out on both our headphones.
Whatever you did a couple of minutes ago sounds better.
Yes.
To me, anyway. People have got used to me not great with the technicals at the utility. I think I'm responsible here as well.
As in comes Van der Hoogten, 9 for no wicket, bowling to Gubbins. And that's edged and caught by Kieran Carlson at slip. Van der Hoogten strikes, Gubbins goes for a single, and Hampshire are 9 for 1 on this murky morning here in Cardiff.
Well, Tim Van der Gooten is your go-to man at any time for Glamorgan, but in these conditions, he's going to be a handful. That's just pitched, it's straight, and Gubbins has done nothing wrong there, really. It's just the conditions, it's the pitch. And I know many Hampshire fans will be tuning in already, saying, oh, here we go, 9 for 1. But really, it's going to be tough, I'm afraid. It's not clear blue skies on a flat wicket. This is a situation where, as a batter, you found it's tough for a season. We know. Certainly as a Hampshire batter at the moment.
It's the sides, the Glamorgan side clusters together. And perhaps if you're listening on the BBC stream, perhaps you could let us know if it's okay on there or whether it's a problem linking with the county stream. Why not? In comes Albert, rather sooner than he would have wanted. I did check that we were broadcasting earlier on.
It might be the stream.
9 for 1. So
All sorts of messages.
yeah, if we can have a message from someone actually listening on the BBC website or on the county stream, that would be useful. As I checked earlier that the stream was going out, and Van der Hoogten will bowl to Toby Albert. 3 slips for the right-hander as well. And Van der Hoogten is into bowl, through close to off stump, but going straight on rather than jagging back, so it's a safe leave in the end.
Well, trying to be neutral, but not really. Just watch this delivery to Albert. That's a good leave, actually. For me, I question the line. I don't think that's great, Albert.
No.
Look at what the floodlights are doing to the shadows for the players. I clearly see shadows emanating from the slipstream.
This is true. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Albert, who plays and misses at that one outside off stump. and not far away from off stump. 9 for 1 it remains. So yeah, if you are having a few issues with the sound on the stream, then stay watching the pictures and see if you can sync it up with the BBC Sport website, which is obviously our first port of call as BBC people. 9 for 1 at the end of the over.
I'm sure it's not about where they're going to eat this evening. They're coming together towards the middle. Toby Albert is walking off now, even before the umpire. So there's what Toby Albert thinks of the situation. And I don't blame him. I think any batter out there would be looking to get off. And it does look very much as though they're heading to the pavilion.
So, Glamorgan have taken advantage of winning the toss. Nick Gubbins is probably the most frustrated man in Cardiff. Hampshire are 9 for 1 after 3 overs. Gubbins was caught. Carlson bowled Van der Hoogten for a single. Orr is on 7. Albert is still there, just about. And obviously we will be back with further commentary as soon as there is any further play. 9 for 1 Hampshire, bad light stop play. And Kevin James, I suspect we're going to see a bit more of this coming and going through the course of the day.
Yeah, it's a little worrying to think that this might be one of the better days of the four. I think you're right, on, off, on, off. I mean, we are, I don't know, a couple of notches on the light meter away from going off again. I think it's, well, obviously it has improved, but I'm not sure improved that much.
We have changed a couple of microphones round, so apologies if there are still issues on the club stream service. We are going out okay on the BBC website and app, so if you want to try and sync them up, then that might be the best way of going about things for the time being. Mir Hamza to bowl, Kevin James.
So he's had just the one over that went for one. And he's going to be bowling to Ali Orr, who's currently 7 not out. Running away from us. We've got a good line into the pitch here. We're right behind as Orr flicks it away down the leg side, or tries to. Chris Cook diving across, picks that one up. Interesting, he's announced his retirement, hasn't he, for the end of the season, 40-year-old. Chris Cook, he's been great for you guys.
He has, yes, with the club since 2011. Wicket-keeper since 2017. Doing a fine job of being a keeper batter for the best part of a decade.
Hampshire in. There's a leg slip in now for Ali Orr as he's left that one alone. Nice shape on that one, through to Cook. Good leave, always a little wide though. Wouldn't have expected Orr to go after that. So we are not far off dead centre here, are we? In terms of
It's as close to the centre as we get for a championship game, I think. They tend to be exiled to the sides of the squares, while more glamorous things take place in the middle.
I'm sure honoured. He's wrapped on the pad. That looks close.
Oh.
Gone forward, Ali Orr. That's probably saved him.
Thought the finger might be going up there. That was adjacent.
Let's watch this again if you're on the picture feed. It's done. It's bounced a bit, isn't it? Bouncing it down. Amazing, isn't it? When we have the benefit of replays and it's slowed down, just how much different that delivery looks. In real time, of course, which is what the umpires are looking at, it looks a little different. Looks a little closer. Not sure it looked that close on the replay. Comes in again. Bowls, and it's a bit fuller this time. All drives. It comes off the outside half of the bat, goes out to point. Score remains on 9 for 1. Just to repeat, Hampshire coming into this game bottom of Division 1, 75 points. Glamorgan come to it in 4th on 110. They've only won one more game.
Yes, very close up at Leicester, margin of 42 runs, but you always felt that 250 plus in the final innings on that pitch was going to be difficult.
Hampshire in again, bowls, or just works that to mid-on. Fielded by Tim van der Gooten. Can't say it as well as you, van der Gooten.
That's all right, you've gone for the Australian pronunciation.
Is that right?
Australians say Gooten. Dutch is Huchten.
I'm happy with that one. It's the same player.
Yeah.
What's happening in the Test match? They're starting at what, 12:20 at Lords?
All right, that's been knocked back again.
Second testing with Pakistan. Hamza bowls. That's mid back. It's Orr on the thigh pad. So just to repeat what we were saying in the first few minutes of the game before the players left the field, it's going to be tricky batting here. Hence why Glamorgan won the toss and elected to bowl first. I'd be very surprised if Hampshire captain Ben Brown was thinking anything other than having his side bowl first. I think Kyle Abbott would be a handful on here, that's for sure.
It was due to be an 11:30 start and a 12 o'clock lunch in the Test match, but they've had another shower there, so everything's been knocked back by 20 minutes, which also, of course, affects Sonny Baker's departure down the M4 or on the train.
Is somebody going to get injured there between now and
Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. And these grey conditions into bowl to Albert down leg side, taken by Chris Cook. Glamorgan have gone for 4 slips now. And Asa Tribe wasn't expecting the return pass from Sean Dixon there. Just trying to keep themselves amused. Sean Dixon's gone into 4th slip. He's got an orange towel hanging out of the back of his trousers. It's usually Mason Crane who has that, who's probably got one as well. Looks like a beer mat. 9 for 1. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Albert. Coming back over the top of off stump. Allowed to go through, no shot played.
You also notice the Glamorgan players wearing black armbands.
Yes, Steve Barwick. The mainstay of the side that won the one-day league in '93. Has passed away recently. Also a rather older gentleman by the name of Frank Clark, former Glamorgan player. As Van der Hoogten is into bowl and Albert is forward, defending back to the bowler. And what will be in the batters' heads at the moment? It must be fiendishly difficult to think about building an innings when you have no idea how long it's going to be for.
Well, first and foremost, you're looking for anything over-pitched, anything wide, because that's about the only way you're going to score, apart from, of course, the quick single from a defensive shot. But you're just hoping you don't get the unplayable ball. Gubbin's got a good one.
Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and that's steered away by Albert down towards slip, but it's fielded by Carlson at 3rd slip. Played deliberately and into the ground, and there's no run.
It's all about staying out there long enough that the ball loses a bit of hardness, so it gets a fraction easier. But as I say, you've got to be prepared, and these batters will. You've got to be prepared that the ball's going to beat the bat a few times. It's going to nip around, it's going to swing a little bit. You just hope that it's your morning.
After the Leicester pitch, Glamorgan batters will hopefully enjoy this one more. Van der Hoogten bowls again, steered wide of slip by Albert, and he'll get 4 runs there. Wide of 4th slip as it runs down to the 3rd man boundary. Deliberately played again, 13 for 1.
Well, Toby Albert probably deserves a bit of luck. I'm not saying that one. He played with soft hands, with the bat pointing down towards the pitch. That's about as well as you can play balls like that. But he's finding it tough this season, averaging just 17.
Ouch.
Playing his 8th match. He's a much better player than that.
Yes, as Glamorgan have found out in limited overs formats. 13 for 1 then, Hampshire, as Van der Hoogten is into bowl, outside off, closer to off, and no shot played by Albert on that occasion. So if you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. I'm NickWebb2017 on X and on Blue Sky. Have you got an email as well, Kevin? Or
I had one or two earlier just saying that the technicals, which all seems to be sorted out now, doesn't it? Nobody's emailed, so I guess since the first 20 minutes, I guess everything's all good.
marvellous.
13 for 1, 5 overs gone. So the left-arm seamer coming in, runs away from us. That's the old fire. Oh, pushes forward, quick single. That's very, very good running. As that goes out to Mason Crane.
The dead bat push.
Well, there's going to be a lot of that.
Drop and run.
As, you know, I think as a batter here, you've got to be looking, to sort of get to 20 first. You think you walk off having got an unplayable ball when you've got 20 odd, you say, well, okay, fair enough. But you're not going to get to 20 blazing the ball around on here, that's for sure. Not at the moment, anyway. It might change a bit later. At the moment, it's a technique tester here. Hampshire to the right-hander, Toby Albert. turns it away, square on the leg side. Too straight, that one from Hamza. That's a fairly easy ball for a right-hander to negotiate. That one needs to be a little bit more attacking off stump, just outside. 15 for 1 in the 6th. Just to repeat, Hampshire making one change from the side that lost to Yorkshire last week. James Fuller in for the side. No Felix Organ today, not a surprise in these conditions. You're expected to be around for all 4 days of this game as Hampton comes in again. Nips back again on, oh, it's done a little too much again, I'm afraid. It's a good delivery. Let's watch this again. Hampton gets one to nip back again and hits high. It's on the thigh pad there from Morris. Well past leg stump.
Quite a lot of movement there, wasn't there? Too much happening.
Just to emphasise how tricky this pitch is at the moment.
Leighton on the Wirral saying a bit worried Glamorgan were going OTT about the pitch in the last matches. It was the same for both sides. Doesn't mean it's a good pitch.
Here comes Hamza again. Orr's in behind that one, plays it out into covers.
And Glamorgan made those remarks about the pitch because I asked him, basically, and one of my press colleagues asked Kieran Carlson, so I thought they were relatively restrained, Glamorgan, considering what they were probably saying in private.
Well, you know, the players know, and you know if a pitch has been prepared, which, well, I mean, basically, you know, you run the risk as a side who have prepared a pitch, a result pitch. Now that's swung away. Orr's played that really well and late into the ground. Runs down towards third man at the far end as we look. Should only be 2. Good delivery from Hamza, who's nipped a couple back. That one's just shaped away a fraction. He's played that really well. 17 for 1. Chris Hutchins has emailed asking which email we're using, because we did use a slightly different one during the 50 over competition. The one you've emailed on is the correct one, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Morgan Cricket is the other one for Nick, as he's just mentioned.
Yep, BBC wasn't doing commentary on the One Day Cup, hence we weren't using the other emails.
Away, or just keeps the bat down the original line, but again, good delivery from Hamza. Again, well played by Ellie Orr. He's on 10, Albert's on 5.
But the lucky folk of Hampshire still got Kevin James coming out their tellies during the One Day Cup.
They've had enough of me by now. Stage of the season.
17 for 1. I'll do one more and give way to Kenneth Davis. Slightly later than usual because we're off for just over a quarter of an hour. And Van der Hoogten will continue into his 4th over. He'll probably bowl 7, I would have thought, in these conditions. As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, squirted away on the offside by Albert. Thought about the single, but it was straight to Callaway at point, and there's no run. Glamorgan's 2 changes. Mir Hamza replaces Ray Toole as the overseas bowler, and Dan Douthwaite replaces the injured Andy Gorvin. Interesting, Kevin, that Glamorgan have signed an extra overseas player for this month because, to a large extent, the fact that the games are backed up so closely. I'll get you to talk about that after this delivery. As Van der Hoogten bowls, appeal for LBW, looked as though he might have got outside the line and doing a bit anyway. Normally 3 days between games. Next couple of matches, only 2 days behind between games, and that's hard work for bowlers, Kevin.
Well, it is. I mean, first of all, you guys are lucky you've got 3 overseas players to choose from. Hampshire have got 1 overseas player and are desperately looking for another. So, so you're in well in credit there. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's, you know, these 4-day games are tough for a bowler, and especially with the summer we've had, it might be slightly different with the weather we're having at the moment. They might get plenty of rest.
Van der Hoogten bowls. That's a nice shot off the back foot by Albert, but he's cracked it straight to point and there's no run.
For 2 days between games, if you bowl close on 50 overs in one 4-day game, that's not enough rest. So I can quite understand it. I'm just wondering if Raymond Tour might come on loan to Hampshire. Who knows? I mean, he's a bit unlucky. He played one game,
Yeah, he bowled well.
5 wickets,
Yeah.
and has been dropped.
Presumably he'll be playing next week at Taunton. And Glamorgan have the option of playing both of them in one game and finding a batting replacement for Colin Ingram. But his stats are still good this season. Second top run scorer. As Van der Hoogten bowls and a play and a miss by Albert, reaching for that one rather and missing it.
Yeah, don't get too alarmed, Hampshire fans. This is going to be a pretty familiar pattern throughout the day. On, off, playing and missing, balls nipping back, swinging. I'm afraid it's just going to be one of those days. But yeah, just to repeat, Hampshire are desperately trying to search for a second overseas player, and it's not proving easy, so I understand. Not at this stage of the season. Not a player of quality, anyway.
As Van der Hoogten is on his way towards us. Bowls, and Albert looked as though he was going to fence at that one and just managed to get his bat out the way in the last moment.
But what's difficult at the moment, both Van der Hoogten and Mirza are getting the ball to go both ways. So as a batter, you're not 100% sure. So, you know, you place some of the stuff on line. If it's a little wider, I think Albert probably initially was thinking, I'll play at that, but with the ball just a little wide. Didn't follow it in the end, but that's the sort of line where you want the ball to nip back rather than go away as a bowler.
Van der Hoogten to finish his fourth over, and playing inside it, I think, is Albert. Didn't get his bat in the way of it anyway, and through it went. More from Kevin James, and he'll be joined by Kenneth Davis.
Well, who'd be a batter in these? It's great to watch, I have to say. It's quite interesting watching the skills coming out.
It is a very tough, murky morning.
You sound a little bit different on the mic, I may say. That's gone away past the outside edge. I don't know if that's me, but just listening to Nick in my ears and now listening to you, Ken, sounds a little different, if I'm honest.
1, 2, 3 is that better? I wasn't projecting my voice as.
That's what this machine does. Unless you project your voice, it doesn't want to know.
Usually I'm blamed for booming my bass-like voice, but there we are. Yes, tough out there for Hampshire.
That's when again, he's got 3 slips and a leg slip as he's in, and all pushes that one, 4 up to mid off.
It's funny, I bumped into Richard Dawson yesterday, grabbing a coffee quite near to Sophia Gardens. He had a little wry smile about the pitch at Leicestershire, and he said, "Have a look at this." And he had obviously the analysis, and it was a ball from Zainul Hassan. And he said, if it's spitting off a medium-pace Zainul Hassan ball, there's trouble. Nothing against Zainul Hassan, of course.
I was caught the comments by Alfonso Thomas as Hampshire brings all forward once more, the Leicestershire head coach, who's, I think the line that stood out to me was that they prepared the pitch exactly the same as the game before. Was it Yorkshire?
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
I guess, is that issue ongoing?
Well, I think it is, but Richard Dawson hadn't heard anything as of yesterday.
They tend to take a little while, these things. Well, that's come back wickedly. Alior's played that really well. That's a late inside ball as well. So if something had happened to Alior, we would have been all right, but that's very late in swing.
Yeah, tough batting out there. Still murky, although lighter than what it was. Of course, there was a time when the lights weren't permitted here at Sophia Gardens, so I'm glad that has been given the green light now.
Because there's no houses in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Went way down the left side. I'm surprised the appeal was quite as prosperous as it was.
Yeah, they were vigorous, although we could see it sloping down from the left-hander, Mir Hamza, who's back for the first time since 2024, 12 wickets 2 seasons ago from the Pakistan seamer.
I think Raymond Taller looked at this wicket and thought, I can't believe I'm not playing this.
There was a school of thought that it might have been Colin Ingram left out. But
normally with these sort of pitches you try and play an extra batter. Seamer should do a job on that. So comes in and bowls and beaten outside the off stump as that ball straight. Perfect line, perfect length. But listen, Evans has been on the emails, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says that a bit quiet on the YouTube feed, but she's managed to sync it with the radio.
yeah, we are going out online because I listened and you were clear as a bell, Kevin, going out on, which is the important thing.
Gibson's just emailed saying the mic's not working. Literally came in. Just demoing. Or gets a leading edge, or is it onto the pad? There's a big shout there as well. Has he got an inside edge onto the pad there? My word. I don't quite believe that he hasn't picked up his first wicket. Here we go. Just watching this thing in very full. Oh, it's gone through to the keeper. So thinks he's got an edge on that one. Well, according to the umpire, it's beaten the outside edge, but it's very, very close. Chris Cook is just asking the umpire there. What did you think happened? Well, he's clearly not going to say, well, do you know what, it did catch the edge, so I should have given him out. He's clearly not saying that.
So I hope everybody's hearing my...
Sound a little different, but that's not to say that
Is that better? 1, 2, 3. Is that... All right, okay, we'll persevere as Tim van der Hoogten continues from the River Taff end, and they consider a single as it's nudged out into the offside, but think better of it. 4 slips for Tim van der Hoogten, the Australian-Netherlands international player, who took the wicket earlier of Nick Gubbins, caught by Carlson at 3rd slip for 1. It's still murky out there. The lights are on here at Sophia Gardens. Overcast conditions, perfect for the bowlers. And it's why Glamorgan elected to bowl. Van der Hoogten coming in bowls, and Albert is forward defensively, and there is no run. It's fielded by Ben Kellaway. So Glamorgan, it's still tightly packed. We were speaking about what the season has looked like for Glamorgan, and it is a success so far. However, a loss can change things quite quickly at the moment. 4th in the league, despite that 42-run defeat at Grace Road. 25 points behind Notts. Van der Hoogten in to Albert. Oh, and he just flirted with that for a millisecond outside off stump as it went through to Chris Cook. Somerset in 2nd, Warwickshire 3rd, but just 2 points above Sussex in 5th and Yorkshire in 6th. So it can change very quickly.
Yeah, it is a little tight, isn't it? Until you get down to where Hampshire are. There's a little bit of daylight between themselves and safety. 19 points, which is a lot to make up. But you're unbeaten here, which is that's a great effort. First season back.
Van der Hoogten in, and again a good line, and it was a good leave that time. Credit to Albert as it whizzed through to Chris Cook. Yes, some notable wins. Well, that one over Somerset. Mr. Ryan Hadley's heroics on the final day, carrying his bat for his maiden half-century. And great win over Surrey. The away win, of course, was down in Southampton. The bedrock for that win was the huge partnership between Mr. Carlson and Zain ul Hassan. Van der Hoogten into Albert. That's prodded forward, and it's a dot ball. Carlson's highest score in red ball cricket, 209. And Ul Hassan made 143. Although I was looking at Mr. Hignell's stats a little earlier, and although it's there is the caveat that these teams don't play each other. There are a number of years they don't play each other. But Glamorgan's last win here over Hampshire was in 1985. Tim van der Hoogten in, and that's leg side, and it evades despairing dive by Chris Cook, and it's gone fine, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, it's on time, isn't it, really? And yeah, the last game here between these two sides back in September 2014.
Which was the win, was it not, that took Hampshire to the second division title?
I remember last game of the season. I remember being here and doing some interviews with some very happy bunch of players. James Vince in the Hampshire side there with a big 100.
Yeah.
It was it's on time, isn't it?
So these stats have got a big asterisk because of the nature of the two divisions and so on. End of the over, and Hampshire moving on to 23 for 1.
Yes, whether we get enough time in this game to get a result here, I don't know. So far we're doing well to play. It does feel such brightened up reflection as Hamza comes in and bowls to Orr, or defends comfortably enough. Score remains on 23 for 1. Incoming score 1. The one batter that has been and gone. Test match starting at 12:20, which is when I just imagine Sonny Baker will
Get his skates on. Yeah.
get up to St John's Wood, get on the tube, which I presume is will he be training or trained? I don't know. But he's down to play and take over from Scott Curry as and when. That's swung away but wide, and Orr leaves that one alone. Ali Orr playing his 4th match of this year's campaign. He's only averaging 23. Hasn't been able to make an impression yet. Top score of 53, no doubt. Not the sort of conditions on the pitch where you
No, not at all.
I'm going to get 3 figures. Gets to 3 figures at that moment. Well,
They would have deserved it.
more than a smidgen of luck. Hamza in bowls, it's full, and Orr pushing at that one, doesn't quite get out of the middle of the bat, ball just shaped a fraction as it got to Orr. Kenny Gibson says he can't hear me at the moment. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
But I presume, Karen, that's the stream problem. I think, yeah.
Where's your man on the screen? Is that him next door?
Yeah, we've.
Two bottom. That's him.
I think he's behind. Yeah.
He's working on it then. That's played up to mid on. Makes a real thwack on the bat here, doesn't it? Makes a really loud sound. Some grounds, the noise on the bat is a bit noisier than others. Just feels as though it's quite noisy. You obviously probably hear the ball on the bat better.
We were deliberating next door in terms of the bad light. I can only remember going off in the very first game against Yorkshire. I don't think we've been off here in Cardiff for rain at all this season.
That's swung a bit. It's full. It's nicely played through mid-wicket by Ali Orr. Just about got enough legs to take it over the rope. Nice looking shot. Over pitch though from Hamza. Orr moves on to 10. Well, I was going to say, if you get a lot of play down here, you know it's a good summer.
Well, the many people who know their geography, there are fields near Sophia Gardens, Llander Fields, Pontcanna Fields, and opposite us here, Cooper's Field and Butte Park. It's scorched earth everywhere. And in fact, the rugby season is almost upon us. I thought, because in England, the amateur domestic league has been postponed because of the situation of parks.
Playing on concrete, wasn't it? It's Hamza again. Balls again. It's It's full. It's stayed on line outside leg stump. It's flicked away down to fine leg. On will turn for 2. And he moves on to 16 now. The Hampshire total on to 29 for 1. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd fancy playing that.
Yeah, there's been no decision in the Welsh domestic league that unless I've missed. But it really is. It'd be like playing on a road. Fancy a lot of dislocated shoulders and so forth, and grazes. 29 for 1 if you're just joining us. Glamorgan winning the toss, and no surprise elected to bowl on a murky morning here at Sophia Gardens. The wicket to fall was Nick Gubbins off the bowling of Tim van der Hoogten. He was caught at slip by captain Kieran Carlson, and it is van der Hoogten to continue from the River Taff end. Past the umpire, right arm over. That's left on length, and it's taken by Chris Cook, who will be finishing at the end of the season after years of service here. Been a fine player for the county as Chris Cook.
Started life in England playing club cricket in Hampshire.
Yeah. A few connections with Hampshire, of course. Andy Gorvin isn't playing. Former academy player at Hampshire. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and that came back sharply after pitching. Just have a look at the replay. A lot of encouragement for the, yes, it did. And it just sums up how difficult it is for the batters this morning. Moved wickedly after pitching. Mason Crane, of course. Again in fine form this season, the leg spinner. 4 slips. Mid off, mid on. Tim van der Hoogten in bowls. That is left. There's a mid wicket point, which is Ben Kellaway. The only man in the deep is Mir Hamza at deep backward square leg.
So I'm just looking at your side for this game. So you've got Dan Douthwaite playing his first full-day game for a couple of seasons. So he's in obviously to bowl some seamers.
Yeah.
Alan Sam, of course, Alan Sam to bowl seam as well. So you've got 4 seamers.
Coming in is van der Hoogten, and that's dug out, and it's good running between the wickets, between Orr and Albert. And of course the spin then of Crane and Callaway. End of the over, 30 for 1, and there's a bit of a rear guard. No, apologies, I was jumped the gun, 2 balls to go. A bit of a rear guard action here. They're digging in Orr and Albert after losing Gubbins early doors. It's brightening slightly out there. Yes, we are told there will be showers through the course of the 4 days. 3 slips now. There is a leg slip in the shape of Sean Dixon coming in round the wicket to the left-hander. That's clipped round the corner, but it's well fielded. And that was Dan Douthwaite. Well, they've got their fair share of injuries, Glamorgan, in the bowling department. No Ned Leonard, barely played this year, the former Somerset man with a shoulder injury. Tom Norton has a back injury. Andy Gorvin is out as well because of the same reason. And I was told Horton is injured as well, even though he wouldn't have played. Coming in is van der Hoogten, and that's clipped leg side, and it enables them to take a quick single. End of the over, 31 for 1. It is going to take the quick singles. Van der Hoogten bowls. I missed the no ball, and which is why the last ball of the over has been dispatched through the covers for 4. Short of the morning.
Just lent into that one, Toby Albert. Just used the pace of the ball and his body movement into the shot. Lovely shot, that right over the middle of the bat. Chris Hutchins has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As an optimist, and despite the state of Hampshire's batting this season, there's still a chance that Hampshire finish day 1 on 353 for 1. Yeah. Like Glamorgan did at the Utilita. Slightly different conditions, to say the least. A very minuscule chance, mind, but need a real miracle and everyone in top form for this and the remaining matches to stage any sort of outside chance of avoiding Division 2. Yeah, it's going to be hard from here on in 5 matches for Hampshire to somehow make up.
What's the consensus about the season for Hampshire so far in terms of where it hasn't happened for them?
Well, I think they always knew it was going to be tough. You know, after last year.
Yeah, departures.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've said this many times, but you know, you can't lose 4 players in quick succession that Hampshire have and expect to be anywhere near, you know, where you were 2 or 3 seasons ago. I mean, if it hadn't been for an amazingly strong Surrey side, you know, somewhere along the line since COVID, you know, Hampshire would have won the championship. I don't think I'm going too over the top with that. Zain Hassan will take over from Hamza from this commentary in the Cathedral Road Inn. So you lose 4 big players like that in quick succession. It's very, very difficult for any side to replace those. Now, Hampshire knew during the winter that they were facing another season of difficulties. Take Kurt Lehman has been a fantastic signing, and he has improved the batting. Absolutely no doubt about that. Here's Hamza with his right-arm medium paces. Comes in and all pushes forward. The other side of it was that, you know, they have a group of youngsters who they needed to find out, or they do need to find out, whether they are worth persevering with, and they have, for their potential, have slightly underperformed. I think they were hoping, if hoping's the right word, maybe even expecting, as Hamza comes in, Hassan comes in. Quick single out the leg side, there's another good one. That is really good running, good attacking running. I think they're expecting one of them at least to really shine, and I'm not sure any of them have. Tom Prest again, he's shown promise. You know, Ali Orr, since his move from Sussex, you know, has he really progressed? I don't know. As I say, he's averaging 23 this season. Oh, I know it's only his 4th game, but he's, you know, you're talking about him not playing, you know, not being a regular in the side here. There's talk about he may even be moving on at the end of the season. That seems to have gone quiet a little bit, but there's rumours there because he's not playing regularly. But I'm not sure his figures justify that. Playing missing outside the off stump there, Toby Albert. Toby Albert, as I mentioned, averaging 17 this season, which is a real disappointment. Prest is averaging 25 this season. You know, you've got 3 guys in your top 5 who just really haven't got the numbers. In Division 1, that's not going to cut it.
No.
It's not going to cut it. You know, your other players that are doing better, you know, your Lehmans are averaging 48 this season. You know, Ben Brown 34. You know, they're not going to bail you out. That's why Hampshire find themselves struggling once more. Outside the off stump left alone. So, yeah, I mean, they're lucky that Kyle Abbott stays fit. I mean, I need to think what would happen if Kyle Abbott hadn't played the games he has. He's played every game. 44 wickets. He's on for another 50-wicket plus season. Sonny Baker has, from the bowling point of view, Sonny Baker has come on absolutely masses this season. So that's a plus. But, you know, I'm afraid Hampshire are is just not enough. Division 2, it's fine. Forward is Albert. You know, you can have a couple of seasons, find out a little bit more. You've got the breathing space. You've got no breathing space in Division 1. You know, you either stay up and play with the big boys, or you drop down to Division 2, and you know, and everybody knows that Hampshire one thing about Division 2. You might as well be nowhere. For me, I know that's probably doesn't help because Morgan have been in Division 2 for a lot, but it's different in Division 1. There's more. It's better cricket, of course, but that's where all the attention is. The Tension isn't in Division 2. Oh, it's bowled. He's
Oh.
gone through the defences there, and Toby Albert is nicked back. That's a perfect nick backer there from Hassan, who's picked up a wicket in his first over. And Albert, who's battled away for 10, goes, and it's 38 for 10.
Well, he had battled, but probing line from Zainul Hassan, and he's just plugged away on the off stump of Toby Albert, nipped back slightly and just clipped the off stump through the gate. And Zainul Hassan gets his reward.
Yeah, that's pitched right, isn't it? It's the perfect line and length through a net backer. Just found the gap between Albert's bat and pad.
They just look to be knuckling down as well, these two, but it is going to be that kind of pitch where there's plenty there for the bowlers. Overcast conditions, ball doing a bit, as it did there.
Thank you to Maria Newbury, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who's basically, if you're watching a picture feed, you're not really hearing me, you're hearing me through Ken's mic. Apparently, so my mic's going out on the BBC feed, but it's not going out on the live picture feed. So here is Jake Lehman, just under 700 runs, averaging 48. He's got a 2-year contract. He plays as a non-overseas, as I say, a real plus, which has bolstered the Hampshire middle order. But Hampshire really relying on him. And in fact, the last couple of games hasn't quite worked for him. 10 and 2 against Sussex at home, 2 and 7 against Yorkshire last week. So, yeah, it's, if Lehman's not getting runs in the Hampshire batting order, then it really does.
So that was the last ball of Zainul Hassan's over. So 2 wickets to fall in the morning session. We're in the 13th over, and it's still Tim van der Hoogten coming from the River Taff end. 3 slips in, and Lehman prods that defensively. Yeah, losing someone the likes of Nisa, obviously, would, as you mentioned, Kevin, and the others, but Nisa is such a fine cricketer.
Well, you guys would know that from down here.
Indeed, he was a big loss. Many Glamorgan supporter would have loved to have had him back, as would many a county. Wheeling round is Van der Hoogten, who claimed the first wicket, coming around to the left-hand batter. Oh, that whizzed past the outside edge. Now, all will claim that was a leave, but I think that was one for the bowler. It is very, very tough out there. Still overcast, brighter than it was. We were off for about 20-25 minutes early on this morning, just after the wicket of Nick Gubbins, in fact, who would have been very, very frustrated. Coming around, the umpire is Van der Hoogten. Forward, resolutely, is Orr, who's unbeaten on 18. Workman-like 18 from 44 balls. Lehman is yet to get off the mark. So Glamorgan's remaining fixtures, they are off to the west, to Somerset against Taunton. Somerset at Taunton, then Warwickshire at home, Surrey at the Oval, and then the last game of the season is here against Essex. Coming in is Tim van der Hoogten. Yes, right at the end of September. So it'll be interesting to see how much cricket that we get in those final round of matches.
I thought there was supposed to be a heat wave in September, was it?
Well, we've had a good innings, excuse the pun, this year. So you wouldn't be surprised. Usually it's an Indian summer when the kids go back to school, although this year it's been for 2 or 3 months. Van der Hoogten coming around. Oh, and has that taken? There were some appeals, but over-enthusiastic appeals, but it's tough work. 5 dot balls in this over for Van der Hoogten.
It's not every ball that's moving, which doesn't actually help. I mean, that's a great delivery, angled in, straightens, or has to play at that. Hits the deck as well. If it does do something, it does it quite quickly. Hits the back hard.
Alior, 25-year-old, from Sussex player, of course, is on strike, facing Tim van der Hoogten. Coming in, charging in. That's defended well to mid-on. Zain ul Hassan comes round end of the over. It was a maiden 38 for 2.
So, Glamorgan, you've got to be happy. So it's 2005, wasn't it?
It was indeed a long, long time. Yes, I think a positive result in this game could, I say nervously, be enough. That was the first thing in the in-tray of both Richard Dawson and Kieran Carlson. Survival. And it looks promising at this stage. So, yes, it has been a good season so far in red ball cricket. Mixed bag in the T20. And that is something that needs to be addressed, as Glamorgan haven't qualified for the knockout stages for an awful long time.
Hassan comes in and bowls. That's swung as well. Inside edge there from Lehman, who was driving. He's gone down to fine leg, and he really didn't know where that was going. That swung in late. Lehman was already committed to the shot.
This must have been close, I think, to playing on.
Inside edge there. Well, Hassan is just pitching the ball up and giving the ball a chance to do something. And very nearly got through Lehman there. So even though conditions appear from here to be improving, there's still cloud cover, but the light is brighter. That ball is still giving the bowlers plenty of help. 42 for 2. Lehman's first scoring shot of the first ball he faced. Very open stance has come back as well. That's it, the inside half of the bat. Call through for a quick single by Yaw. That's again a really good bit of calling. Should move on to 43 for 2.
He is posing a lot of problems here, Zain ul Hassan. Probing line.
Yeah, in these conditions, when the bowler's pitching it up like that, you're never quite sure what the ball's going to do in its last yard or two. And that's the problem Hampshire have here, because they see the ball coming down at them, and then it's in a slightly different position when it arrives. But it's a pace and a length where it brings you forward, and of course that's the one that did for Toby Albert and has almost done for Lehman. Hit again. Bowls or drives. Lovely. Through the covers. That'll be 4. Well, he is pitching the ball up. He is inviting the drive, and we will get shots like that. But in between time, you might get 1 or 2 false ones as well.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do, but it was a good shot.
So it's all right while the ball's swinging a little bit, but he might be bowling that length if and when the ball stops moving around. Floodlights are still on. Total moves on to 47 for 2, just to repeat Hampshire. Being given first use with the bat, which I'm sure would be the other way around if Ben Brown had called correctly. I've got the sun trying to poke through the cloud at the moment as some bowls. Oh, it's bounced and it's nicked away. Well, I mean, how do you play this? Because the first 2 or 3 balls of Hassan's over has swung in late to the left-hander, and that ball's pitched and nipped away. I mean,
Yeah. Played well in the end.
didn't follow it, kept the hands low. But this just shows you just how tricky things are out there at the moment.
Yeah, sunshine is starting to peer through the clouds.
Rained all night, I think, here. last night, and I thought I'll just check to see if it really is raining.
Well, yeah. You need a double take these days.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, I don't know about you. I was lucky I had a couple of days in Copenhagen when it was quiet during August, and I thought, well, that's going to be cool. And it wasn't. It was as hot as anything we've experienced here. And then it rained for about 10 minutes, and everybody in the hotel just walked out to watch it rain. You think, well, what? All drives, he's found the gap through mid-wicket. Just a push drive. It won't go all the way. Or we'll move on to 24 and Hampshire on to 49 for 2. So yeah, so watching it rain even last night for a minute or so was something special.
A few more have congregated in Sophia Gardens, especially opposite us, banking onto the Taff's Trail with the River Taff behind.
I think one or two of the Hampshire boys did that this morning, walking from their hotel in the town.
Yeah, popular spot in the parks. Kevin is going to take a breather for the time being, and Nick will join me until the lunch break. It will be Tim van der Hoogten to continue from the river end of the ground. 3 slips as Glamorgan are on the attack for a 3rd wicket. They're stabbed through, and it's well run by the pair of Alior and Jake Lehman. 2 wickets to fall this morning. Nick Gubbins caught Carlson, bowled Tim van der Hoogten. 50 up, incidentally, 51 for 2 in the 15th over for Hampshire. Toby Albert was bowled Zain ul Hassan for 10. Batting is hard work out there at the moment. Van der Hoogten coming around to Lehman. Oh, that squirted off the... He's trying to play that into the onside leading edge, and it went out to mid-off. And there's no run.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he?
He's dug in, isn't he?
Anyone survived has done well with it.
24 next to his name of 51 deliveries. There's a leg slip in the shape of Sean Dixon. 3 slips, Ingram, Tribe and Kieran Carlson. Oh, and that's been wrapped on the pads. There were some encouraging shouts from the slip cordon and bowler. So Chris Cook, as mentioned, will be retiring at the end of the season. So you'd expect Alex Horton to come in place of Chris Cook. Scored a century, Alex Horton, against as Tim van der Hoogten comes in. Who was it, Nick? The first game at Neath? Can't remember. They lost against York. Was it Sussex? Yeah, Sussex. Yes, he scored a century alongside Jake Hope-Bell.
Yeah, Hope-Bell got 160 odd for the seconds this week.
Yes, I think he has been a positive, and there is a nucleus of homegrown talent coming through, which is good to see. It has been a problem. We've spoken at length about it as Tim van der Hoogten comes in and that whizzes past the outside edge of the bat of Jake Lehman, but in the shape of Henry Hurl, who perhaps would have expected to have pushed on more in the One Day Cup. Hurl, Callum Nichols had 70 odd in one of the games. Alex Horton, of course, and Norton, who's currently out injured. So it is good that there seems to be a conveyor belt coming along. Van der Hoogten, penultimate ball of the over. No, there's a no ball, and well, went up for the appeal. Thought there was a feather off the bat of Lehman.
That's jagged such a long way. I'm not sure how it's managed to swing like that, but it has without touching the bat. The trajectory of the ball was as if it had caught an edge, but it actually didn't.
Yeah.
Good decision.
Moved away sharply. Tough going here for Alio and Jake Lehman. Lehman is on strike on 5. Van der Hoogten. Well, that's trapped him. There's a big appeal again, and nothing given. Let's have a look at the replay. Very good over. Tim Van der Hoogten coming in. Was it height, possibly?
Just outside off stump, I think that struck him. I think it probably would have taken the top middle stump. But just about getting outside the line for the contact, and therefore it's not out. 51 for 2. A little bit of brightness poking through. Wouldn't go so far as to say it's sunshine. But Hampshire battling away. Slightly shorter than usual morning session because we're off the best part of 20 minutes. 52 for 2 then, Hampshire. As Hassan is into bowl, played nicely by Lehman towards wide-ish mid-off, and they've snuck through for a quick single. 53 for 2.
Of course, we're coming to that sort of business end of the season where we'll keep an eye as well on comings and goings, the retain list and so on, who's out of contract.
Yes, it's always a finely judged business. Hassan is into bowl and or is forward defending. They're not always announced at the same time as they're actually signed. There was one Colin Ingram announcement of a contract renewal that was actually made public about 2 months after he put pen to paper. So we don't like to go on too much about it. But I'll let you know as and when renewals are announced. As Hassan is into bowl. Nice chunky drive from Orr, but straight to mid-off, no run. And we will try and switch things around at the interval, so we're working okay on the club feed as well as on the BBC, but the BBC stream is all good.
I think this is the best conditions we've had all morning.
Maybe the best conditions we'll get all match. Who knows? Hassan is into bowl to Orr. Defends it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's looking a bit iffy in the next few days.
Aram Black on Blue Sky says, slight shame, dangerous Dan didn't play in the last game. His hit the pitch length might have been pretty deadly on the wacky wickets that Leicestershire put up. Yeah, I got a bit of stick from Leicestershire supporters on social media over the last few days. As Hassan bowls and
Did they take umbrage with your?
I was accused of moaning. Surely not.
What was their defence? Oh, it's the same for both sides.
A, it's the same for both sides, and B, that it wasn't a very interesting wicket when Leicestershire played in earlier in the season.
That may have been true. However, it was a playable wicket.
We'll find out, presumably in the days to come, whether the UCB is taking any action. Hassan bowls or fiddles at that one. Makes no contact through to Cook.
Yeah, I bumped into Richard Dawson, as I mentioned. He wasn't aware of anything as of yesterday, but Ian Harvey, his assistant, was convinced that they should have come off. First change then of the morning, and it is Dan Douthwaite called to action. So Tim van der Hoogten's spell has come to an end. Dan Douthwaite's first. Oh, very seldom we see him in red ball action.
Yeah, didn't play at all last year.
Here he comes. First ball then. Dan Douthwaite bowls, and that's paddled away fine, and it'll go for 4. So a bit of a loosener from Dan Douthwaite. Usually a white ball specialist. With ball and bat, of course.
Yeah, always takes lots of wickets in the T20. In the Test match, England 16 for naught against Pakistan. Only just 3 or 4 overs there. Pakistan won 5 out of the last 10.
Well, and I was going to say, hoping to make a far better fist of it this time than the first test. Douthwaite coming around the wicket to Lehman. That's played down to fine leg, and there's a single taken. 53 for 2. There was a brief break this morning when they went off for bad light. Douthwaite coming in to Lehman and bowls, and that's chopped down, and Cook, well, he thought Lehman was halfway down the pitch and thought better of it as Cook scampered to save the single. 2 slips there now. Colin Ingram. Colin Ingram's name, of course, is always under the microscope, given, and I won't mention his age, but he's been on a kind of Ryan Giggs rolling contract kind of thing over the years. Another stalwart, of course. 2 of them next door to each other. Cook and Ingram. In comes Douthwaite. Lovely shot. Straight down the ground towards the taff end for 4. Just over pitching. And Ali Orr dished out the punishment. And that was a no ball as well. So they've, after losing wickets, they've seemed to have consolidated on both sides and dug in as Douthwaite comes in, and that just cramps him for room, squirts out on the offside. 64 for 2. Still overcast, although far better than it was this morning when they were forced off after the wicket of Nick Gubbins. Wheeling round is Dan Douthwaite. 2 slips coming in to bowl, and that's a lovely stroke through the covers, and that'll go all the way for 4. So this is a profitable over for Hampshire and for Ali Orr. Just a bit of width to work with, and he was on it in a flash.
Yeah, this is not a great comeback from Douthwaite in the format, is it?
It's good.
He conceded 15 runs in the over.
Cracking shot that was. Follow through evident as he admired the ball racing towards the cover boundary. So Orr moves into the 30s, 32 as Douthwaite comes in, bowls, and that's cramped in for style. That's played firmly, but Zainul Hassan fields at mid-wicket. So end of the over, expensive one for Douthwaite. Hampshire 68 now for 2.
So as far as we know, it's going to be normal time for lunch. Despite the break of 15 to 20 minutes that we had earlier on for bad light. Light now has much improved. The floodlights, I suspect, will stay on all day. And we may get more problems towards the evening. On the sand from this Cathedral Road end. To Lehman.
Oh.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah.
It's outside off, and quite a wild swing there.
trying to draw him into a false shot. He did that a few overs ago with no success, and it was creamed through the covers for 4 that time. That was a play and a miss.
Two slips. 6 saving the single. Well, Carlson's in close at short mid wicket actually. There's a hit on the pad. Token inquiry.
Pitched outside.
Looked very much as though it did pitch outside leg, hence they didn't really go through with it. So Douthwaite's most recent red ball game was in September 24. Slashed away by Lehman to the wide third man boundary, playing that one deliberately, laying into it. There's too much width on that time from Ul Hassan.
Yeah, and slightly dropped short as well, and Lehman wasn't going to miss out there. Still an element of Glamorgan looking down at the moment, Nick, in terms of the composition of the league.
Yeah, supporters.
The supporters looking upwards.
You'll get the squad themselves to agree to that.
No.
72 for 2 on Sam Bowles, and forward comes Lehman.
Well, as mentioned to Kevin, this still could change quite quickly. 25 points behind leaders Notts.
And 19 points above Leicestershire in 9th place.
Yeah.
So shows the table is relatively closely packed this season. There's only 2.5 wins between all of it. Well, Sam Bowles, and rather sensitive shot from Lehman there. Whacked on the pad, may have been a bit of inside edge. Sounded like a little bit of wood, maybe.
Yeah, wasn't fully committed to coming forward there.
Hassan in.
Oh.
And Lehman fishing at that one. Bit of movement off the pitch. Good over from Ul Hassan. 4 runs off it, 72 for 2.
Yeah, still a probing line. Just had a little dabble at that at Lehman. And a lot will depend on these two now to try and steer the situation. Always batted very well. He's leapt on anything short and wide, but has dug in as well. Douthwaite, who was expensive in his first over, leaking 15 runs. Starts his runner from the tough end, 2 slips in, Tribe and Ingram. Douthwaite comes in, and that's found the gap between second slip and backward point. Kellaway hurls it back towards Chris Cook. That is Douthwaite's style. Usually can leak runs, but has this knack of taking important wickets. Sun peering through the clouds here in the Welsh capital. Douthwaite coming in. Bowles, and that's clipped behind square on the onside. There should be just a single. It's fielded by Sean Dixon, South African. Sean Dixon played his part in both formats this year. Primarily used as a white ball specialist for his former county Somerset, but scored an important contribution, beating Somerset earlier this season. Scored 70 odd as Douthwaite comes in.
bowls, and that's defended by Jake Lehman. He wasn't a like-for-like replacement, of course, for former captain Sam Northeast. Wheeling round is Dan Douthwaite coming in to Lehman, taking guard, coming in bowled. Oh, and that was cut, and he could have played on easily, Lehman, as it goes fine down to Hamza. Slightly fortunate there was Jake Lehman, has got away with one.
Yeah, they've done well, these two overall, though, to double the score from 38 to 76. Moments of fortune, but you're always going to have them, I think, in this sort of conditions. But it is brightening up, getting easier maybe for batting a little.
In is Dan Douthwaite, and that's left, and goes through to Chris Cook. So if they can get to the shed at lunch with these two still there unscathed, they would have taken that, and they would probably job done. Douthwaite, and that's some dubious appealing. End of the over, 77 for 2 after 19 overs.
Yeah, the wickets to go, those of Gubbins for 1, Albert for 10. Wicket apiece to Van der Houten and Ul Hassan. I think Hampshire will probably be the more pleased of the two sides if they do get to lunch with only 2 wickets down. That's played away on the offside, the first ball by Orr, into the covers, no run. Two slips, Carlson in close on the drive on the onside. Bill for LBW, not given. Mr. Shanmugan.
Yeah, there's been a few half-hearted appeals.
Into bowl to Orr. Plays that one on the leg side. It's well intercepted by Carlson, who's in pretty close at short mid-wicket there. Tumbling stop. And a bit more work on the ball to try and keep it dryish. Wondering about the black armbands. Morgan have lost prominent player of the 90s, Steve Barwick, in recent days. Well, Hassan in bowls, or plays no shot. Carlson got excited for a moment, thinking it was flicked something on the way through. They decided it hadn't. Hassan from this Cathedral Road end bowls.
Oh,
that looks close.
Yeah.
It's gone. All playing across the line. LBW for 36. Ul Hassan has his second. It's 77 for 3.
Yeah, he was always in trouble there. That was Fuller and played across the line and thudded into the pad. And it looked a good shout. Yeah, probably middle and leg, possibly. And that is just reward for Zainul Hassan, who's plugged away all morning.
77 for 3 in the 20th over. It's probably advantage Glamorgan, but it's probably about what would be par, having won the toss and chosen to bowl in bowler-friendly conditions.
Prized wicket, though, of Ali Orr. He was just dejected going up the stairs towards the pavilion because he'd done the hard work. He'd stuck around.
Yes, I was surprised to hear those stats from Kevin, that he hasn't had the greatest of seasons. His first class score was against Glamorgan early on for 198 he made in 2022. Tom Prest, Ben Brown, Andrew Neil, Kyle Abbott, James Fuller, Eddie Jack and Scott Curry stroke Sonny Baker, depending on when Baker gets here from Lords. Interesting to see if that counts as a first-class appearance for Scott Curry if he hasn't actually taken the field by the time Baker arrives. One for the statisticians to worry about. Sun has got one ball left in the over as Prest does a few limbering up exercises to make sure that all the muscles are fully oiled. 3 slips then for the new batter. Hassan bombs, and that's turned away on the leg side, fielded by Hamza at mid-on. No run, 77 for 3, or departed for 36.
Yeah, probably just as you mentioned, advantage Glamorgan after that wicket of Ali Orr. So nervy 10 minutes here for Hampshire to survive before lunch. And it will be Dan Douthwaite to continue. Far brighter than it's been all morning. Douthwaite coming around to Jake Lehman. It's prodded into the offside. There's no run. Fielded by Captain Kieran Carlson. Two slips, mid off, mid on. Extra cover. Mid wicket. Deep square leg as Douthwaite comes in. Bowls, and that's played on the onside. Mason Crane comes round from fine leg and cuts off any chance of going for a second. Still some batting to come, of course, in the Hampshire lineup. Ben Brown, the highest scorer in the corresponding fixture, making 96 in the second innings at Southampton. Douthwaite coming over and he's bowled him straight through. And now Glamorgan are in the ascendancy here after the first morning at Sophia Gardens. 78 for 4. Glamorgan are on top. clipping the top of off stump. Great line. And Tom Prest departs.
Yeah, I said a few minutes ago that Hampshire might be slightly more pleased with the morning's work. It's 2 down. Now at 4 down, it's a very different story.
Great line.
Yeah, just coming in with the natural angle of Douthwaite's delivery, and Prest playing slightly down the wrong line. Not sure we could blame the pitch or conditions for that one. And it hit the top of off stump. And so skipper Ben Brown, as he might have feared when losing the toss, has to do duty before the luncheon interval. So we'll make a few technical adjustments at the interval and see if we can get us coming out on all platforms properly.
Yes, we'll have to leave it to someone far better than us to sort it out. But hopefully,
Try and replay a few things.
yeah, stick 10 pence in the meter.
Not our meter, folks.
So it is Ben Brown trudging on. So Hampshire need now these two to stick around in the 6 minutes or so left before the lunch interval. Kieran Carlson has put himself at 3rd slip. There's a leg slip in the shape of Sean Dixon. Bit of pressure building on Hampshire then after the 4th wicket. Here comes Dan Douthwaite coming in to Brown. Oh, and that's feathered. I thought there was... that was close, I think, to being caught behind. That was short and wide. And needless to say, Ben Brown, the captain, shouldn't have been playing at that.
I don't think it was quite wide enough to play that shot, to be honest.
For a brief moment, I thought there was a sound of the willow, but not so as Douthwaite comes in. 2 balls to go in this over. Coming in, bowls, and that is a cracking shot by the captain. Just a bit of width and lent back through the covers for 4.
That's a lovely way to get off the mark. Width on offer. Creamed away through the covers by Ben Brown. Hold the pose. 82 for 4.
Last ball then of this wicket taking over by Dan Douthwaite. Glamorgan on the attack. In comes Douthwaite. Bowls just jagged back slightly and has fended off into the onside, and they'll take a single. So the end of the over. Good over, a wicket-taking one for Dan Douthwaite, 83 for 4. And this will be the last over of the first session.
Yeah, just the 20 seconds. No spectators allowed on the pitch at lunchtime because of the damp conditions. Azul Hassan will finish off this morning's session. 22nd over. We lost, I thought, about 17, 18 minutes, so I suppose 4 wickets down. They might get away with it as Al Hassan bowls, and Brown turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. Good morning session for Glamorgan, taking advantage, as they would have hoped, of the conditions here at Sapphire Gardens. Hampshire 83 for 4. Rothesay to Brown, pushes on the offside, thinks about a single, decides otherwise. Brown 5, Lehman 18, the men out, Orr for 36, Gubbins 1, Albert 10, pressed without scoring. Rothesay bowls, driven on the offside, stopped by Cup. And there's a direct hit as well. That was superb fielding at cover by Mason Crane. Thought initially it was Carlson, but did well to make the stop. Looked to be a safe single, but hit the stumps with an underarm throw from virtually side on as well. That was absolutely magnificent from Mason Crane to save 3 runs and then produce the run-out chance. Not out, Brown was just about safely home. I think we may have to swap headphones in a moment.
Okay.
Short pause. And we've got 3 balls until lunchtime. Fingers crossed that things continue to work. Rothesay running away from us at the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, Lehman on the defensive. Plays back to the bowler, no run. Just down to 2 slips now. Crane is in at shortish mid-wicket. Rothesay runs away from us. Bowls to Lehman on 18, hit on the pad. Didn't look hugely convincing. The appeal for LBW, maybe pitched outside, maybe a tickle of bat in there as well. So last ball before lunch, the digital clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock. 84 for 4, Hampshire having been put in. Slightly shortened morning session by bad light. Rothesay bowls, driven on the leg side. No run. Glamorgan looked to be trying to get another over in. I thought that it would be lunch at the normal time. But maybe they've knocked it back for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There we are.
And it will be Dan Douthwaite, who probably will be licking his lips after bowling Tom Trest in the last over. In he comes, charging from the tough end of the ground, bowling, and that's dabbed just behind point, and they take a quick single. Yeah, Glamorgan fancy the chances of getting a 5th wicket before the interval. So 2 slips for Dan Douthwaite, who's eyeing a 2nd wicket here. Bowls on, that's a glorious shot, over pitched and past the bowler towards the tough end for 4.
That was very firmly dispatched by Jake Lehman, wasn't it? Tucked into that one. One of the shots of the morning, along with, I think, Brown's cover drive.
He's a quality player, Jake Lehman, and a lot will depend on him now. He's raced to 22. I say raced because it's been a tough morning, just off 20 balls. Douthwaite, although...
Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly. as Douthwaite is in to bowl. Oh, that's a very short pitch ball that Lehman thought about cutting or pulling. Hampshire 89 for 4 as we approach lunch, so a good morning for Glamorgan in bowler-friendly conditions, having won the toss. And Ali Orr made 36. Jake Lehman, the Australian, is 22, not out off 21 balls. But Glamorgan's bowlers enjoying themselves. 2 wickets for Zainul Hassan, 1 to Tim van der Hoogten early on, and 1 to Dan Douthwaite back in the championship side, as Hampshire now move on to 93 for 4. With that one leg glanced away nicely by Lehman. Dr. Hignell informs me that lunch is at 13:02, which is very precise. 95 for 4. Was that a no ball as well? Yes, it was. So Douthwaite is proving pretty expensive in this championship comeback, as that was 6 runs off that ball. 95 for 4. Douthwaite bowls. Square cut into the offside. And pick up a single there as Ben Callaway is back on the boundary at deep point. 96 for 4. So, heard of false starts. We had a false end with our commentary at 1 o'clock that we all thought was the break. It's been a slightly less than ideal morning behind the scenes here at Sapphire Gardens, as Douthwaite is into bowl. That one's punched but not really timed into covers by Brown for a single. Field swaps round again. 97 for 4. 5 runs with the no ball, of course, rather than 6. I'm still in 1 day mode, obviously. Douthwaite to Lehman from the River Taff end. Pushes into the offside, and they'll take another single there. So another expensive over sent down by Douthwaite. He's got 1 for 40 off 4 overs now. But Glamorgan overall have enjoyed the session. It's 98 for 4 with Lehman 28. Brown on 8, and we will be back at around 1:45. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a test. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 1, 2, yeah.
In die tree. 1, 2,
Sounding
3.
okay. Yeah, great.
Hopefully,
that's all working.
it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just really weird, isn't it?
I've put that back to a line in setting on that, so there's only one sound going, one thing going into that machine.
Just that one and input two, so there must be just a setting what you can change. Thank you for doing that.
That's right. That one won't go off now.
I think we're just selling you all this kit.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
So it's also there to funnel out.
If you basically, so we just have to pay for all staff.
Ah, that's the side of my side. Ah, that's it. There's ah, that's it.
There's plenty of first team cricket left this season here at Supply Gardens, as well as the next 3 days of this game. There's 2 4-day championship games for the men and the women's semi-final, all in September. If you pay to come in today, why not think about buying one of our Flex 4 membership tickets? We'll get you in for 4 days for just £55 for adults and £25 for students. They're available to buy from our ticket office, which is just outside the ground near Gate 2, or via our website, glamorgancricket.com. The official Glamorgan website, glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming matches taking place here, including the T20 International on the evening of Thursday, the 17th of September, when England men play Sri Lanka men.
I look to see when the toss and then do the toss.
The sun's out. If you need to refill your water bottles, please help yourself. Free refill stations are available underneath all of the stands. Now, here at Glamorgan, we're proud of the success of our women's team this year and of the impact that a number of our younger players made in the men's one-day cup games earlier this month. We've more to celebrate. Congratulations to Isabel Thorndike, Prathana Reddy, Poppy Walker and Megan Mahone for being selected for the ECB Super Fours programme. And congratulations too to Harry Wallace and Tom Edwards for also taking part in their ECB Super Fours programme at Loughborough last week, where they were part of the title-winning South and West team. We're proud of you all.
Yeah, it's yeah. You should live. Where's medical? Oh no! Oh no!
Welcome back to our umpires and the players for the start of the second session today. And a reminder that we now have a fixed time today for tea. Tea will be taken between 3:52 and 4.
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens on the first day of the Division 1 Rothesay County Championship match between Glamorgan and Hampshire. We did have some technical issues in the opening session. Hopefully, cross fingers, those have been resolved. And just to give you a bit of a recap, the situation at Cardiff is as follows. Glamorgan won the toss, elected to bowl on a bowler-friendly wicket, aided by some murky, overcast conditions this morning, and quickly took a few wickets. At lunch, Hampshire 98 for 4. Kevin Howells, advantage Glamorgan. It was par, you would have said, but that fourth wicket has probably just tipped it in the home county's favour.
Is Kevin Howells here?
Kevin Howells.
It's all right, it's no problem. I've been called worse, don't worry about that.
Apologies.
Yeah, no, that's right. No, he's a really good commentator, Kevin.
Yes, he is.
They'll have to put up with me. Listen, you know, perfect conditions to bowl first, and I said in that first session that when you're bottom of the table and just everything's not really going your way, losing the toss in those conditions is just another example of how just events just unfold and you feel like everything's against you. So it was really, really tough this morning.
Indeed, and it is Mir Hamza, and it's a play in the miss, and he had the ball to shape well early doors, didn't he, this morning? Of course, we had that brief interlude because of bad light.
Yeah, listen, all the bowlers got something out of this wicket, and just to survive, maybe even as long as Ali Orr did, 76 balls for 36 was a great effort, but you need a bit of luck. The good news is, from a Hampshire point of view, there's a little bit of blue sky around, so hopefully things might just calm down a bit.
In is Hamza, and that's another play in a miss, and the advantage of having a left-arm seamer in Glamorgan's ranks. Of course, this his second spell with the county. He played back in 2024, Pakistan International, and is back for the tail end of the competition.
I think he'd be getting a few wickets at Lords, wouldn't he? England 68 for 3. Looks like he's doing a bit there.
Yes, indeed. Pakistan trying to hit back. This is Mir Hamza full, and that's cracked away. And that's a cracking stroke from Jake Lehman all the way towards the Cathedral Road end boundary for 4.
Well, that's 1 out of 3 drives that he connected with. The other 2, the ball just nipped away late. That one held its line. Hence why Lehman got a good bat on that one. A little bit risky, those 2 previous shots.
Just over-pitched that time by Mir Hamza. As he starts his run-up from the Cathedral Road end, creamed through just wide of wide-ish mid-off. So profitable over this for Hampshire.
Oh, and he's pitching it right up here in this over. The first 2 balls did a little bit, those last 2 didn't. Hence why Lehman played 2 lovely drives, but Hamza is certainly giving Lehman the chance to drive at the ball.
Starts his run up, does Mir Hamza. Left arm over, and that's better up in the block hole. Played well though, defensively, and there's no run. So a pivotal part of the game this for Hampshire after the lunch interval. They lost Tom Prest at the end of the first session, bowled by Dan Douthwaite. Makes a rare appearance in red ball cricket. Hamza in, shaping it away, and that's well fielded on his follow through, because it was creamed by Lehman for no run, but he is looking good for his 36. End of the over, Hampshire 106 for 4.
Well, he's playing positively. He's played 1 or 2 false shots, especially early on in the innings. Got a couple of inside edges that could have gone anywhere, but he's put back to ball. That's one way of playing on wickets like this, where at least if you do get the unplayable ball, then you've got 30 or 40 to your name. Douthwaite, I presume Douthwaite's only playing because of the injuries in the Glamorgan.
Yes, I mean we mentioned this morning that there's a few injury problems in the Glamorgan ranks. Ned Leonard, Tom Norton, the youngster, and Andy Gorvin.
Hence he would still be playing white ball only. Tim van der Gooten from the River Taff end runs towards us, bowls, Brown pushes forward. Van der Gooten picking up the first wicket this morning. Gubbins got a beauty. Ball that pitch straightened, came forward. Kieran Carlson taking a good catch in the slips. Beaten the bat several times since then. 30 wickets for the season now. Tim van der Gooten. 349 first class overall, 1 away from 350.
Yeah, top wicket taken this season.
Got a good career average. That's how the off stump left alone. Takes them at 27 apiece. That's really good over a long period of time. He's 35 now.
Up to 30 wickets this season with that one this morning. Back to Kevin Howells. I usually get a message from Kevin Howells. That's why I had it on the brain, you know, that you're going out on 5 as well is usually the.
Well, I'm told everything's working on the stream now as well.
Oh, good. That is good news.
Yeah, it is. I know you guys worked really hard this morning to try and sort that out, along with the club. Brown pushed that away square on the leg side. Quick single taken. That's been a feature of the Hampshire innings this morning as well, amongst the plays and misses and trying to negotiate a ball that's swinging and seaming. They have run very well between the wicket.
well, glorious conditions in terms of what we've been used to this morning now. Sun is out.
Never thought I'd see that
No,
today.
no. It wasn't promising that at the outset, so we'll see if it turns again. Seems to be more overcast to the left towards Llandaff and beyond.
Is that where the weather comes from?
Yeah. Usually, if the bad stuff is in that area.
Van der Gooten switches to round the wicket to Lehmann, leaves that one alone. Ball just straightens, it's a good leave. So there's still a little bit out there. I think it might take a little while for the moisture to disappear, even if it does disappear. Probably be about the best time in the game here. The forecast, not great tomorrow, but it seems to get worse Saturday and Sunday. Maybe having a couple of shortened days at the weekend. We'll have to wait and see. That's a couple of days in the distance. You never know, the weather might change, but I think we could be losing quite a bit of this game. Oh, he's playing a missing, a bit of a waft outside the off stump from Lehmann.
I was about to say he looks in good nick, Kevin, but
Yeah, well,
that waft apart.
I know he's come out with a plan, hasn't he? I think he's looked at the conditions, he's looked at everything and seen what's happened before he came out and thought, well, I'm going to have to be positive here. I can't just prod and poke and what have you. Well, he's got him 36 so far. It's better than run a ball, which this surface is some going. But he has lived dangerously at times as Van der Gooten comes in again. He's there again, he's wafting. That ball's pitched, bounced, straightened outside off stump. I think he did well to get an edge on that one. 107 for 4. Oh, Hampshire at the end of that over, and Van der Gooten's got 1 for 23 from 9.
Yeah, so slightly shaky end to that over from Jake Lehmann. But before that, he was going great guns. It is going to be Mir Hamza to continue from the Cathedral Road end.
So you think that? Sorry, we're just talking this morning. Do you think Hamza and Raymond Toole, the Kiwi, might alternate with these final matches, or Ingram might make way?
Ingram could make way as Hamza continues, and he's got him ball straight through the gates, and that is the Pakistan seamer's effectiveness evident. And he struck straight after lunch. Hampshire 5 down.
Well, I got the feeling Ben Brown wasn't sure what to do there. It was a good line. I'm not sure it did that much, but Brown wasn't sure it was going to straighten on him. Just watch this again. Bowls. He's pushing away from his pad.
Yeah.
Big daylight between bat and pad. I think he's not sure what that ball's going to do off the pitch.
Yeah, he's just dragged on and slightly, as you mentioned, Kevin, just indecisive as to what to do. He was sort of prodding at it. Should I? Shouldn't I? Played on, and it was bowled. Mir Hamza and Glamorgan in the ascendancy now, 107 for 5, and they've struck after lunch. Brown departs.
It just goes to show, isn't it, on pitches and in conditions like this, even the straight ball becomes dangerous. And that's the case there.
New Hampshire batter, number 17, Andrew Neil.
Andrew Neil is the new batter. The left arm spinner who's effectively taken over from Liam Dawson with the in the left arm spin department. So we are into the all-rounders now.
So Hamza's first wicket in his first game back for the county. So the captain departs. Andrew Neil strides out to the crease.
Well, I know there will be a lot of people tuning in or just following it on their phones or tablets or whatever and just looking at it saying that this is another abject batting performance from Hampshire, but really in these conditions I think most sides would struggle against accurate bowling.
Yeah, it's definitely bowler friendly. Conditions are better now but Glamorgan have their tails up. And it is Andrew Neil to face Mir Hamza. Coming in, left arm over. Bowls. Oh, and there's a bit of movement there. Exactly what we were mentioning.
Well, you've only got to land the ball on the seam, haven't you, here? That's a great line.
Shaped away.
Yeah, the moment the ball left the hand, you could see the line was perfect, just nipped away a fraction.
Yeah. Yeah, did well not to get an edge on that, did Andrew Neil. So, bit of pressure building here on the visitors. 3 slips in for Mir Hamza, who starts his run up from the Cathedral Road end. Neil on strike. In is Hamza again, good delivery, full. And he's in a good rhythm here, is Mir Hamza.
Well, he's pitching the ball up, he's not frightened of being driven.
Yeah, we saw that this morning, didn't we, from Ul Hassan as well.
But it's the right length. It's the right length because with the movement that there is, you are going to create problems. You will be driven a few times, you will concede your boundary, but you will pick up wickets.
In he comes, Hamza bowls, and again not driven convincingly that time by Neil towards mid-off.
It's an admirable length because I think there would be a few bowlers here that would be bowling just short of a length, which would be not the right length, because if the ball was seaming, then it would just do a little bit too much by the time it arrives at the batter. But this length,
just drawing the batters into a false shot.
Yeah, as I say, not every ball's going to move, and there'll be the odd boundary at times, but yeah, their wicket-taking delivery, potential wicket-taking delivery.
In he comes, Mir Hamza, and that's left that time, taken by Chris Cook outside off stump. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. There is a square leg. It's moving backwards. Long leg. Point has been moved back to the boundary. Hamza coming in and bowls, and that's a good length that time, defended well by Andrew Neil. A wicket taking over, and a good over at that. Maiden as well from Mir Hamza, Hampshire, 107 for 5.
Well, I keep looking at the overheads. There's some blue sky above us at the moment. The sun's out, not fully, but just hope that things dry out a little bit and calm down. But Hampshire have already lost 5 wickets, so whether they would be able to take advantage if things became a little easier is debatable. But of course, what that happens then is that if they do improve, then Glamorgan, when they come to bat, will have the better of the conditions. So, as I say, when you're down the bottom, things just seem to continually go against you as Andergoon comes in around the wicket to Lehman. Turns that straight delivery on the leg side, no ball.
Yeah, very good toss to win, and needless to say, Hampshire would have done exactly the same. Stuck Glamorgan in.
Thanks to Barry Breen, who emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk saying Baker's on his way. Yeah. Has to hurry. It has to be a non-stop train if he's coming down here. He's going to bat. Either be Curry or Baker that will bat. Curry will make way as soon as Baker's ready. From the Test of Lords, 4 down actually now, England. That's bounced outside the off stump, and Neil just pulled the bat inside the line in time.
He thought about a nibble there.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, 80 for 4.
So that'll be Harry Brook that's out there. Now Abbas, Mo Abbas, formerly of Hampshire, took the first 3 wickets. Trying to find out who took the 4th. Look at the wrong game. So Harry Brook was out for 15. Looks like Hassan Ali got that one. Neil's off the back foot, works that up to sorry, Muhammad Ali picked up the 4th. So England are in trouble there, but I could imagine there'll be similar conditions there as what we've got here.
Yeah.
Very surprised. Delayed start up there. Duckett was out for 17, Emilio Gay for 8, Joe Root 4. Van der Gooten with 3 slips, one's towards us, one's more, and bowls to Neil. Neil's off the back foot, works that out to point.
Yeah, promise of showers up in St John's Wood as well, so I think that'll be a rain affected.
Oh, they're going off.
Oh, there we are.
There we are.
Yep.
Just as you speak, they're off. One would assume for a shower rain, although they're not rushing off. Maybe it's just bad line. Jordan Cox there, one of the not-out batters. Van der Gooten searching for a second wicket. Oh, that's just nipped away. Beats the forward prod of Neil. That's a beauty as well.
That was very, very close.
There's not a lot you can do with that as a batter. You just play the line and hope. Beauty of delivery. 35 years of age now, Tim van der Gooten.
Yeah, another one that's given an awful lot of service to the Welsh county.
Yeah. Notice, sorry. I was going to say he's not wearing a black armband, but he is on his left as he comes in again and bowls, and Neil pushes forward. He'll plug on that line all day, and length, that's what he does.
Yeah, and when the wicket aids Tim van der Hoogten, very, very good bowler. Perhaps not as effective in T20 cricket.
No, he probably doesn't have the variation. I don't know, I don't watch him in T20 cricket, but perfect for this stuff. Picked up 4 wickets in the second innings of the game down at Utilita. Playing missing outside the off stump. Just keep plugging away on that line, the ball will do something, even if it doesn't from time to time. There's still doubt in the batters' minds. Hampshire at the end of that over are 110 for 5. Jake Lehman with 37 from 34. Neil yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, it's hard work out there at the moment. Mir Hamza having taken the first wicket after lunch. Ben Brown bowled for 9. Lehman has looked in good nick by and large. 37 of 34 balls. He is on strike, facing the Pakistan seamer, coming in left arm over from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips in for Mir Hamza, and that's driven. But he's picked the man out at a deep backward point, where it's fielded, and there's 1 run. Trickle of followers coming into Sophia Gardens here. The sun is shining, in stark contrast to the murky conditions that we had this morning, which forced a brief period off the field. The players went off for about 20-25 minutes as Hamza comes in, and that's taken down leg side. I lost that.
Offside.
Got it shaped again.
Well, that's nipped away and bounced from about middle and leg.
Yeah, that's why I thought. Yeah. Oh God, that's.
It's like a big leg break.
And seeing very, very tough conditions for both batters here.
Oh, Jesus. There is nobody in the world get an edge on that.
Yeah, started middle and leg. Full, and that's played towards Mason Crane, and they thought about a run, thought otherwise.
That was an unbelievable delivery, the one before, wasn't it?
Well,
Sort
it
of ball
pitched
you
what,
could
middle and leg, and then spat out, moved away.
And it went through to Cook as
Yeah,
well, didn't it?
a good height.
Fist through.
Pressure building on Hampshire. Mir Hamza coming in, left arm over. Bowled on again, just outside off stump. It's left that time by Andrew Neil, who's going through a tough examination here.
Now Hamza, I'm sure, well, we've seen it to Lehman, but needs to stick in an in-swing here. So I think after a couple of balls in this over, Neil's not looking to play at anything outside off stump. Be interesting if he can get one to come back here.
Hamza coming in left arm over full at that time, and it's played firmly towards Mason Crane at mid-off, and there's no run.
I've not really seen enough of Hamza to know if he can actually bring one back to the right-hander. Sometimes left arm over the bowlers, they struggle to get it back from pushing that line over. He certainly can move it away from the left-hander, but sometimes that's easier in your action.
Yeah, Glamorgan followers will remember him from 2 years ago. He played in the first batch that season. First block, coming around that time, and has played into the onside, and there's no run.
It's interesting he came round there, because that did come back, and I'm just wondering if he finds it easier by coming round the wicket to swing the ball into the right-hander, but of course it's all different angles now. But he's a perfect bowler for late season, isn't he?
Yeah.
So 111 for 5 are Hampshire. Top scorer in the innings, Jake Lehman, who's out there at the moment. And You're battled away for his 36. Tim van der Gooten will continue, 1 for 26 from 10. He's going to be round the wicket to Lehman as well. That's the umpire. Lehman leaves that one alone. Just as well, because that's pitched and straightened. Well, the sun is still out. It might not be fully out, but while it's out, slowly but surely, the conditions should get a little easier for batting, but I think it'll be a while. There was quite a bit of rain overnight here. The wicket is a little green. I've seen it greener, yeah, but it's a little green. Here's Van der Gooten again. Lehman works out to mid-on. He'll have to hurry here. Oh my word, I think he was struggling.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think he realised mid-on was as close as he was.
I think he was gone.
Ooh. Who's that there? Douthwaite, is it? Just watch this again. I know it's not behind the or square on, but I think you'll get an idea. Oh, he was struggling. Yeah, Douthwaite it was. Well, we said Hampshire have run the quick singles well. They had up until that point.
Well,
They'd been a bit tight, but that was a little too tight to call. As Neil works out into the gap on the onside, he's off the mark.
well, that's the last thing they needed after losing Brown, but he was gone with a direct hit.
Oh, yeah. Douthwaite was quite close, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I must admit, it surprised me.
Good fielder, Dan Douthwaite.
When I saw the ball go up there, and I thought, oh gosh, he's close. And I think Lehman thought the same, but he was already committed. Because where he's standing now, he obviously walks in quite quickly. Because he looks like a normal mid-on initially. Lehman pushes that out quietly into the covers. And Lehman's still there. 39 from 38. If you're wondering of the whereabouts of Bryden Cast, by the way, after everything's been going on for the last few days, I noticed he picked up a couple of wickets for Durham in their game against Gloucestershire in Division 2. So that's where he is. It's going to be a helmet now for Chris Cook, who's going to stand up.
Well, hopefully not the same result when he was standing up at Grace Road. He had to fend a fair few off there.
Well, I shouldn't think he enjoyed that, would he? I mean, if that wicket was not as good as everybody says it was, it wouldn't have been fun for a keeper. Lehman pushes forward. Bad enough for a batter, of course, but for a keeper, not sure what height balls are coming through. That's very, very difficult indeed. I think also it's a bit of a risk here as well, because the ball is still nipping around, still shaping.
Yes, and he's not standing up to Ul Hassan, he's standing up to Van der Hoogte.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, you know, it would have to be the thinnest of edges for him to be able to take it comfortably. Anything else, and he's not going to be able to react. And at the moment, you still say the edge is very much in play. Gooden bowls. Lehman works it to Douthwaite, decides against the single this time. Not surprisingly. 113 for 5.
So Glamorgan still searching for their second wicket of this session. Mir Hamza taking the first. I think that's me done for the time being, and Mr. Webb scoffing. I didn't mention we've had some cakes delivered, so Nick will tell you more.
Yeah, I've already had one. Lovely. The other games in Division 1, Surrey are 29 for 1 against Essex. They started late in that match. Rory Burns is the one to go. For 6, that's at Chelmsford. Hamza's around the wicket to Andrew Neil. Left arm round, comes back at Neil. Plays that on the onside. Somerset are 112 for 5 against Sussex. That match at Hove. 3 wickets there for Sean Hunt, the left-hander. 39 not out, Tom Abel. Still not playing between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. It's at Edgbaston. And Yorkshire are 107 for 2 against Leicestershire. That's at Scarborough. Hamza bowls. That swung its edge. He's fallen short of second slip. Could stop. Went quickly. 58 not out. There is James Walton. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, just taking a little afternoon air around the ground to get the blood pressure back down after a somewhat fraught morning.
Natives happy around the ground?
Yes, well, happy to be seeing any cricket at all, I think.
Oh yeah, it's a surprise. We started on time. That swung as well. Nice drive back to the bowler. Score remains on 115 for 5.
I think people are recognising that there is not an awful lot of cricket to come. Another 11 home days for Glamorgan after this. So when the stewards was saying that probably slightly more have turned up, given the weather and the murkiness this morning, than they expected.
Hamza runs away from us and bowls again. That's a drive in the air, hard down mid-on for 4. It's a good strike from Andrew Neil. Ball didn't do too much. And Neil moves on to 5. Clean strike down the ground. That's a feature of Andrew Neil. We're learning about him. He's new to the game. His bowling's improving, his batting's improving. They're both doing it very, very quickly indeed. Scored a very quick 100 in the 50-over game against Derbyshire. That was off 60 balls.
I think he played one of his earliest games in the one-day cup against Glamorgan, possibly a couple of seasons ago.
Yes, he did, yeah. Last year was his first year.
Last year.
Yeah. Got a contract off the back of his 50-over performances as Hamza bowls. Forward is Neil. Fast becoming a... The way his development is, he'll be a regular in the side.
I suppose there is a vacancy for that spin all-rounder to some extent. I mean, I know Organ fulfills a similar role.
Yeah, well, you have to say that you know, being left out of the side for this game, he's gone back to the second spin role, whereas it looked like when Dawson Didn't play anymore. He's gone for the drive there through the covers. That'll be 4. Width there from Hamza. Driving that away for 4. He moves on to 9. Yeah, I think many people, including Felix Organ, felt that Organ was going to be the #1 spinner, but I think the selection in this game would say otherwise. Lovely shot there. Kept it down well, even though it was wide.
Sounds meaty, doesn't it, off the bat, those 2 shots?
I was going to say, I said earlier, I feel that the sound of the ball on the bat sounds very loud here. Switches to over the wicket there. That's nipped back, and it's hit him on the bat as he tries to take it away. He's called in the slicks. That nipped back. I don't think there was a lot Neil could do with that. That nipped back quickly, and it's come off the face of the bat and gone to slip. Neil goes for 9. Oh, has it? Was it the glove? No, it's gone off something anyway.
It's hit something on the way through to slip, a very clear deflection.
Andrew Neil caught ace of try.
To second slip, and I think it might have been right first time. It looks as though it was actually off the face of the bat as he's trying to get it out of the way, but Hamza has brought one back into the left-hander, and Neil has to go. A couple of meaty blows. Welcome to listeners to Sport Extra 2 with the news that Hampshire have just lost their 6th wicket with 123 on the board. Andrew Neil hit a couple of meaty 4s off Mir Hamza, but then caught it slip in the same over. Second for Hamza, the Pakistan pace bowler, who is in his 2nd spell with Glamorgan, having been with them at the beginning of the 2024 season. And he started pretty tidily. 2 for 32. Van der Hoogten has 1 for 28.
The new batter for Hampshire, number 44, Scott Curry.
2 for Zainul Hassan this morning, and 1 for Dan Douthwaite as well, although Douthwaite, playing his first red ball game for almost 2 years, has got T20 figures of 1 for 40 and 4 overs. But overall, Hampshire have battled bravely at times, Kevin, but not quite got the stands together as yet.
No, I mean, when you look at 123 for 6, it just looks like another poor batting performance by Hampshire, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. That ball has nipped around, it's swung, it's seamed, it's bounced. It's been very, very difficult indeed, but when you're bottom of the table, it just seems that whatever you try and do, it just doesn't work, and if it works, it doesn't work for very long, and sooner or later there's a ball out there which claims a wicket. And as well as all batted, 36 of 76 deliveries. There's a ball out there.
Van der Hoogten bowls, chopped down by Lehmann towards wide third man, and there is no run. There's a single, sorry.
I mean, Lehmann's got 40 or 41, but he's not been without a bit of fortune. Glamorgan have bowled well. They've pitched the ball up, made Hampshire play. And whilst there's been some lovely drives out there and some good shots, there's also been wicket-taking and plenty of wicket-taking balls out there.
Sorry if you've lost the sound of the crowd for a moment. Having 1 or 2 technical affairs today. 124 for 6. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Curry, who pushes that one on the leg side, and there is no run.
So just to explain, Scott Curry is playing in this game until Sonny Baker gets here from Lords, whenever that will be.
Do you think they've put him up the batting order because of that?
Where's he coming in at 8?
8.
Now, I mean, he's only played...
Ahead of Fuller? I thought Fuller might be...
Well, yeah, true. That's true. Probably James Fuller would normally come in now. But Scott Curry has played a couple of games this year, earlier in the season. Batted at 8 and 9.
Okay.
Both games, yeah.
Van der Hoogten in. Bowls and bowls him. Curry won't contribute significantly to this game then, because he's gone without scoring, and it's 124 for 7.
Oh dear, is that first ball? A second ball for Scott Curry. Again, that's pitched up. It's inviting the drive. Let's watch this again. It's nipped back. But Curry's not very far forward. Playing a drive from virtually where he is at the crease and leaving a bit of a gap between bat and pad, and Van der Gooten has found that gap with a lovely nip backer. Well, is it a 124 for 7 pitch? Probably. But we have seen just little periods where the batters were able to negate some of that movement, but I suppose when you have consistent movement for the new batters, they're not always going to be so lucky.
Lehman has gone at almost a runner ball, the leading scorer. Ali Orr with 36, the only real contributor. Everyone else out for 10 or fewer on a rather depressing looking scorecard for Hampshire. A season where they've struggled badly for batting bonus points, and not surprisingly in today's conditions it looks like being the same again here.
Well, they're not going to add to the 3 that they've got. A whole 3 batting bonus points. Last year they were equal fewest with 12, and they are comfortably by far and away the worst performing batting side on the first innings in this year's Division 1. They were never going to add to that today. It was just a matter of how many they could eke out, but it does feel as though the ball is still moving, even though we've got a bit of blue sky above us. And well, the way Hampshire are performing at the moment, every slight mistake, every ball that moves, it just feels as though that accounts for a Hampshire batter. Have we lost the crowd?
We have lost the crowd. They haven't all gone home. It's just the latest in our line of technical gubbins. Yeah, perhaps if Kenneth could add to his commentating role by checking that the effects mic is still in one piece downstairs. Otherwise he'll try and magic up another one out of a bag somewhere.
Do you think somebody's unhooked it and run off with it?
Yeah, it's a nice microphone that as well when it's working. 3 slips greeting the new man James Fuller then. If he was relegated in the batting order to allow Scott Curry to have a knock instead of Sonny Baker, well, he hasn't had to wait much longer as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Fuller defends that one out to mid-off, and there's no run. I always think of Fuller as a sort of a bowling all-rounder rather than someone coming in at 9.
Oh yeah, I mean he hasn't played a lot of Championship cricket this year. This is only his 3rd. He's had a few injury problems, certainly at the start of the year. Didn't play the last game because Hampshire went in with 2 spinners.
Van der Hoogten in some unexpected afternoon sunshine is in to bowl, and Fuller pokes it away on the leg side. It's fielded by Ul Hassan at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 124 for 7 with Glamorgan Seamers really on top. Douthwaite was expensive, but Van der Hoogten, Hamza and Ul Hassan have all been on the money. And Hampshire, apart from Lehman and Orr, have had little in the way of response. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. That one's deflected away past slip by Fuller, and he'll get 4 runs down to 3rd man. 128 for 7.
Well, it was nicely played by James Fuller. It was well bowled by Van der Gooten, but he played with soft hands. Let's watch that again. You see the bat face just pointing down towards the pitch, not giving the ball a chance to gather pace if there was an edge and carry through to the slips. 2 batters having a chat there in the middle. There's not a lot you can say, really. Just got to battle through it. I think the worst thing that can happen for Hampshire now, and again, just going back to the sort of season they're having in the 4-day game, is that they're bowled out whenever, and it feels like it might not be too far away. And then, of course, you get the best of the weather, the home side in the afternoon. Don't think there's going to be too much weather, good weather around over the 3 days. It does look as though it's getting worse by the weekend, but this game is moving rapidly forward anyway.
Yeah, we might be a question of gather bonus points while he may, as Zainul Hassan comes back into the attack from the Cathedral Road end.
These right arm medium pacers. 2 for 18 from 6 as the ball just comes back a fraction at Lehman. Plays that all quietly away on the onside. Bowled Toby Albert with a beauty that nipped back. Albert out for 10, that was 38 for 2. Then he picked up Ali Orr with one that swung into Orr. Probably just about hitting leg stump. I mean, I think Ali Orr, the ball did a lot. It was very full. It did a lot. As he comes in again, and Lehman plays that late, goes out square on the leg side, cooks quickly across from behind the stumps. So the score is 128 for 7. We're only in the 32nd over here. I don't think too many of the bowlers have had a chance to be worn down and get tired. It's just hard work staying out there as a batter. 2 slips for Hassan, who runs away from us. Bowls to Lehman. Lehman cuts it away off the front foot down towards deep point. There is a fielder out there. And that will be just 1 to Lehman's total. Lehman's on to 42. Or is it 41? 129 for 7. Lehman on 41 from 44. Poor old Nick. He's working furiously with this and that. I don't notice a difference. Which is not what you want to hear, really. Well, you want to hear something.
The crowd hasn't gone home honest, but we can't hear them. Have to make your own crowd noises at home.
I feel like we're commentating in a box. Well, we are in a box, but not internally. Here's Hamza again to the right-handed James Fuller. Fuller gets edge, caught second slip. It bounced, it straightened. And Fuller looks to the heavens, but again, it's one of those where there's not a lot you can do. And Glamorgan, well, they haven't dropped a catch behind the stumps yet. And Fuller goes, and Hampshire 129 for 8.
Well, Hassan gets his third then, as it's edged to second slip. Asa Tribe, Glamorgan's top catcher of the season, takes another one. That is 18th of the season in first-class cricket. It's 129 for 8. Fuller caught Tribe bowled Ul Hassan for 4.
Oh, Hampshire have lost 3 wickets for 6 runs since the fall of Andrew Neil. And, well, the wicket-taking balls are still out there, and of course the pressure will be now that when Hampshire go out to bowl, they will be expected to have the same success. Will that happen? Something's just mysteriously come on, and you didn't touch anything.
Oh, it's the influence I have, you see.
That's pure magic. You've been rattling these wires, putting this in and that in that, nothing, and yet you just sat there, and all of a sudden some sound appeared. Incredible, Nick.
I sat there and messaged an engineer at base. Thank you, Ian. 129 for 8. Right. I suppose the consolation for these Hampshire lower order guys who've come and gone is that they're going to have a chance to bowl on in these conditions very shortly, barring miracles from Lehman, Abbott and Jack.
Well, it does appear that way. I'm not sure. I never know about the heavy roller situation, and I don't know if Glamorgan will be able to have a heavy roller at the end of this innings. Apologies for not knowing that rule, along many rules that I don't know, but I would say a heavy roller here might actually help the side batting next. Maybe not initially, but I think over a relatively short period of time may just calm things down a little bit.
Well, there's a little bit of sun getting on the pitch, but it doesn't. Conditions don't seem to be getting any easier for batting, and Glamorgan will have to work hard in their turn, and particularly Ul Hassan, who's bowling now, but has struggled for runs in recent weeks. In this format, anyway.
Right, Hassan then to Kyle Abbott, Hampshire's number 10, and that's pushed away on the offside. I have no idea if Sonny Baker's here, but he can't bat now because Scott Curry has. So just Eddie Jack to come. The sun is still out, but it's not doing too much in terms of drying out this surface. Field is scattering, interestingly, for Kyle Abbott. It's a deep square leg and a deep cover. Interesting move. There's Abbott plays and misses outside the off stump. That's a beauty. That's just pitched and straightened. Well, I'm lost for explanations of what this ball is doing at times, because there are some very, very tough balls to negotiate.
One thing that struck me about the weather is that it is A, quite warm, and B, a bit humid. Now, how much does humidity affect things, Kevin?
Well, if you're a Hampshire batter, quite a lot. Well, it does. It's probably it's a combination of a few things, isn't it? Really. Oh, yeah, some good bowling.
I'll take it. I'll take it from. I'll take your word from it, since you actually have done this for a living.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I used to rock up and bowl, and sometimes it swung, and sometimes it didn't. I mean, you know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's an exact science about it, really.
Van der Hoogten with the exact art then of seeing bowling. Oh, nearly played on there, did Lehman. The ball trickled back towards the stumps, and luckily for him, not onto them.
I think it's fair to say. I mean, you know, anybody that came to the ground this morning, you know, if you were a bowler, you would just say, "Oh yeah, this ball's going to do everything." You know, I don't think there needs to be, you know, a scientific study done on that. You just looked at everything. You said, "Well, great. I can't wait to have a bowl on this."
Like the tide coming in at Swansea.
Is that too far away?
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Lehman defends. No, I'm not suggesting it affect things in Cardiff, but
They used to say that about.
Used to say that about Swansea. But
well, Swansea's
the ball
close,
did more when the tide came in. No more cricket at St Helens, very sadly.
Is that just rugby now?
Yes, and the rugby pitch is being redone to an artificial one at the moment.
Ooh, why is that?
The whole ground is being redeveloped with finally some assistance from Swansea Council. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Lehman cuts down to Carlson, who bizarrely finds himself at third man for possibly the only time in the county championship season that Carlson will be fielding at third man. Single taken, and he comes in to slip for the new batter. Yeah, Swansea Cricket Club has merged with the civil service, and they've got a redeveloped ground, albeit at a club level rather than a county level. And Glamorgan's cricket in the south west, such as it is 2 men's games and 1 women's game at Neath. Van der Hoogten into bowl, and that's off some part of the bat of Abbott, and they're hustling back for a second, and they had to run there. Abbott is off the mark with 2, down to fine leg. As he clipped it away, 1-3-2 for 8. Abbott 2, Lehman 42.
And what's the rugby club that plays there?
Swansea Rugby Club and the Ospreys will do.
And because there was a big thing about that, wasn't there? The regional rugby.
Yeah, don't care. If we have a day rained off, I'll tell you about it. It's a long and convoluted business. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Abbott pushes on the leg side, thinks about a single to wide mid on, and decides against it.
We won't go there for a while.
We won't go there, I don't think.
All right.
Yeah, so we are sort of relatively unflustered now. So if you want to send in your emails, Hampshire Cricket or Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. And hopefully about cricket rather than about technical matters. Thank you very much. 132 for 8. 3 slips, crouching as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Abbott, who plays it back past him but won't quite get a single because Lehman had to turn and make his ground. 132 for 8 at the end of the over. Abbott, of course, had Glamorgan on toast with the ball in that one-day cup match at Southampton. Ripped out the top order. and took 3 cheap wickets, and Glamorgan never recovered, with Manny Lumsden taking 4. As Glamorgan capitulated to a fairly large and horrible defeat. In fact, it must have come so quickly I haven't noted down Glamorgan's final score.
It was a 90-run difference, I think.
Yeah.
That's probably all you need to worry about. We won't mention the Glamorgan total. Hampshire not qualifying, though, for the later stages. It's very unusual in the last few years. Here's Hassan to the left-handed Lehman. Lehman just works it away into the vacant area on the offside. Plenty of Glamorgan fielders out in the deep, looking to give Abbott the strike, which he's duly obliged. And Lehman moves on to 43, 133 for 8 on Hampshire here.
Yeah, Glamorgan are quite keen on bowling at the lower orders, and they're quite want to give away singles in the pursuit of that.
3 slips for Abbott as Hassan comes in. Right arm over, Abbott pushes that back to the bowler.
And although Kieran Carlson has played 10 years of first-class cricket and I haven't, I think he's times a little too willing to give away singles.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one at times, isn't it? I'm sure, as much as the ball's nipped around and done a bit here, I'm sure Glamorgan feel they're ahead of the game. So maybe the odd single here and there, maybe not too bad. Hassan bowls, and Abbott had a little nibble, did pull the bat away, maybe too late. I think with the ball doing what it's doing, I'd still be inclined to still attack both batters. I mean, Lehman's, you could argue that Lehman's a little lucky to still be there with 43.
Well, he's willing to take the attack back to Glamorgan, isn't he? And he's going to give you the odd chance.
Yeah. Sometimes with the lower order batters, balls that move around do too much. Abbott drives in the air handsomely down the ground for 4.
Well, that's a bit of a counter statement, wasn't it? Want to bowl at me? Right.
It was, wasn't it?
Biff.
Completely out of character with what we've seen, but it's a beautiful shot. Hits through the line. Absolutely nothing wrong with that shot.
Well, Neil hit a couple of very firmly off Hamza, so maybe Hampshire have just decided that the lower order men need to go for it and get what they can there for a good time, not a long time.
Well, they know the ball's going to be pitched up, so the shot is on. There's one slightly shorter this time. Abbott defends. So, you know, you're looking for that as a batter, but of course what you don't want is the ball just to move, because that's what will get you into trouble. But if it doesn't move, the shot is on. Abbott is 6, 137 for 8, Hampshire in the 34th.
Peter Simmons on X, yes, you're correct. The weather is much better than we expected, and we may even get a full day's play in if the light holds.
Oh, wow. Deep square leg for Abbott, inviting the single, should he want it. He goes for the huge drive outside the off stump, misses. Chris Cook has the bail off, or bails.
That was a real yahoo, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? End of the over. Hassan has 3 for 24 from 8. Hampshire 137 for 8.
And, well, at this rate, we might be through 2 complete innings by the end of today and not have too much to get done over the weekend. Who knows?
Well, yeah, I think this is shaping up to be the best of the days, isn't it, weather-wise?
England 80 for 4 against Pakistan. Cox 27 not out. Lawrence on 2. The men out Duckett for 17. Gay for 8. Root for 4. And Brook for 15. 3 wickets to Mohammed Abbas. As Dan Douthwaite is brought back into the attack, playing his first red ball match for a couple of years, in the first team anyway. And bowls, and Lehman chops it away on the offside, go through for a single. Thought for one horrible moment the umpire was signalling no ball. He's bowled a couple of them.
Van der Guten's figures since lunch: 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14.
That's what he does. And I suspect he's going to get an awful lot of bowling there in this packed schedule in the final month of the season, as Douthwaite comes in over the wicket, bowls, and driven nicely by Abbott. Not much follow through there, but must have timed it pretty sweetly because it's gone racing away wide of mid-off for 4. Abbott moves to 10, 142 for 8.
Well, he will play positively, Kyle Abbott. That's the way he plays his game now with the bat. So if it's there to hit, he will go for it. Douthwaite incredibly expensive in this situation.
Yeah, and you need a 4-man seam attack to be all functioning, don't you? Although he produced a good ball to bowl press, the rest has been dispatched. As that's outside off stump, and Abbott has a swing at it and doesn't get particularly near.
So Douthwaite's going for not far off 10 and over. Hassan 3 and over. Hamza 3.5. Van der Guten 2 3/4. So there's a huge discrepancy there.
In comes Van der Hochten, bowls, and that's ask questions, and there's almost a mix-up as Lehmann wanted a single. Abbott was up on his toes, defending it on the onside, and Ul Hassan swooped in from mid-wicket to prevent any possibility of a single. When you look at the Glamorgan bowling resources, Gorvin has joined the injury list. Leonard and Norton for the season. McIlroy was bowling in nets, not sure if he's quite ready.
He'd have been handy out there.
As that's hooked towards square leg, but despite initial shouts, it's mostly on the ground, and Abbott goes through for the single. And O'Riordan played in a few one-day cup games. Quick, raw, and expensive. They didn't feel that he was ready yet, and Tom Edwards, the other seamer who played in the one-day cup, is back playing for the under-18s today. Doing well in their current match. There's Douthwaite around the wicket, bowls a very short ball.
That's a wide.
That in white ball cricket would undoubtedly have been called wide, but isn't today. 143 for 8. Second 11 Glamorgan match, by the way, was abandoned without a ball bowled on the final day. Glamorgan fighting back reasonably well against Leicestershire. But the fourth innings was chopped off. Jack Hope Bell hit 169 and Will Smale 125 in the Glamorgan second 11 second innings there.
Where was that played?
Loughborough.
Okay. There's some women's under-19 matches going on up there this week. There's trial games for their trip to Malaysia in the winter. It's playing forward to a start of a new over to Hassan, and that's beaten the outside edge. Got the World Cup in Malaysia. Under-19 World Cup.
It's quite an experience for the
the
young women players.
So 143 for 8 here. Abbott's 11 from 15. Yes. Hassan is in again. Abbott gets an edge, or does he? Oh, it's just fallen short the first slip. May have been onto the pad, which took the pace off that as Ingram tried to collect that one. Just watching. Oh, it may have been off Chris Cook. Just fell short of Ingram.
Wasn't a chance, whatever it was. So much cricket going on at this stage. Just trying to keep an eye on the seconds, the under-18s, and a Wales national counties game. All sorts of Welsh players in action.
Hassan again bowls. Abbott again goes for an expansive drive and misses.
Glamorgan under-18s look like going down at Taunton Vale. Somerset 101 for 2, chasing 250 to win.
Santan's in his 9th over here. Loves playing against Hampshire, runs wickets. As Abbott is 4, plays and misses, and that hasn't missed the stumps by very much.
See, young Mr. Kosker is playing for the under-18s as well. As young Mr. Wallace. Makes you feel old as a commentator when you get the
Wow.
the next generation coming in.
Is that Dean Cosker's boy, is it?
Yeah. And Mark Wallace's son.
He's doing the circuit as match manager, isn't he, Dean Cosker? Still?
That's right, yeah.
Abbott's just taking his time, waiting for this next delivery. Just readjusting his helmet. He's stepped away from the crease, and he's back. Hassan in. Abbott drives, finds cover. He's gone through cover. Mistake there. And that may just roll over the rope, and it does. Well, that should have been fielded. Abbott picks up 4 runs. He moves on to 15. 147 for 8.
Yeah.
Well, these two are batting. They will score.
It was a very firmly hit shot. Thought Mason Crane had got down in time, but only got half a hand to it, and the ball just trickling to the ropes in the end.
Hassan again. To Abbott, and that's nipped back, but Abbott's forward. Good delivery, well played by Hampshire's premier bowler. 147 for 8 at the end of that one.
So Hampshire providing a bit of resistance. 18 added for this 9th wicket so far. A bonus point is still a reasonably long way on the horizon at 250. But, you know, 200 might be a useful score in these bowler-friendly conditions with the humid air, if it lasts until the end of the day. We've still got 60 overs left to be bowled today. It's going to be a late-ish finish if we do go that far.
Yeah, if those clouds don't come back.
Yeah, it's likely. I would have thought the bad light would intervene again. Dowthwaite from the River Taff end into bowl to Lehman, who works it away on the leg side. A shout of anguish. I think Lehman was looking to play rather squarer than that. Ball ending up at mid-on.
It's a rather unconventional shot, wasn't it, in the air? Loopy.
Didn't carry anywhere. 148 for 8, Hampshire. Morgan with 2 out of the 3 bowling bonus points that are available to them. 3 was all they picked up in total in the last match in Leicestershire. As Dowthwaite bowls, and Abbott is blocking that one back to the bowler, and there is no run.
So there's an example there. I mean, you know, sort of concentrating all your efforts on Kyle Abbott. You know, that ball from Lehman there, when he picked up that single, you know, that's looped up in the air and there's nobody anywhere near it. All because they want to give him a single.
Two back for Abbott on the leg side as Dowthwaite bowls, pulled through mid-wicket, hasn't quite timed it, and just be a single. Thought for a moment he might have got that one away to the mid-wicket boundary. But not the case. Test match England 93 for 4. Lawrence trying to get set alongside Cox. Dowthwaite round the wicket to the left hander. Lehman cuts nicely, chops it down to third man. Single taken, 150 up to a polite smattering of applause. RJ Evans on social media asking about the pitch report on Grace Road. Well, it's one of those questions from the ECB you hear when you hear, and if you don't hear anything, then no action will be taken. We're don't have any specific timescale for that. 150 for 8. Douthwaite bowls, and that one climbed on Abbott. He just about got on top of it. It was aerial for a bit in the gully area, but didn't carry to Mason Crane there.
That's a good short ball, that one. It's got 2 out there on the hook.
Yes, mid-wicket's dropped back now, as well as backward square being about 5 metres in from the boundary. Mid-wicket is 3/4 the way back. Well spotted, Kevin. Abbott will be hoping he's spotted it. As that's down leg side, there's appeal for a catch behind, and he's gone. Well, that's a fine take from Chris Cook, diving away to his left, down leg side. Abbott goes, and it's 150 for 9.
Well, that's some catch, that. My word, that's a catch and a half.
Only just carried and diving a long way to his left.
I'm not even sure
Gloves?
it's stuck in the gloves initially.
Is it off the batter's gloves, maybe?
Yeah.
Just glanced away. He's gone so far, he's off the screen even. There's Chris Cook.
Well,
And to be fair to Abbott, he's turned and gone there without waiting for the umpire's finger to go up. Brilliant catch.
unbelievable. Abbott, to his credit, walking off, didn't wait for the decision, but Hampshire are 9 down at 150.
Well, Leicestershire got 151 against Glamorgan last week and beat Glamorgan, so there's a word of consolation for Hampshire supporters tuning in.
Superb catch, absolutely superb catch. So Eddie Jack is the last batter in, the left-hander.
Where does Jack stand in the pantheon of the number 11s?
Oh, listen, how many times have you heard a commentator say, he's not a number 11? This guy's not a number 11.
Okay, fair enough.
But that's a lot to ask, isn't it, to stick around in this situation. Good bowling from Douthwaite there, just not frightened to dig it into Abbott.
Don't think we're going to see Mason Crane against his old sides today somehow.
No, I don't think that's a surprise. Might be a little bit different the second innings. I don't know. With this weather, mind you, the rate of wickets that are falling at the moment.
It could be all over in 2 days.
I was going to say it's
150 for 9, Hampshire here on BBC Sport Online. Kevin James, BBC Solent, former Hampshire all-rounder. Nick Webb and Kenneth Davis, your commentary team. As Ul Hassan into bowl and beats the defensive prod of Lehman outside off stump. Keeper standing up.
I'm just looking at the Hampshire attack, and you know, Kyle Abbott, we know without even saying, will bowl exactly the right length and the right line, but he really will need to be backed up here with some good, consistent bowling. That's all this pitch needs, just good, consistent bowling.
As Ul Hassan bowls and Lehman pushes it out on the offside, bowler fields. Now, the question is whether Sonny Baker's here yet, I suppose.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the dressing rooms are a little bit too far away
Yes.
to know, but well, Scott Curry will bowl. He's allowed to bowl until such time. I think Curry might get a bit out of this. Doesn't tend to play 4-day cricket, very much a white ball specialist.
In comes Ul Hassan, bowls, and that's so. Turned away on the leg side for a single. Apologies if I've just nicked your over there.
Yeah, I'm not. I think Scott Curry's height, and he should get quite a bit out of this wicket, but yeah, I hate to say it, and it's something I haven't said too much this season, but a Hampshire team of 2 years ago that had Barker, Abbas and Abbott, I would pretty much say that Glamorgan would do well to get to 150. I'm not so sure. And the current Hampshire side, that's not taking anything away from Eddie Jack or Sonny Baker. They're both very good bowlers. Sonny Baker has improved massively this year. Hassan bowls playing a missing outside the off stump. But, you know, you're talking about inexperienced bowlers as against seasoned campaigners, and that does make a huge difference.
Yes, and Glamorgan had Hogan, Nisa and Van der Hoogten in combination at one point 3 or 4 years ago.
Maybe Hampshire have done well to get to 150 then. If they were playing here 3 years ago, they might not have got 100. Hassan in, bowls. That's just swung a bit. It's going down the leg side. Thought we hadn't had an appeal for a while. Felt like we were getting an appeal every time the ball hit the pad. At one point.
How much of Nisa did you get in Hampshire in the end?
Not a lot in the end. A couple of years ago, we had him for a little while, then he got called up. We had him signed for this year, and then Australia, a long time after the signing was announced, then said no. So yeah, not a lot. It's outside the off stump. Eddie Jack leaves that one alone. 10 overs, 3 for 29 for Zain Hassan, and Hampshire find themselves 151 for 9, and Lehman is just 3 runs short of another half century this season.
Are you due a break, Kevin? I think you've been on an hour since lunch, so Kenneth Davis will come in alongside me. Don't know if I dare touch any of these microphones, otherwise something will explode. We'll see Kevin again in half an hour. I wonder if we'll get close enough to tea to combine the tea break with the interval between innings. Need to get a bit more action as Hamza will bowl from the river end for the first time. Hamza played 6 matches for Glamorgan at the beginning of the 2024 season, and he comes now in his first match of 2026, and it's dabbed away by Lehman down towards backward point. They'll amble through for a single, which was being offered. So Glamorgan are willing to give Lehman singles, and he's happy to take them.
Glamorgan have been very disciplined since lunch, aided by a favourable wicket for the bowlers. Not murky at all at the moment as it was this morning.
Even a bit of blue sky above the city centre. Going to our right as Hamza is into ball, squirted away by Jack on the leg side. He's going to get 4 runs. The charging Mason Crane can't get to it, just backward of the umpire. Jack is off the mark with a boundary, and it's 156 for 9. Which may turn out to be a respectable score.
Could be.
And Glamorgan tried to grind things out in bowler-friendly conditions at Leicester. It didn't really work, with scores of 152 and 214. As that is an absolute peach from Hamza that's gone past the outside edge of the left-handed Jack's bat. A little bit of movement away.
Shaping away. Just gives you something extra, the left arm bowler, Hamza. Of course, I think Glamorgan lost that, of course, with Faz Farooqi going back to international duty. Played the first 2 games of the T20 competition.
Hamza in towards us. Bowls again turned away by Jack on the leg side. He's got a reasonable bat on it, and he wants a second run as Dixon slips as he tries to turn and throw in the same movement. So Jack moves up to 6, 158 for 9 Hampshire. All these runs could be valuable by the end of the day if Hampshire can strike back with the ball, and Abbott, having 44 wickets so far this season, really is in brilliant form. Hamza in. Bowls, strucks the number 11 on the pad. He wanted it Umpire Middlebrook does not.
Looked a good shout.
It's just a little wave from Mr. Middlebrook, which suggested that it was that going down leg side. It's actually doing too much. That was a brilliant unswinger from Hamza.
Yeah, just going down leg side.
England 100 for 4. Lawrence into double figures on 10. Hamza into ball past the outside edge. He's had Jack on toast with a couple of deliveries. Good afternoon to Steve West. No proper cricket for ages, says Steve. I'm doubly enjoying the fare on my new riser recliner chair. Riser and recliner in one. Glad you're comfortable, Steve. Glamorgan, well, not comfortable until they've had a turn to bat, really, I think. Although, they're obviously doing well with the ball. Hampshire will have some advantageous bowling conditions as well.
Zainul Hassan will continue from the Cathedral Road end. The medium pacer standing up is Chris Cook behind the stumps, and that's just dabbed defensively. Dribbles just in front of Lehman, who's done well for his 48 of 57 balls, but just fast running out of partners at the other end.
Yeah, if you want to email us, Glamorgan Cricket or Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Hassan in to Lehman. That's played towards third man. It was actually backward point that came round to field. Just a single.
If you want to go and touch on social media, I'm NickWebb2017 on both Axe and Blue Sky, and Kenneth Davis is Kenneth Davis on Axe.
The only one.
You must have met a few Kenneth Davis in your life.
There aren't many of us.
No.
In is Ul Hassan bowls, and that's played firmly by Jack. Sure about Kenneth Davis. There are a few Kenneths. Not many of those, mind.
I managed to play in the same cricket team as another Nick Webb once.
Did you?
Which you wouldn't have thought. He had to stick his middle initials in because I haven't got any.
Three slips for Zainul Hassan, who comes in, right arm over, bowls a fullish length, and that's taken by Cook behind the stumps.
Yeah, rather number 11-ish drive there.
Yeah.
From Eddie Jack, even though he's not a number 11, we're assured. Mir Hamza will be Glamorgan's number 11, but the rest, they'd be reasonably confident about their ability to make an impact with the bat with Douthwaite replacing Andy Gorvin. I know Andy Gorvin's got a first-class 50 to his credit, but that probably ups the batting stakes a little bit. Douthwaite coming in.
Ul Hassan to Jack, bowls firmly struck, and it'll be a single towards wideish mid-off. Yeah, some few knocks in the T20 competition by Dan Douthwaite.
Might be better off playing like that today as well.
Memorable contribution down at Somerset in the wind there, where the lights were failing.
Somerset were switching them on and off.
And
that's a joke, by the way, Somerset.
Almost got Glamorgan home in the first game at Wantage Road.
Would have if he'd had two functioning legs.
Yes, Northants going on to win the competition in the end. Zainul Hassan, that's creamed, and will get and that's will get 50 though, and that is a impressive knock by Jack Lehman in the face of adversity with everybody else falling around him, and raises his bat aloft.
59 balls and 7 boundaries in Jake Lehman's half-century.
Jack Lehman's 50 came from 59 balls,
There we are.
7 balls.
There's an echo in here somewhere. Well batted Lehman. Voice of Lawrence Hurrine on the PA. Sitting in for Andrew Hignell, and our best wishes to Andrew. 162 for 9. Hamza 2 for 39 from the River Taff end, and Jack coming down the pitch for some reason and then missing it once he got there. So wicket takers, Ul Hassan has 3 for 33 in his 11 overs. Van der Hoogten 2 for 36 in his 13. Hamza 2 for 39, he's just started his 11th over. And Douthwaite 2 for 49 in just 6 overs. As Hamza bowls, and he's bowled him. Going for a drive, Eddie Jack. Hamza finishes with 3 for 39, and Hampshire are all out for 162. And Lehman is left not out 51 at the non-striker's end. So he's gone in at number 4, and he's run out of partners.
Yeah, Hamza has been disciplined throughout, and obviously aided as well by the wicket. Shaped the ball well through the course of the day, and another one just goes through the defence of Eddie Jack. And Glamorgan, well, it's a case of job done after lunch. Hampshire 4 down at the interval, and they've wrapped things up within 41 overs.
So it is down as an innings break on the official card rather than tea, so Glamorgan will have to bat for 36 minutes by my reckoning. So we'll resume at 3:16. So Hamza 3 for 39, Ul Hassan 3 for 33, 2 apiece to Van der Hoogten and Douthwaite. No bowling requirement for Ben Kellaway or for the former Hampshire player Mason Crane. And we will see how Glamorgan do in reply to this. I suspect there might be a few more twists and turns to this game before the close of play. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes.
The latest score from the test at Lord's, England batting against Pakistan, England 100 for 4 from 24 overs. Batters out Duffy in Root and Rook. Delayed starts in most of the county championship games today. Division 2 though, they got underway on time at Chester Street Cross, show the ball out for 137, and Durham just started their innings there, 8 for 9 wickets. Here are the bowling figures. Tim Van der Hoogten, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 36. Mia Hamza, 10.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 wickets for 39. Zainul Hassan, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 33. And Dan Douthwaite, 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 49. A special welcome today to all the under-17s who have joined us with free admission for the day. Enjoy your day so far with us at Sapphire Gardens. We hope to see you again here in the future. Welcome back to our umpires and players. Tee will be taken from 3:52 to 4:12.
Very warm welcome back to a sunny Sapphire Gardens, where we've just had the innings break. Just to sum up, Hampshire were bowled out for 162. They were 4 down at lunch. Glamorgan making quick work of wrapping up the visitors' first innings. And now it will be the home side. The batters yet to come out, just coming down the pavilion stairs now. Just mull over the wicket takers for Glamorgan as Asa Tribe and Zainul Hassan come out to the middle, and Zainul Hassan of course scored 143 in that 300 plus partnership with Kieran Carson down at Southampton. The wicket takers incidentally for Glamorgan: Tim van der Hoogten 2 wickets for 36, Mir Hamza 3 for 39 in his first appearance, his second spell with the club. Zainul Hassan 3 wickets for 33 and Dan Douthwaite 2 for 49. Ben Callaway and Mason Crane, the former Hampshire man, weren't required.
Yes, this is going to be testing though. Kyle Abbott, who blew away the top order in the One Day Cup, and Zain Ul Hassan is bowling well at the moment, but badly short of runs.
Yeah, so it will be Kyle Abbott from the Cathedral Road end. Hampshire on the attack for slips. Mid-wicket point, mid-off, mid-on, and a fine leg. In comes Abbott, bowls, and that's straight away a probing length and whizzes past the outside edge of Zainul Hassan. So this will be a testing time for the openers, even with the fact that it was a low score by the visitors. Abbott in, bowls full that time, and I think Ul Hassan was looking to play that in the offside, ended up at mid-on, and there's no run. So Ben Brown going on the attack. Hasn't got much in terms of runs to play with. Good conditions here now. Sunshine over Sapphire Gardens in the Welsh capital as Abbott starts his run-up. Coming around to the left-hand batter. Ul Hassan gets everything behind that in defensive mode.
Yeah, Ul Hassan in defensive mode is usually efficient, but you get the feeling for a top order batter he could do with a little bit more in attacking mode as well.
That partnership was 318 between himself and Kieran Carson. Carson's highest
First class score. Abbott coming around to Zainul Hassan. That's full, and that's played into the offside. It's fielded at point, and there is no run. Yeah, Glamorgan searching for the ideal opening partnership. Eddie Byram has fallen away this season.
Yeah, well, Hassan has stayed there because he's also a very useful change seamer.
Yeah, and took 3 wickets in Hampshire's innings. Abbott, 4 dot ball so far in this first over, full and wide, but Hassan doesn't get everything on that. Just perhaps indicative of a man who isn't in form. As he comes down to prod the wicket. We had the floodlights on this morning. Very gloomy and murky. Not so now. Abbott is into Ul Hassan and he leaves outside off stump. It is a maiden for Abbott. Glamorgan none for none.
James Lumbrer has emailed, says, nice to see Hamza back and among the wickets. On conversation about him and Toole possibly rotating for the rest of the season, I'd like to see each county given 3 out of the 14 games their individual choice where they can play a third overseas. Would add interesting dynamic on how each county use them, save till the end, or use early and possibly regret come early September. It's an interesting thought, sort of wild card selection of overseas players, but I think the truth is that counties struggle to get 2 players of decent high quality at a time in a lot of cases. Used to be all international names. These days some of the overseas are those who are good at domestic level in their countries but not necessarily playing international cricket. Here comes Eddie Jack then from the River Taff end. Thank you for your email, James. As Jack is in to bowl to Acer Tribe and past the edge of Acer Tribe as he pushes forward.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult for Glamorgan in reply.
They'll do well to get to the tee interval without loss, you feel. Kevin Lyons, with regarding to allowing batters to take singles to bowl at someone in the lower order, he says old school bowlers, seamers or spinners certainly did not believe in such a luxury. I assure you that neither Don Shepherd nor Tom Cartwright would ever, under any circumstances, offer any batsman a single run. As that's edged by Tribe and caught at slip. And Jack strikes straight away. Glamorgan a 0 for 1. That one bounced, got up on Tribe, and Lehman took a good catch chest high. And that shows that this game could progress pretty quickly. Jack with the extra speed, just getting a bit of extra bounce, and Tribe couldn't keep it under control. And the ball flew pretty fast and high to third slip where Lehman took the catch in front of his face.
Just climbed on Tribe, and as Kevin was earlier saying, to put it in the right area, there's always some assistance in this wicket.
So Hampshire get the start they wanted with the ball. Having been bowled out for 162. And well, Acer Tribe last half century was in the loss against Sussex in June. Since then, 5 innings with a top score of 30.
Yeah, not his fluid best that we've come accustomed to.
No, he had a spell away from Glamorgan, of course, with the England Lions. got one century with them. But top score for Glamorgan so far this season has been 85, and that was back up at Trent Bridge in just the second match of the season. So Kieran Carlson gets in earlier than he would have wanted. Familiar feeling this season. Glamorgan in a lot of cases not putting together the opening partnerships that they would have wanted. Jack on his way in from the River Taff end to the Glamorgan captain. Through outside off stump. Carlson can cheerfully shoulder arms and allow it to fizz past. So reminder, email Glamorgan Cricket or Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Your thoughts on this or any other cricketing matter as this game develops at a pace. As that's through outside off stump, Carlson plays no shot. Sure, there are a few Glamorgan supporters who might regret not coming down today, because it didn't look as though there'd be much play, if any. Forecast was so wrong, says Peter Simmons.
But today might be the best day.
Welcome back to Sports Extra 2, listeners, with the news that Glamorgan are 0 for 1 in reply to Hampshire's 1-6-2 all out, as Jack is into bowl, and that's edged by Carlson and caught brilliantly by Lehman, and Glamorgan are 0 for 2 as Carlson goes for a duck as well. Well, a really fine first over from Eddie Jack. He's got a couple just to kick a bit off the pitch, and Carlson playing that one off the shoulder of the bat, and Lehman moving across quickly to his right. Took a really sharp catch. 0 for 2.
Well taken. Carbon copy almost of the previous ball, and got it to shape away from Kieran Carlson. He's into the groove, is Jack, and what a reply. And it just shows it's hard to know what a good score is on this pitch at the moment. It's causing all sorts of problems for Glamorgan. What a reply by Hampshire. Eddie Jack, two wickets in his first over.
News while we're waiting for the new batter of an achievement by Roman Walker, formerly of Glamorgan. Also had several years on the Leicestershire staff, North Walian. Now playing for Shropshire, and he's emulated a feat from the former England bowler Sidney Barnes, the first player to take 7 wickets or more in an innings in 3 consecutive national counties / minor counties championship matches since Barnes did it in 1929. So Roman Walker is obviously ripping it up at a slightly lower level, and well done to him.
Well, Eddie Jack is ripping it up at the moment here. Glamorgan at 6s and 7s. All sorts of problems as Ben Callaway comes out.
Word with Zain Ul Hassan. What's it doing, Zain?
A lot.
It is with Jack providing a bit of speed to proceedings. Glamorgan with the seam, pretty effective. Hampshire maybe with a couple of miles an hour more from their opening bowlers, and that's even before we get to England's squad member Sonny Baker. So 4 slips, including Scott Curry, who will depart once Sonny Baker joins the game. As Jack bowls, and that one's climbed a little bit as well. So what a brilliant opening over from Eddie Jack. Glamorgan and 0 for 2, replying to 162 all out from Hampshire, and a double wicket maiden to start from Eddie Jack. And I think Kevin James had better come in alongside you, Kenneth, to enjoy this start from Hampshire, because I'm sure he'll be able to sound more enthusiastic about it than I will.
Thank you, Nick. A bit of rejigging of broadcast positions. A brilliant start by Hampshire as Abbott comes in from the Cathedral Road end, and Glamorgan need to dig in here. But this was always a possibility, as we've seen it all game. If you put it in the right areas, you will get something out of this pitch, and we've seen it already. A few climbed on Tribe and Kieran Carlson, the two men that have departed. Abbott into Zainul Hassan, full again, just mistimed by Glamorgan's opening batter just towards mid-off. So 0 for 2. In reply to Hampshire's 162, Tribe and Carson out without troubling the scorers. 4 slips. Backward point, mid-wicket, long leg, mid-off, mid-on. In comes Abbott and Bowles, and that's left, taken by Brown behind the stumps. So, Kevin, we thought that this could happen. There is so much there on offer. And Jack's just putting it in the right area.
Yeah, with a little bit of movement as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's interesting with Ace of Tribe. The last time you guys played us earlier in the season at the Utilita, there was lots of talk about Ace of Tribe this, Ace of Tribe that. That talk seems to have quietened recently.
Yeah, Abbott comes in, Bowles. Well, if you remember on Michael Vaughan's podcast, other podcasts are available, but he even mentioned his name in dispatches for the England opening batter slot. I didn't think he was quite ready for that anyway, but in terms of his standards, in comparison with last year, there's been a bit of a dip, which sometimes happens, obviously.
Well, it's Division 1.
It's Division 1. But he hasn't hit the heights that he can, as Abbott comes in to Zainul Hassan and beats him, lulls him into a false shot, and that is the area.
How's that missed? I thought the minute that gone past the bat, I thought that's out.
That is the length, isn't it?
It is the length, yeah. Draw the batter forward.
Yeah. As you said, Kevin, you will be hit sometimes for boundaries, but his fortune favours the brave.
Definitely. Yeah, well, the heavy roll has been on between the innings, so, I mean, obviously it's not had an effect yet and probably won't for a little while, but still might be interesting to see what it does do.
Abbott in, Bowles. Oh, and that's a bit streaky again. That's played tentatively by Zainul Hassan, just dribbled on the onside. End of another very, very good over, a maiden at that. Glamorgan in trouble, 0 for 2.
Yeah, Carlson looks like he got a real good one, didn't he? From Eddie Jack, who's just getting the ball to shape away, which is not always the case. Bit of extra bounce as well, hits the deck. Couple of good balls to get rid of 2 of the Glamorgan batters. 14 wickets in the day already. Sorry, 12 wickets in the day already, and with actual play, we've had 43 overs. 12 wickets in 43 overs.
And I suspect there'll be a few more.
Yeah. Still got another, 50 to do? Here's Jack from the River Taff end then, in. Bowles, he's playing a missing. Got a lot of foot movement there from Ben Kellaway. Ben Kellaway didn't play in the game. I think he had 1 or 2 injuries, didn't he?
He has had injury problems, yeah.
Isn't playing at Hampshire. Playing his 9th game today. Averaging 40 this season with the bat. Easy Jack. Good start from him. So only 20 years of age, Eddie Jack. Comes in and bowls once more. Callaway's on the back foot, plays that to backward a point. Nick Gubbins is there. First wicket that fell this morning for just the single.
Yeah, just before they went off for bad light as well.
Yeah. So batting has been tricky today, to say the least. It's been some good bowling already by Hampshire, but some good bowling all round from Glamorgan. And you have to say, Jake Lehman, with 51 not out, it's been a hell of an effort so far. There's Jackson again down the leg side, taken by Brown.
Well, those runs could prove invaluable on this wicket.
At the moment, I don't know, I just suspect that things will quieten down at some point. Whether we'll see it quieten down with all the rain that's predicted, I don't know. But
yeah, a bit of rain predicted tomorrow.
I can't believe it's going to stay like this. At the moment, as a bowler, you make hay. Didn't seem to have taken much of the greenness out of the wicket either, that heavy roller between the breakers. Jackson again to Callaway, it's wide of off stump. A little too wide, that one.
Not looking great tomorrow.
No.
So there will be interruptions, one suspects.
Yeah, I think the weather's forecast is slightly worse tomorrow, isn't it? Slightly. Saturday and Sunday is certainly worse.
Yeah, Saturday definitely.
I must admit, I mean, we've got some good sunshine here at the moment. I'm not sure that was on any of the apps. Here comes Jack bowls and Callaway pushes forward. Doesn't quite know where that's gone. It's gone behind him on the leg side. And ironic applause from the home crowd here because it's taken 23 balls for them to score their first run.
Yeah, it's been hard graft, but that has come off the bat of Ben Callaway in the 4th over.
Hassan's been battling away for his 12 balls. He's yet to get off the mark. Probably might be glad he's got away from Abbott for a couple of overs or so. Oh, he's had a couple of overs from Abbott. As Jack comes in and bowls, Sam turns that away. Doesn't take a single as it goes out square on the leg side. Scott Curry's still on the field, so Sonny Baker hasn't made it here yet. And just as I speak, the sun just disappears for a moment anyway. So Glamorgan 1 for 2, replying to that Hampshire all-out total of 162.
2 wickets to fall. Ace of Tribe caught Lehman, bowled Jack for none. Kieran Carson caught Lehman, bowled Jack without scoring either. This after Hampshire amassed a total of 162. 6 wickets to fall after lunch. And it will be Abbott to continue. Kyle Abbott, right arm over to the right-handed Ben Callaway. 3 slips in for Abbott. Bowls, good delivery, good length. It's played into the onside and there's no run. They're just on song here, these two, working in tandem, Abbott and Jack. There's no gimmies whatsoever.
There shouldn't be. So Ben Callaway's making an interesting little name for himself, isn't he? Still only 22. He's got some good figures against him, his name.
Abbott in, bowls. Callaway just dabs that down to, well, it's a backward point who races after the ball that was going down to the vacant 3rd man area. Yes, he's obviously a talented player. He's been in the 100 squad for the Welsh Fire. went on the England Lions tour in the winter alongside Ace at Tribe to Australia.
Didn't get to see him bowl his different
ambidextrous bowling.
Yeah,
No,
didn't get to see. I was looking forward to that. Not sure the conditions mean that he'll get much of a bowl.
Abbott coming around to Zainul Hassan, good length as well, comes forward. There's Zainul Hassan. I haven't seen a left armour for a while. Not seen at all, Nick. Yeah.
I'm just looking Kellaway for the Welsh Fire. He didn't really do much, did he? He played in matches, didn't bowl and didn't bat in most of them. Good fielder.
Abbott to Zainul Hassan, and he allows that to leave past the outside edge, taken by Brown, the keeper and captain.
Yeah, 5 of the 7 games that he played in, he didn't bowl or bat, Kellaway.
Not a bad way to earn some money.
Oh, yeah. Some didn't play at all, did they? And still picked up their
That is true.
paycheck. What did he go for?
Kyle Abbott, penultimate ball of the over, coming around to Zainul Hassan again. It's a good line, good probing bowling here from both Abbott and Jack. Nothing on offer for the batters. Hampshire go on the attack, 2 for 2. Under pressure, Glamorgan, in reply to Hampshire's 162. In what would seem, at the moment, a low-scoring game.
$37.5 grand.
Abbott bowls, and that's trapped, and there's a big shout, and he's gone. Zainul Hassan just has a little look to say, was that outside the line? But he will have to depart. Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble. Ul Hassan trapped LBW of the bowling of Kyle Abbott. Yeah, I think he has got no grounds to complain there. The dreaded finger goes up. Glamorgan, 2 for 3.
Yeah, it looked out, didn't it? I guess the only initial thought was it might have been high, but when you look at the replay, he's playing quite low anyway. That was a hard-fought naught. 17 deliveries he faced, so each of the 3 Glamorgan batters who have been dismissed have not actually added a run.
Yeah.
And at 2 for 3. Wow.
So Zainul Hassan's troubles continue. Yeah, he may have thought he was outside the line, but on the benefit of the replay, I think that was more than a decent shout. So
The new batter for Glamorgan, number 41,
Colin Ingram comes out, and Glamorgan need him to steady proceedings now. Barely played, only played the first game in T20 cricket this season, Colin Ingram.
There's still plenty of batting in the Glamorgan lineup, isn't there? Sean Dixon, Chris Cook to come. Mason Crane has improved his batting massively since he's been at Hampshire.
Century this season.
Yeah. Colin Ingram, though, averaging 36 this year. Just under 550 runs from his 9 matches. It'll be Kellaway to face the start of the next over. Eddie Jack from that River Taff end. 4 slips. As Jack comes in, Kellaway leaves that one alone. That's quite an easy leave, that one. Bit of width.
Well, Glamorgan just need to get to the tea interval now, which, what did we say? 15:52 was the...
It's a very precise figure.
It was very precise.
1:05 lunch. Won't be long before we have the 10:30 starts. I think the next round of championship games will be 10:30, won't they? Even more movement for the bowlers. Those early morning pitches in September.
Yeah.
Here's Jack again then, right arm over. It's Kellaway, straighter. Kellaway works that on the onside.
Incredible that it almost goes into October these days. I mean, the last
It's too much of a lottery.
last day of the championship season is the 27th of September.
Yeah. Conditions won't be easy then, that's for sure.
And it started on Good Friday, if I memory serves me correct. So it was a long, long season.
Yeah, it's kind of extended by a few days here and there, isn't it? As in comes Jack Bowles. Kellaway gets one a little straighter, a little
3rd
fuller.
of April was the first day, which was Good Friday. Yeah.
Still soon goes. And of course, last week it was the first championship play for about 2 months. So Kellaway's 2 from 11. 2 for 3 Glamorgan. Sun just about out. As Jack's in again. Bowles. Kellaway drives. That's a good shot through mid-off. Andrew Neil won't catch that. First chance that Ben Kellaway has had to play a positive shot, and he puts it away nicely.
Just slightly overpitched that time, and Kellaway wasn't going to miss out. Just a push, really.
Good shot.
That evaded mid-off. It was a wide mid-off.
It's a sign of a good player, isn't it? Where lots of good balls out there, but the minute you get a sniff of a chance to hit a boundary, he's pounced on it. Comes Jack again and bowls, and Kellaway gets one that nips back. He just works that down to fine leg. Pick up a single, 7 for 3 then Glamorgan. 13 wickets have fallen today. How many wickets is it before it triggers the pitch inspector? You guys love a pitch inspector at Glamorgan. You'll be getting them to know them by their first name. Last game up at Leicester, this one potentially. Be having a drink with them after the game.
Nick will be getting more replies on his social media.
It used to be 14 wickets, isn't it? Automatically triggered one. I'm not sure that's still the case. Others may know differently. If you do, let us know. As in comes Jack to Ingram. Ingram gets a full delivery, turns that nicely off his pads. Down to fine leg where Nick Gubbins finds himself. That's a fairly unusual position for Nick Gubbins these days. He's normally in the thick of it in the covers, but down at fine leg he was for that last delivery. 8 for 3 then at the end of that over.
Sure, these two are just trying to get into the mindset that there will be a few bad balls, as we saw Jack Lehman taking advantage. And one of these just need to stick around, as Abbott will continue. Kyle Abbott from the Cathedral Road Ends and is out here over Sapphire Gardens. Glamorgan 8 for 3. Tribe Carlson and Zainul Hassan, the batters, out. 4 slips. Abbott on the attack. Bowls full and over-pitched, but it's well fielded. Just picked the man out, did Colin Ingram at wide-ish mid-off. Played that firmly.
Nice shot. Good stop, James Fuller. So Kyle Abbott now on to 45 wickets for the season. With that wicket of Hassan, top wicket taker in the division, going into this round of fixtures.
As he starts his run-up. Bowls. It's played and again picks the man out and take a quick single. It actually hits Colin Ingram on the follow-through.
Thought Fuller was going to put his hand up saying sorry, but he didn't. Accepted part of the game, that.
Yeah. 9 for 3. Runs hard to come by the moment for Glamorgan. as we edge ever closer to the tea interval. Got another one after this. It's 15:51, so we shall see.
Touch and go.
Yeah. 3 slips, a bit of rejigging the field. Helmet comes on, so there'll be a close catcher in at short leg.
Ball looks as though he's still got a pronounced seam on.
4 slips. Long leg, mid off, mid on, backward point. Attacking field. Here comes Abbott. To Kellaway, full and a bit streaky, and they will collect 2 through mid wicket.
Yeah, perhaps a little too square. The way that was hit in an ideal world, you'd probably want to hit that a little bit more wider mid on. You can just see him replaying that shot there as if to say, yeah, I probably should have been looking more wide mid on. Perhaps not enough of the face of the bat shown there, but he's got away with it.
And moves to 9, does Ben Kellaway. Just need to see this over out. We may not get another one. We'll see. It's played just defensively by Ben Kellaway. And there's no run. Good stuff here from both Abbott and Jack. Abbott's coming in, right arm over. Bowls, again, it's a good length ball from Kyle Abbott. It's just played out to short leg. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, that's the length. The short leg's in there just for one that nips back, maybe just catches the inside edge and balloons off the pad.
Pointers move back out to get...
Not the short leg, are we? Oh no,
his keeper's standing up.
Keeper coming up.
Yeah.
Maybe Ben Kellaway is getting just a little too far forward there. Maybe taking potential LBW out of the equation. The keeper comes to stand up to bring it back in the game.
Last ball of the over. Abbott bowls, good length delivery, and again cramps Ben Kellaway for space. That is the end of the over, end of a pulsating session. And we have had 9 wickets in that session. Glamorgan making inroads, wrapped the Hampshire innings up with the visitors making 162. But in reply, the visitors have hit back with 2 wickets by Eddie Jack. Tribe went, caught Lehman off Jack for naught. Carlson caught Lehman, bowled Jack without scoring, carbon copy. And Zain ul Hassan, LBW, bowled Kyle Abbott also without scoring. So it's hard work for the batters. Ben Kellaway is there on 9. Ingram is unbeaten on 2. And Kevin Howell's Hampshire have done what they needed to do, and they've just been bowling, disciplined bowling, and have been probing a brilliant line, courtesy of Abbott and Jack.
Yeah, just what you want, really. You see your batters blown away in 40 overs for 162. What you want to do is get amongst the wickets early, and that's exactly what they've done.
Kevin, thanks very much. So that is the situation. Glamorgan 11 for 3 in reply to Hampshire's 162 in the first innings. We will be back after the tea interval in about 20 minutes' time.
Future fixtures and tickets are our website and social media channels. Website glamorgancricket.com, and we are Glam Cricket on Facebook, X, Instagram and TikTok.
So that's actually, so they're not only the media centre, that's the whole ground.
Glamorgan are 11 for 3 in reply to Hampshire's 1-6-2. The bowlers on top all day in humid conditions, with the visitors fighting back strongly in the last half hour. 3 wickets each for Glamorgan's Zainul Hassan and the returning Mir Hamza. Jake Lehman top scored with 51 not out, but Eddie Jack then took 2 wickets in his first over with 3 ducks in a row on the Glamorgan card. They're 11 for 3 in reply to 1-6-2.
Everyone's assembled for the third and final session.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the final session of the first day's play in this County Division 1 fixture between Glamorgan and Hampshire. And to bring you up to speed of the day's events, Hampshire were all out 162 in their first innings, but Glamorgan in reply have found life very difficult, 11 for 3. And Kevin James, former Hampshire all-rounder, is alongside me. And as we thought, even being bowled out, Kevin, for 162, Glamorgan wouldn't have been taking anything for granted, and so it's transpired.
Well, it just shows that the pitch is still doing a bit, doesn't it, really? And that's good news from a Hampshire point of view. They'll want this pitch to continue to do the same. But we haven't really had... We've had sun for quite a bit this afternoon, haven't we? We've had a heavy roller as well. I just hope that the wicket doesn't die down a little, because Glamorgan will then have a chance to recover, but at the moment batting is still tricky. So it's going to be Eddie Jack to get things underway. 3 overs, 2 for 7, bowling to the left-hander Colin Ingram. Ingram gets one that just nips back on him a fraction. So important that Hampshire start the way that they ended just before the tea break. Good accurate bowling, a little bit in this wicket as it has been for the Glamorgan bowlers, and just bowl enough balls in the right areas and you're going to be all right.
Just a question if this wicket will dry up and improve in this final session.
That's right. And how much by? Will it at all? Will it a little bit? Yeah, there's a fielding side as a bowler. You just hope that the clouds come back, really. Here's Jack bowls. Ingram works that into the gap through mid-wicket. Gubbins slides into that one. Ingram moves on to 3. 12 for 3. There's certainly clouds around. There hasn't been so much overhead, has there? There's been a bit of blue sky on the whole between lunch and tea time, but conditions were starting from a fairly wet position anyway. But it does feel as though, whilst there is blue sky around, there's also some clouds not too far away, and I think it's those clouds to our left that might be coming over, mightn't they?
Yeah.
So heavier clouds to come shortly as in comes Jack bowls. Kellaway punches that to backward a point, fielded by Ali Orr. Played very nicely this morning for his 36 of 76 deliveries. Battled really hard before he got a in-swinging delivery from Hassan. Trapped LBW. That was 77 for 3. Yes, those clouds are coming, aren't they? Left to right, they are coming slowly but surely. Whether we'll get all the intended 45.5 overs in from here on in might be a bit hopeful. Kellaway gets one that nips back on him, but he works it away square on the leg side for a single. 13 for 3. Kellaway moves on to 10. Yeah, there's a bit of dark cloud, and then behind it not so bad, so it's not like it's blanket grey cloud, but I think the light will close in a little bit for a while. Ingram gets one that bounces, keeps it down well, plays it behind point. There's a leg slip in for Ingram. That's Scott Curry, who's still there, still getting 1 or 2 messages. In fact, I got one a little earlier, just before tea, asking about the Curry-Baker situation and if it's really allowed. Well, it is, because England can do what they like, basically.
Yeah.
There is a better term to put it than that, but that's basically what Graham McDowell emailed us on hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk as in comes Jack again. Ingram cuts that away through point. Good shot, short and wide from Eddie Jack, and Ingram kept that down well, hit it powerfully, moves on to 17 for 3. Yes, Graham McDowell said, surely the teams announced at the toss are the teams for the game.
No.
In brackets, injury aside. So how can Sally Baker make the dash to replace someone in midday 1? Or was a special arrangement made? Correct. England are allowed to. They have their own special rule.
Yes.
They do. They play by a slightly different set of rules.
Just looking at a classic England shot there, and that's all Glamorgan need to do, really, just trying to emulate what we saw earlier from Hampshire in the shape of Jake Lehman. Just waiting for the bad ball, and it might be the case that it becomes easier late on in this session. It will be Fuller, a change of bowling then from the Cathedral Road end, and that's just played down the leg side. It's gone fine. There is a fine leg in place, just a single leg by. Just mulling over, Kev, the bowling figures, how Dan Douthwaite expensive. He will take wickets. He does always take wickets at crucial times for Glamorgan, but he's not always economical, and 49 runs he leaked in just 6 overs and in a low-scoring game, could prove costly. We shall see. Fuller coming in to Colin Ingram, bowls. Good length delivery, and Ingram lets that, leaves that go through to the keeper.
Yeah, well, it wasn't like Hampshire targeted him or anything. He just bowled too many loose balls.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he does have that knack, doesn't he, of taking wickets. Tom Prest got him with a good one. That one just straight into fraction. Prest just playing slightly inside the line, and then short ball to Kyle Abbott, caught down the leg side. Great catch from Chris Cook.
James Fuller wheeling round, starts his run-up, coming in to Colin Ingram, bowls, and that's just played firmly into the offside. It's a dot ball.
So yeah, you know, it's not great that he's gone for so many runs, but the fact that he's backed out with 2 wickets, you can kind of say, okay, fair enough. But he was also backed up by 3 other very good seamers.
3 slips in for James Fuller. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there is a long leg in place as well. He comes in, bowls, slightly short of a length that time, but Ingram unable to get that past square leg.
James Fuller into the side, missed the last couple of games. Played just 2 championship matches this year. Best of 5 for 43 against Essex at Chelmsford.
Made 4 with a bat earlier when wickets were tumbling in the afternoon session. Here comes Fuller, bowls to Ingram and allows that to leave outside off stump.
That's the length, isn't it? That's the length, just short of a length, and bring the batter forward. The others perhaps just a fraction too short, but you're talking of a couple of 2 or 3 inches or so. But it does make a difference. Tight game already, low scoring game already, and the more you get in the right area, and the better chance you have of keeping that wickets column high.
Fuller and bowls, and that's exactly the length we were talking about. Just draws the false shot. We've just had a message, or Nick has received a message that Glamorgan, it's good news, have avoided the follow-on. Thanks very much.
I'm sure that's come as great relief. I suppose at 2 for 3, it was looking a little bit
dicey. Yes, it was. End of the over. 18 for 3.
Well, there you are. 1 milestone reached. Need to get very close to that 162 at the very least. Because there's more weather coming in. Not necessarily today, but for the rest of the game. Here's Eddie Jack into Kellaway. Kellaway drives, it comes off the outside half of the bat. Good stop, Alior at backward a point.
Yeah, I wonder if that cloud cover that's to the left of us will sweep through, and if so, it's okay at the moment.
Yeah,
if light might become an issue later on.
Yeah, might get the lights on soon, mightn't we? But
not a problem at the moment. They were off for bad light this morning for 15 to 20 minutes.
The sun's gone anyway. There's Jack bowls, good length ball. Kellaway pushes forward and it goes back to that man, Alior. So yeah, I think the light will deteriorate for a little while, won't it, shortly? And then may slightly improve a little while after that. That's my prediction. He says not knowing the ground that well. So 18 for 3, Kellaway 10 from 22. Facing Eddie Jack, who's in again and bowls, and Kellaway plays that late, plays it into the gap with an open face through third slip and backward a point, and it's running away, and it's going to be 4. He played it well, it was a good delivery. Kellaway played it late, didn't push at it at all.
What are your memories of playing here, Kevin?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that. I got my highest first-class score here.
Did you? Oh, there we are. I teed you up.
You did, and you didn't even know.
I didn't.
Yeah. Long time ago, though. July 1989. 162. I remember being so tired by the time I'd got to 100. I don't know how I scored the other 62. It's just one of those days, really. Here comes Jack Bowles, and it's outside the off stump, very well wide off stump.
Did you have an able partner at the other end, or were
I'd have to look at the game, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I just remember, obviously, I didn't score those sort of scores every day of the week. So, yeah, I mean, there's always a part of me that likes coming back here because I kind of remember this ground for that, really. Obviously, it looked a bit different in those days.
Yes, fair change to the ground.
Nothing like this now. There was nets way to our left, where the pavilion is now. Bit of an open area that used to be, didn't it? Full on leg stump. Trying to catch it, but he's hit that well, Callaway, through square leg, just in front of square. 2 leg stumpish and 2 full there from Eddie Jack. Nicely played by Callaway. Yeah, the change rooms used to be to the right where that big stand is.
Would that, so the late Hugh Morris would have been captain, or was it
Yeah.
Alan Butcher? It was around that time.
Probably both.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And the media centre used to be in the corner at over there, about 1 or 2 o'clock as we look. Much smaller, obviously. Oh yeah, I mean, this ground looks amazingly different. Here's Eddie Jack Bowles again. Callaway's forward. Keeps a little low, that one. End of the over. Jack's bowled 2 for 21 from 5, and Glamorgan are 26 for 3. Yeah, that was all open away to the left. I remember that. And,
Yeah, dramatic change, and I wanted to get this ready as a test venue for the first Ashes test of 2009.
Well, it is a good ground now, isn't it? There's no doubt about it. Seats all the way round. Probably ideally at the River Taff end you'd want a few more layers of seats, wouldn't you? Ideally. I suppose can you build higher? Can you go? There's a footpath behind that.
There is, yeah, yeah.
Could you go above that? I'm
Well,
not sure you'd be allowed, would you?
I'm sure the cyclists and the runners would appreciate it as Fuller comes in, because there's always the threat of a 6 launched towards the Taft Trail.
Well, I remember the T20 final here, 2012. Hampshire Yorkshire final. I think it was David Miller at a real crucial time in the game hit Chris Wood over there into the river, and we thought, oh, that's it, Yorkshire are going to win this, and then somehow Hampshire managed to keep David Miller away from the strike, crucially towards the end, and Chris Wood came back and bowled a real tight last over.
James Fuller coming in. Bowls, that's a good length once more, just toying with that off stump, and it drags back as Brown takes behind the stumps. Of course, the media centre, or the media commentary box, used to be directly in front of us, one of its many positions. Remember it to the right and to the left, but the one directly in front was when, of course, Edward Bevan has been involved in a famous incident when windows were smashed down at Taunton.
I remember reading about that.
As Fuller comes in, bowls, and again just flirting with that outside off stump is Colin Ingram, but it's taken by Brown. Well, you don't expect Edward Bevan to make Have I Got News For You, which he did with that. But there was another incident, the Richard Grant incident. Remember, Nick?
What, the Richard Grant?
The Glamorgan's Richard Grant struck one, and that smashed the former media radio commentary box, which was that side, pulled aggressively by Colin Ingram, and that'll go all the way for 4.
Well, just showing that unless you get the ball in exactly the right places, then good players will hit you away and it will put you under pressure as a bowler.
And that's what Colin Ingram can do, so strong. Both sides of the wicket.
That's a good shot, that one.
And Glamorgan have gone on to 30 for 3. Trailed by 132 in the 11th overs. Fuller comes in to Ingram, bowls, just losing his radar slightly in this over. That's well taken by Brown, the captain, and wicket-keeper Ben Brown.
He's getting good carry, James Fuller. Terrific carry, absolutely perfect carry. Just needs to make sure that more often than not those balls are in the right areas.
3 slips for James Fuller. There's a long leg. In he comes. Bowls full, and again trying to lull Colin Ingram into a false shot taken by Ben Brown. That is the end of the over. Kevin James is going to take a break, and I'll be joined by Nick Webb as Glamorgan move on to 30 for 3. A bit of a conflab between Ben Kellaway and Colin Ingram. Those two know each other so well, been involved in some notable partnerships over the past few seasons.
Yeah, Glamorgan needing a partnership from somewhere, aren't they?
Yeah, if these two can steady and consolidate, it only takes 1 score, given.
So first ball of that over from Jack is very wide indeed, and might have been called wide actually. Outside off stump, Kellaway would have had to hurl himself at it. Just picked up a nice little story from it's in the Cricketer on their website about a couple getting married in North Wales. Didn't say where in North Wales on Saturday. Break off as Jack is in to bowl to Kellaway, who is tempted at flirting with that one, but got his bat out the way. Couple getting married, Peter and Izzy, in North Wales on Saturday. The problem is that Peter Malhewish is due to play at Lord's on Sunday for his club at Blackheath, who are in the final of the Village Cup against a team from Nottinghamshire.
Right.
And his brother, who also plays for the team, is the best man.
Right, okay.
As Jack is in to bowl, and Kellaway plays that defensively on the leg side. So the way around this dilemma is to try and get a helicopter from North Wales to London.
As you do.
The game starts at the wedding's on Saturday afternoon, and the game starts at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. So they're fundraising for a helicopter. Blackheath Cricket Club. So that they can have 2 of their key players there. Jack is in to bowl. That's a beautiful drive from Ben Kellaway, and deserves that applause, because that is absolute textbook shot from Kellaway. Creamed through the covers for 4.
Yeah, probably shot of the Glamorgan innings.
So if you see a helicopter early Sunday morning somewhere between North Wales and the north of London, it's likely to have a couple of Blackheath players in. I presume the new bride will be going as well to cheer her man on. Anyway, nice little story on the Cricketer website. 34 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online, as Jack races in bowls, and Kellaway is tempted, just playing inside the line deliberately in the end. A very good afternoon, Kalispera to our colleague Edward Bevan, who is watching and listening from sunny Crete. Phil Bailey asking, when was the last time first 3 batters got ducks for Glamorgan? Can't remember one offhand. As Jack is into bowl, and again Kellaway is looking as though he's going to play at it and then pulling out of it at the last minute. And the dismissal, one of Mir Hamza's dismissals, has been clipped up by the county championship X account, with the leave of Hampshire batters that they end up heading to slip.
Yeah, that was peculiar, wasn't it?
Yes. Trying to avoid playing a shot. I think it was Andrew Neil.
This is James Fuller from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips in. Ingram on strike and he leaves outside off stump. Taken by Ben Brown.
So Glamorgan, having been 2 for 3, now 34 for 3, and we have still, unbelievably, 4:35, got 40 overs scheduled to be bowled in the day's play. We suspect that a good few of those will be lopped off by poor light, even if they stick the floodlights on.
In comes James Fuller, and that's just too wide that time, and Ford's calling Ingram to leave. Yeah, it probably will get murkier.
Batting to come, Dixon, Cook, Douthwaite, Crane, Van der Hoogten and Mir Hamza.
So bar probably Mir Hamza. Glamorgan bat right down. As James Fuller goes back to his mark. Coming in to Ingram, again leaves outside off stump, and again taken by Ben Brown.
This important little session really for both sides. Hampshire claiming early dominance with the ball, after Glamorgan did likewise in the visitors' innings. As Fuller will swap to come round the wicket. The left-handed Ingram.
Coming around is James Fuller to Ingram to change the angle. That's pushed into the offside. Nothing more than a push. Rocked back and through the covers for 4.
That was sweet, wasn't it? Didn't seem to hit it that hard,
No.
Colin Ingram, but perfectly timed, raced away square of the wicket over the used pitches and reaching the boundary on that grandstand side of the ground. The pitch is fairly central, it's just to our left, in other words, just towards the pavilion for this.
And that's all Glamorgan need to do really, is just pick up the barred ball. Fuller, better line that time, and it's defended by Colin Ingram. Morgan trailing by 124, sun shining again over Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, just a little bit of light blue sky and places overhead, mostly to the south over the city and the bay. Cloudy over the valleys by the look of it.
England 175 for 5 now at Lords as Fuller comes in to Ingram. Again, a good length delivery. It's played in the onside. There's no run. End of the over. 4 coming off it. Glamorgan 38 for 3.
So a little bit of a fight back for England. A little bit of a fight back. The beginnings of one for Glamorgan. Looking at the Hampshire card, there were no real partnerships of note. I think the best was the 39 for the 3rd wicket. between Lehman, who finished 51 not out, ran out of partners, and Orr, who made 36. But once Orr was out, it was downhill all the way for the Hampshire cause. And the bowlers continued to dominate at the start of the Glamorgan innings. 2 for 3. As Jack, who started that Glamorgan slump, is into bowl, outside off, allowed to go through. So Jack's into his 7th over, but he did have a tea break. And good to see that we think it's reported that all 5 England squad members not playing in the Test match on their way for some county cricket, including, we presume, Sonny Baker. As Jack is into bowl and Callaway is pushing that one up to mid-on, and there is no run. Something that I don't think we've mentioned is that Henry Crocombe has taken the hat-trick for Sussex today. So just check the details of that for you. Crocombe playing for Sussex against Somerset. Somerset were bowled out for 202, with Crocombe taking 5 for 56. As that's through outside off stump, coming back, but after it had passed the stumps. In fact, it was the hat-trick that finished off the Somerset innings, and the victims were Overton, Pretorius and Leach. Craig Overton, that is. So we'll bowl to Henry Crocombe, who's leaving Sussex at the end of the season. Jack in towards us in the sunshine, bowls wide outside off. Callaway leaves. Also in the county championship, Surrey 113 for 6 away to Essex, with Adam Thomas making 43, their top scorers so far, 2 wickets apiece to Cook and Snater. Sussex 27 for 1 in reply to that Somerset 202 down at Hove. No play in the Midlands, Warwickshire Notts, as Callaway again pushing forward and seeing the ball fizz past the outside of his bat, as Jack continues to get decent lift off this pitch.
Yeah, he's trying to tempt him in to feather one behind.
Up at Scarborough, Yorkshire 144 for 5 against Leicestershire. James Wharton 70 not out, rain stopped play. Jack on his way towards us again. Extra effort in that one, and Callaway on the drive and missing again. Well, I think Jack had the upper hand in that over. It was a maiden over, and Callaway is rather fortunate to still be there.
Yeah, maiden over.
In Division 2, Kent 23 for 0 at Northampton. They've just started. Durham against Gloucestershire. Durham is 67 for 2 after bowling the Gloucesters out for 137. 3 debutants on loan for Gloucestershire, so their ranks have really been depleted. Derbyshire against Middlesex, no play. Worcestershire against Lancashire, no play. So we're lucky to have had this match.
This is James Fuller coming into Colin Ingram. 3 slips as they hunt another wicket. That's creamed through just past point for 4. Classic Colin Ingram. Just too much width from James Fuller. And Ingram was always going to cash in there.
England have got a bit of a partnership going at 180 for 5. Jamie Smith is getting most of them at the moment. He's 44 not out in that stand of 60 with Jordan Cox, who is 55 not out.
So Glamorgan pushing into the 40s. Ingram on strike, facing James Fuller. That's a better delivery and just has a little prod of that is Ingram, taken by Brown. Partnership is 40. A much needed one for Glamorgan. They were 2 for 3 at one point. They're now 42 for 3. So they've dug in, these two. Just had a little bite at that, did Colin Ingram. That's the length. Trying to draw Colin Ingram into a false shot. Still on the attack. 3 slips as they hunt a 4th wicket. In comes James Fuller. Bowls full that time, and they will run quickly towards Widish mid off, and they come home with something to spare.
See the European T20 tournament involving 2 sides based nominally in Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland getting underway, but Welsh batter and Aaron Donald missed out on playing in the Dutch derby in the first match, which was won by his side, the Rotterdam Dockers.
Fuller, right arm over to Callaway. It's played on the onside, it's a dot ball.
Yes, young Mr. Donald on the franchise trail after featuring in the 100 and getting a few runs in the final. Off to Canada at the beginning of end of September, beginning of October, playing for the Vancouver Anchors. Be careful how you say that.
Here comes Fuller to Callaway, and he's allowed to leave outside off stump.
.43 for 3 then. Stand of 41 is the highest of the day so far. But so much playing and missing, really.
Yeah.
And there is an element of fortune involved for those who survive.
Fuller comes in to Ben Callaway. Again, a good line, just full, and draws Callaway into a false shot. But he survives. 43 for 3, end of the over.
Yeah, Callaway's playing and missing continues as Fuller mops his brow and wonders how he's not in the wickets column. 2 to Jack and 1 to Abbott, the wicket takers so far. Speaking of whom, I thought we might see him before too long. Bowled fairly short first spell, but he's back for more. We're bowling now from the River Taff end, running towards us. So theoretically 38 overs remain. The over rate bizarrely is +1. We did have a delay of 15 to 20 minutes during the morning session as Abbott tries to wreak more havoc in the Glamorgan card and almost does so. First ball that fired past the edge of Colin Ingram's bat. The playing and missing continues. Good afternoon to Jason Thomas, whose mum Diane provided the cakes today. Thank you very much to Diane and Colin for their culinary services, as ever. Very nice indeed. As Abbott bowls and Ingram defends. Jason says, lovely to come home after a long day. and switch on to hear the relaxing tones of your commentary, despite how poorly Glamorgan are doing in their reply. And Jason says he's just changed profession at the age of 54, having been a teacher all his life. He is now a month into being a postie.
Gosh.
So there we are. Kenneth has a teacher in the family.
Yeah,
so
never too old to change profession.
There may be a suggestion, should she be throwing things one evening.
Yeah.
As Ingram is on the defensive.
Well, I might get
playing on the
holidays
offside.
cheaper because I could go out of season. Not at the moment with kids, unfortunately, but it's never been an option.
Thank you to that, for that, Jason. Thank you to Anne and Colin, as always. So, 43 for 3, Glamorgan. Can they nudge their way into a lead? They need to be scoring a bit quicker, I think. As Ingram pushes that one on the offside, but more importantly, the number of wickets, if any, standing tonight at the close of play as we go into a period, well, earlier in the week, this was meant to be possibly a horrible day in South Wales, but as it was, the rain moved through in the night, and we should be able to have a reasonably full day's play. But bowls, Ingram turns it off his legs for a single down to fine leg as Eddie Jack does the fielding. I haven't spotted number 95, Sonny Baker, on there as yet.
No.
It's taken a reasonably long time to get from London. Or maybe they just want to put him through a few more exercises before rushing him onto the field and into action. And anyway, Abbott and Jack are doing very nicely without him. 44 for 3. And on to 20 with that single. As Callaway is hit on the pad looking to work through mid-wicket, the appeal dies away fairly quickly, and Abbott just a howl of frustration really rather than a serious appeal. 44 for 3.
Hard to believe there's still 37 overs possibly to be bowled in this session.
The Hampshire greeting of Abbott's wicket on their social media account was just, yeah boy. He might be a little old to be greeted with yeah boy. Kyle Abbott.
It's going to be bowling change from the Cathedral Road end in the shape of Scott Curry.
Ah, he's got to bowl as well as bat before he gets subbed.
In he comes round the wicket to Colin Ingram. 2 slips for Scott Curry, full. And that's just dabbed defensively by Ingram.
39 is Kyle Abbott, in case you're wondering. International cricketer for South Africa.
Past the umpire is Scott Curry, bowls. Good length delivery. Again, defended by Ingram. There's no run.
11 tests, 28 ODIs. Most of his cricket with Hampshire in the last decade, though. Ooh, there's a fine for you, Kenneth.
Apologies, that was Radio Cymru from Bangor.
A bit enthusiastic.
They are. They are. In is Curry bowling, and that's stabbed by Ingram, and that evades backward point. They'll come back for a second.
Kenneth will be contributing in, what, about 30 or 40 minutes to the language of heaven.
Not quite sure why they are eagerly trying to get hold of me. Scott Curry coming around to Colin Ingram. Bowls, good length delivery. solid defensively is Ingram, 48 for 3. Glamorgan trailing by 114.
Perhaps there are still some in the Bangor office who think that you're just sitting around eating cake all day until the contribution you make to their programme.
Yes. Scott Curry bowls. It's played towards mid-on, and it's another dot ball. Decent over, just the one run in the shape of an O ball.
Dr. Hignell reminds us, talking about subs for England players, that Darren Thomas got a century at the Ageas Bowl while on as a sub, sort of, for Simon Jones.
Curry is in. Oh, that cramps Ingram for room. It's trickled down towards fine leg, and they take a single.
Yes, I think Darren Thomas was before Simon Jones, so the same situation as Curry's in this match, that you play until the replacement gets here.
Yes, so still no Sonny Baker. Must be those dreaded Bringlass tunnels.
Or engineering works on the train, on the railway line.
Curry in bowls and just jars Ben Callaway, fends that into the offside. And the end of the over. 49 for 3. Glamorgan trailing by 113.
Yeah, similar to Glamorgan's last match against Leicestershire, that quarter centuries are proving hard to come by, let alone half centuries. Jake Lehman's 51 not out, and Ali Orr's 36. He only scores over 20 in the Hampshire innings. And Glamorgan starting off quack, quack, quack on the scorecard.
Yeah, but they have...
Abbott starting a new over. Ingram driving shout to catch it, but it's flashed past the umpire at point and raced away to the boundary for 4, and that is the Glamorgan 50 up to some relieved applause. It's a 50 stand as well, because they came together with the scores at 2 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rearguard action by these two. 51 partnership, badly needed.
Abbott in to bowl, and Ingram getting on top of that one, hurried by his fellow veteran South African into that shot.
Does seem the batting has come slightly easier. It's hard to say, but
yeah, that inside edge from Ingram in the last over off Curry shows that no one's really set. As Abbott bowls, Ingram turns it off his legs. He'll run the first one fast, but I think there is only one there as Fuller comes in from fine leg and does the fielding. Ingram to 28. Callaway has 22. Glamorgan 54 for 3 in reply to Hampshire's 162 all out. 35 overs remain theoretically to be bowled today, which will take us well off past 7 o'clock as Abbott's in again, bowls, and Callaway pushing forward, and there is no run. So there's been help for the bowlers off this pitch. It has moved a little bit off the pitch, a little bit in the air, and there's been just enough to make threat virtually ever present. Abbott to Callaway, who defends that one to mid-off, no run. Just 9 runs conceded by Abbott, and he's almost finished his 6th over. So doing a tremendous job for Hampshire this season. A difficult season for the club as a whole. But if they win this one, they'll be up with the bulk of the pack again. As Abbott bowls, Callaway drives nicely through the offside. He'll get at least a couple of runs. Fuller is after it and daps it back just inside the boundary. And Ingram says, come on then, we'll have a 3. And therefore Callaway will retain the strike. He's on 25 and it's 57 for 3, 105 runs in arrears.
Yeah, the last few overs just been more profitable for Glamorgan. Ingram and Callaway starting to settle.
I did put on X earlier, please don't message me about anything technical after our morning struggles. And Des messaged back, does this include references to Glamorgan's top order batting? Ouch. No more wickets now, says Neil G, leaving London and listening to us probably on the M25.
It will be James Fuller to continue to Ben Callaway, plays that in the onside to mid-wickets. And there's no run. Partnership worth 55, beg your pardon. I mentioned James Fuller's name. It's Scott Curry, of course, who took over from Fuller from the Cathedral Road end. 0 for 5 is Scott Curry, who comes in, right arm over. Just slightly shorter than that's punch. It was no more than a push, but well timed off the bat of Ben Callaway, and it's sped away for 4.
So these two going nicely. Sweetly timed punch.
Still a fast outfield.
Yeah, despite the overnight rain of which there was quite a lot in Cardiff.
This is Curry to Ben Callaway. Better delivery that time as Callaway defends to point.
Yeah, Curry will be particularly keen to get a wicket, having got out for 0, to make some sort of impact on this game before Baker rocks up.
Bowled by Van der Hoogten.
And maybe the delay in the Test match means that Baker will be a little later getting here, because they didn't start till about 12:30. They're at tea at the moment with England 180 for 5. So the sessions are running late at Lord's.
Scott Curry with 2 slips in. Oh, that's a peach of a ball by Curry. Whizzes past the outside edge of Ben Callaway, shaped away as well. Callaway just turns back just to try and knuckle down.
They've called it today at Scarborough. Yorkshire 144 for 5 against Leicestershire. So that rain up on the North of England coast.
In comes Curry to Callaway, full, and that evades mid-wicket and mid-on. So they collect a couple.
Quite timed from Ben Callaway, but he's a tall young man and he's getting some force in these shots, even when they aren't absolutely off the middle of the bat. Might be time to switch things.
Yes, because I've had another call from Bangor. They desperately want me to answer the phone. So I will make way for Kevin James.
Don't look back. Kevin's got half hour or so, or just under, before he has to address radio listeners as well. On-air production meetings, don't you just love them? Abbott is in to bowl, and Ingram on the defensive, plays that one out on the offside, no run.
Well, these two in the middle are batting well for Glamorgan, aren't they? Batting very nicely indeed. There's still a bit in this pitch for the bowlers, but I think it's a mixture of some very good batting and maybe just, I think things are quieting down a smidge, but there's still stuff there. There's still stuff going on.
Yeah, no one's quite set and in charge as Abbott is in to bowl, and Ingram on the defensive pushes it back down the pitch. This is quite the battle, isn't it, between two players who no doubt will know each other pretty well from South African domestic cricket from more than a decade or so ago, I guess.
Well, one's 41 years old, the other one's 39, so yes, go back a long way.
63 for 3. Most of that domestic cricket has been played in the UK in the last decade. As Abbott is into bowl, Ingram drives sweetly through the offside. I think that'll make it up to the cover boundary and the far distance. It does indeed, as Ingram caressed that one away up the jellyfish stand next to the scoreboard away to our left, the pavilion scoreboard.
There's two good scoreboards here, actually, aren't they? And we can see both of them.
They are very useful.
Yeah.
For spectators at this end, and there's a smaller summary one on the indoor cricket school for those who can't see either. As Abbott bowls and Ingram deflects that one down into the gully, but can't get it through. 67 for 3. The deficit is 95 now.
Well, conditions feel about as good as they've been at any time today now. We've got good sun, we've got plenty of blue sky, and Morgan got a couple of good batters out there. They've got one or two to come yet in Sean Dixon and Chris Cook, and I think they'll be confident of getting a first innings lead. They've still got a lot to do, but you just feel as though Hampshire are having to work a bit harder as a bowling unit here.
Abbott bowls, edged and caught. Colin Ingram goes. And the breakthrough comes for Kyle Abbott. 67 for 4, Ingram gone for 32.
Well, you can never write Kyle Abbott off, and he's never very far away from wicket. That's an interesting dismissal, that one. I'm not sure it carried that quickly through to Brown. I'm not. Does that hit the pad? Does that hit the front? Because it seemed to die on Brown.
Ingram didn't go straight away. It's between. Oh, that's off the pad. Whether, well, he was hit outside the line. Was there a little bit of an inside edge onto the pad? The umpire. Oh, he's given LBW according to the PA announcer. And I think it was outside the line. Interesting one from Mr. Middlebrook.
Well,
my initial instinct was that there's a noise of some sort, and that he'd been given out caught behind.
Well, I think it'll be a different way of looking at that dismissal if it's LBW. I think initially you're looking forward to see if there's a nick onto the pad or if it's just pad, but if it's LBW, worth another look, that one.
Dixon is in, averaging 30 this season in the Glamorgan middle order.
Well, it's been a good move for him, isn't it, from Somerset?
Yeah, he's been in the side pretty regularly in T20 Blast and in the Championship. Maybe he hasn't had a huge volume of runs. He's been steady in the middle order. Helped them to that win over his former county Somerset with a very sterling 76, top score of 90 against Leicestershire here, but probably in need of a ton to fully justify his season in the red ball in T20. Had 3 half centuries, which is not bad going.
Well, I was looking at his stats. His 22 matches at Somerset, he averaged 20. His 9 matches here, he averages 30. So it has, you know, on the whole, it's been a good move for him.
As Abbott is in to Sean Dixon, the South African-born player who defends his ball out on the offside, and there is no run. Well, I'm surprised that was given out LBW, to be honest, having seen the replay, the dismissal of Ingram, because the initial instinct was that it had been caught behind and that it had not hit in line with the stumps.
Anyway, it's a partnership that Hampshire badly needed to break. 65 it realised. 2 for 3, 67 for 4. Morgan still behind by 95. Best part of the day weather-wise. Hampshire just working away as Curry comes in. Full delivery, worked away on the leg side by Kellaway. 2 fielders out in the deep. They'll come back for 2. 69 for 4. I'm going to watch that again on my computer here, just while we're waiting for the next delivery. And I don't know, you know. Now I'm looking at it as an LBW.
Yeah, I thought it is outside off.
Well, is he? Here comes Curry, beaten outside the off stump. Great delivery. So just going to peel this back. Is he? I don't think he is outside off stump. You know?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look, there's the moment of impact. You could argue that's a top decision. What do you reckon?
I'd suggest that's fractionally outside off stump.
Yeah, I suppose if it's going to be called, it'd be more fractionally outside than on the line, but it's borderline. That's played late with an open face down towards third man at the far end of the ground as we look. Kellaway will pick up 2 more and moves on to 35.
We now have the honour of being on 5 Sports Extra 3. So better recap with Glamorgan 71 for 4 in reply to Hampshire's 162. And Kevin James and myself, Nick Webb, just musing on the LBW decision that Kyle Abbott has just won against fellow veteran South African Colin Ingram, out for 32.
Scott Curry, who's in for Sonny Baker, as that's punched into the covers by Kellaway, who's playing very, very nicely out there. He looks very neat at the crease. Plays the ball late. Seems to have a lot of time.
Had a couple of quite unlucky dismissals in the last match when caught behind off a ball that kicked a bit and then bowled in the second innings by one that shot shin high.
Curry, right arm over, comes in again, and Kellaway pushes that to backward a point.
Good job there's probably not any Leicestershire listeners with us at the moment. So took enough stick off them last week. Moaning on.
Oh dear. Well, it's been, for whatever reason, up in Leicester, and I'm sure it was a game for the bowlers. This has definitely been a day for the bowlers, but that's been created by the overheads and the overnight rain. Batting tricky today. As Curry bowls, Kellaway turns that away on the onside. 4 runs off that Scott Curry over. 3 overs, none for 15. If Sonny Baker is on the ground, then they're quite happy to let Scott Curry carry on in his place. I'm not sure Sonny Baker is here yet. And Glamorgan trail by 91 here in the sunshine in Cardiff.
Yep, the story of the Hampshire innings. Well, Jake Lehman was left fighting a lone hand for most of the time after he and Ali Orr, who made 36 and had a little partnership for the 3rd wicket, but once that had fallen at 77 for 3, the rest slipped away, barring a few biffs from the tail enders, notably Abbott with 16. He was the only player after number 4 to reach double figures. Lehman was stranded on 51 not out as Abbott starts a new over in the sunshine, and Dixon pushes on the leg side, and there's no run. Glamorgan then finding 3 little ducks in a row at the top of their card, thanks to Eddie Jack, who bowled a tremendous first over. It was a double wicket maiden, getting rid of Tribe and Carlson. And then Abbott won an LBW decision against Ul Hassan. And Glamorgan all of a sudden 2 for 3. Stand of 65, the biggest of the day by some way, between Ingram and Callaway. Ingram has just departed as Abbott bowls outside off, and Dixon allows it to continue on its journey. And we may have another 31 overs left after this. Sounding vaguely sceptical about that, because although it is mostly blue sky overhead at the moment, we're getting to the time of the year when the light starts to fade a little bit earlier. A couple of months since the longest day, and so we may be off for bad light even if when the floodlights are available. Abbott bowls, that's come back a long way, and it's probably gone over the top of off stump as Dixon shoulders, arms.
And also, we're going to get far more play in today than we are for the next 3 days. We might as well try and drag it out as long as possible.
That's quite likely. At least we are able to have the floodlights used for championship matches in Cardiff this season, so well done to the club and the council for getting that changed.
So what was the problem? Because there's no houses around here, is there?
I've shrugged my shoulders, which doesn't come over well on the radio. Abbott bowls, Dixon drives into the offside. Nice shot to get him off the mark. But it'll just be a single as the scrambling stop at wide mid-off.
So you've got the trees and the park and the river at the far end, so I mean that's not affecting anybody.
Nope.
You've got the pavilion to the left, so, and behind that's the car park and nothing. So that's not affecting
anybody. And a great many cricket pitches, Kevin,
right.
that way, many of which I've played on,
right,
with very little success.
It sounds like you played on one or two of them.
Yes. I wouldn't recommend them necessarily. Abbott is in the ball. Oh, that's gone between bat and thigh of Callaway and over the top of the stumps, and hasn't hit anything on the way.
And to the right is what, the National
Sports Centre there, and,
the right. And behind us is a car park.
Yeah, and the hockey centre.
So where's the problem?
The houses in Cathedral Road, which are probably about 100 yards away.
Right.
Anyway, that has changed, and we are now able to use the floodlights in Championship cricket as well as in the white ball stuff. As Callaway punches one through the offside, they'll run towards the point boundary. It will be hauled up, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. Callaway moves on to 37, which is exactly half Glamorgan's 74 for 4, which is 88 runs in arrears, but with 4 of their top batters gone. And the first innings lead still very much there to be contested.
Well, how do these two sides? Hampshire, of course, desperately need a win. They sit bottom of the table. Glamorgan, I think, would be quite happy with a draw and a bit of rain if that's to be the case for the rest of this match. Can't quite see where we're going to get enough play to get a result, even though this game is moving fast. And Scott Curry will continue from the Cathedral Road end, our commentary end. We're literally right down the pitch here. Got a great view as Curry runs away from us and bowls to Sean Dixon. Dixon pushes forward from the crease. It's almost like Steve Smith-esque the way he played that. Dixon is 1, Callaway's 37. Tribe, Carlson, Hassan all out for no score. That's when there was a bit more overcast conditions than what we're seeing now. Probably the brightest sunshine we've had today as Curry comes in again. Dixon again plays from the crease.
My sledging by Leicestershire members continues. Greg Wade says, how's the wicket at Cardiff today? Just an interested Leicestershire member asking. I'll leave Kevin James to answer that one.
Well, you can never win those arguments, can you, really?
I said, bowler friendly again, but not a mullet.
Yeah, nobody can ever... I mean, everybody will always protect their own ground, won't they? Dixon drives a foolish delivery up to mid-on, fielded by Abbott. Yeah. You'd always find a reason to defend your own ground, and that's fair enough.
And there have been wickets at Sophia Gardens that I have been critical of, usually because they're not doing enough to help the bowlers rather than too much, as was the case at Grace Road.
Yeah, well, the Leicester game here looked like a bit of a dead pitch, didn't it? 440 all out Glamorgan in the first innings as Curry comes in. Dixon plays forward to a good length delivery, and then Leicestershire replying with 586 for 7 declared. Glamorgan 137 for 2. That looked
yep.
Barrow laughs that game.
Yeah, this was the point being made by many Leicestershire members that they thought that was equally a poor pitch on the grounds that it didn't give the bowlers enough chance.
I was falling asleep reading those scores out, let alone being here for 4 days commentating on the game. Gosh, that does sound a bore draw. Here's Curry. Full delivery, wraps him on the pad. Has he hit the bat though? Not out, says the umpire. But Dixon looks at his bat.
Yeah, sound just a little bit like a double noise there. The replay will show us. It might have been pad first, but it was shaping a little bit down leg side, maybe.
There was a bit, wasn't it? At the last minute, the ball just going a little bit leg side.
Stubbsy saying, technical question, what's the cake selection like? Well, the club provided its usual goodly array of cakes, and Diane and Colin provided some this morning, which was very welcome.
Absolutely brilliant, those cakes at tea time. As Dixon drives, that goes off the outside half of the bat, fielded at backward a point by Ali Orr. I have to say, it was really difficult not to take 2 or 3 of those cakes. I really wanted to. I only took 1, but I really wanted to take more. End of the over, 74 for 4.
Might be a few left for your next spell off air.
No, I can't. I'd love to, but dear, it's too tempting, but I can't.
Keep telling yourself that. Glamorgan stuck rather on 74 for 4, having managed that partnership as 65 for the 4th wicket, the biggest of the day, till Colin Ingram was given out. And Abbott will continue his magnificent endeavours. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19 as things stand.
He's been so immense for Hampshire. I've said that every year, but this year, wow.
And he comes. Bowls to Callaway, who pushes it back to him on the bounce, no run.
You forget he's 39 years of age. He's played every game. Not at any stage in any game have you felt that, you know, he's been shielded, rested. He's bowled more than his fair share of overs. He's stayed fit. It's been absolutely incredible. And
you had the temerity to field him in the One Day Cup as well.
Well, yes, I know. We didn't play every game.
Found out to their detriment.
It's just to keep him going. They didn't want him to wind down.
As that's driven nicely by Callaway through mid-on. We'll pick up a couple of runs at least. There's a chase on up the wide mid-wicket boundary. The ball has been saved just inside the ropes by Curry. And so they've come back for 3 runs.
A rare bad ball.
Yeah, Glamorgan left Tim van der Hoogten out of the away matches in the One Day Cup, though strangely was actually at Southampton as part of the wider squad. Had a couple of weeks off and seemed quite happy with affairs going into this final block of championship matches as Abbott is in to bowl. Dixon pushes into the offside, fielded at cover. No run, Gubbins doing the fielding. Gubbins once took over a BBC Sport commentary that
did he?
I was involved with, together with teammate Nathan Souter from Middlesex. And it was the end of a rather tedious closing stages of a draw, and they both wandered into the commentary tent at one point. Both Kevin and myself left them to it. As that's past the outside edge of Dixon's bat. They were interested behind the wicket. Well, they were interested in the slips, but the keeper went up a little bit later, and Abbott didn't go up at all. It was close to the edge, as the art of noise once said, but not close enough. 77 for 4.
Just coming back to Carl Abbott, in this game now he's passed 300 overs for the season. You know, that's right up there. Ethan Bamber, who's also having a good year, he's into about the 320s, 330s.
As that's through outside off, Dixon plays no shot. You may hear in the distant background Kenneth, who's got a good projection as a broadcaster. We can hear him through the glass from the next studio.
It's a good effort.
In the language of heaven. BBC Radio Cymru.
Tim van der Gooten is into nearly 320.
He's another workhorse.
Yeah.
Glamorgan be hoping probably to get another couple of seasons out of him, we would have thought. As that's bowled him. Abbott has his third. Dixon looking to flick away on the leg side and got thoroughly yorked. 77 for 5, and Hampshire back on top.
It's that full delivery, isn't it? Nips back, gets between bat and pad. He's trying to work that through mid-wicket. No foot movement. Nips back, middle and leg, yeah.
Dixon won't enjoy seeing that again as he departs for 1. Just played all around it, really. Flicked the pad, I think, on the way through, but very comprehensively bowled. And Abbott has 3 for 22. And Glamorgan, as last week, less than halfway to a modest opposition score, and with half their batters out, so struggles in the top order at the moment.
Well, we were worried. Well, I was worried about whether 162 all out was a good score. At the moment, at 77 for 5, it looks a decent score. And I would argue that Glamorgan have got the best of the conditions. It's still moving, it's still wobbling around, but I have to say, Hampshire had the worst with the overcast conditions. They've got the sun on their backs here. Glamorgan batters. Well, this guy will battle hard, that's for sure. Chris Cook. He won't give his wicket away.
Yeah, lasted longer than most in the second knock at Leicester, out for 33, made just 2 in the first innings. A century against Surrey, the highlight of his red ball season so far. A match-winning innings at Blackpool in the T20, 44 off 15 balls. And into the final weeks of his professional career.
Any ideas about what he's thinking about doing afterwards?
Haven't spoken to him since, but very firmly domiciled in South Wales as opposed to South Africa.
So Scott Curry will start the next over. On into Ben Kellaway, who's on 40. Curry runs away from us. Bowls on the line of middle and leg, turned away to mid-wicket, fielded by Jake Lehman. He's taken a couple of good catches already in this innings to get rid of Asa Tribe and Kira Coulson off Eddie Jack. 2 good catches in the slips. Good innings with the bat as well. 51 not out of 59. Came in at 38 for 2, was left stranded. Kellaway has looked as good as anybody out there. So just nips back on him a fraction, just jags down on that one.
Steve West on our Mullings on bad light says, why no start at 10:30? Well, that's next week, Steve.
That's right.
September is the cut-off point. I suppose there has to be a cut-off point somewhere.
Yes. When you see conditions like today, starting at 10:30.
Mm.
Gosh. Curry in. Bowls. Full delivery. Callaway works that away on the leg side. There's a fielder in the deep. That's Eddie Jack.
Not sure if the ground staff would have finished their endeavours by 10:30. I suppose they'd have given it a go had we had a 10:30 start, but it did rain very heavily in Cardiff.
What time did it finish raining? About 8 o'clock or so? Would you say? Maybe
Yeah,
a fraction earlier?
it's before that. Yeah, I got up at 8 and it wasn't raining then. I'd been woken early by it. I think about 10 to 7 that we had one downpour.
It's fairly significant. As Curry's in, bowls, and Cook drives him up to mid-off. So we still have just over 28 overs left in the play, and I'm looking around. I mean, cloud's not a problem. Plenty of blue sky. He could be here for a while. Curry again. Past the umpire and bowls, and Cook pushes forward. Goes out to extra cover where Nick Gubbins fields, polishing the ball profusely with his long sleeve shirt.
England 202 for 6. With Jordan Cox gone. Caught it off bowling of Curran for 55.
Curry again. Cook drives, and good diving stop from Gubbins. It's a good innings from Ben. He was in there for a while, wasn't he, Cox?
Yep, off 105 balls, 215 minutes. So that's at 3 hours 35.
Good player, that guy.
And the pedestrian world of Test cricket over 8s. Smith 54 not out, Atkinson 11 not out. What sort of over 8s were they aiming at in the county game in your days, Kevin?
I'm not sure it was that great then. I remember in one of my very few games for Middlesex before I moved to Hampshire, I remember still being in the field at Lords at about 10 to 8. Remember we looked up at the clock and we thought, what are we doing still here? So I mean, don't think that it's a recent phenomenon. It was it's been around as old as time, I think.
Kyle Abbott into bowl. Callaway drives nicely towards wide mid-on. Have to go there as the throw came in from Curry at mid-on, and Callaway had to scramble. The umpire didn't have a decision to make in the end, but did well to field that and have a shy in one movement. Did Curry?
To see that one again. Callaway, certainly the last couple of yards, suddenly felt he was struggling a bit there. I think, and listen, obviously I don't go back too far. I go back a long way, but not that far. But from what I hear, in the days of uncovered wickets and that, when literally seam bowlers couldn't stand up, and so the spinners had to bowl.
Abbott, outside off. Cook plays no shot.
I think that's when you used to get amazing over rates.
Yeah.
Or, you talk to a few old players and they used to say, yeah, the seamers used to get just the shine off the ball and it would be the spinners for the rest of the day. So those would have been the heyday of getting a lot of overs in a day.
Well, when the first season of limited overs cricket, it was 65 overs a side, wasn't it? In the early 60s.
Yeah, I played in 60 over cricket, which was a long day.
As Abbott is in to bowl and Cook is defending that one up to mid-off, and there is no run. Have you been summoned next door, Kevin? Okay, Kevin James to take a break for the next half hour or so. Kenneth Davis has told his radio listeners what is going on, and what is going on is that Hampshire are on top at 79. Glamorgan 79 for 5 in reply to 162. We've had one Glamorgan partnership, but nothing else apart from that, as that's through outside off stump. No shot is necessary. Abbott in his second spell, his 10th over all. and looking to make further inroads. He got Zainul Hassan early on, leg before, and then Colin Ingram for 32 leg before, and Sean Dixon bowled for 1. So Hampshire on top. Glamorgan still 83 runs in arrears. As Abbott bowls through outside off stump. Brown takes, no shot played.
Yeah, I witnessed Colin Ingram's wicket whilst waiting for my call on air, and whilst on air, Sean Dixon fell.
Yes, I initially called Ingram as having been caught behind, but it wasn't, it was a leg before. The ball flicked something, seemed to carry to the keeper. Graham Smith thought it might not have carried anyway on the emails. As Cook drives on the offside but can't get it past cover. No run, 79 for 5. And Glamorgan again rather losing momentum since that partnership of Callaway and Ingram, which has been by far the best of the day. Hampshire's highest stand was 39. Glamorgan could do with even a couple of modest stands of that nature to get them into a first innings lead.
Yeah, they seem to be looking good and set, but they've been pegged back, and it's been the order of the day. It's ebbed and flowed. So all possibilities. Glamorgan could have a lead. They could be in arrears. And it is going to be Scott Curry from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips as he charges in past the umpire, right arm over, bowls full, and that's whipped into the... Well, just lost it there, but it went down to long leg for a single.
Ben Brown was getting very excited about that for some reason.
It looked to have gone square of the wicket, but it was finer than that.
Not a big scoring day again in the county championship. Surrey 161 for 9 now against Essex. 3 wickets for Sam Cook there.
Curry starts his run-up, targeting a 6th wicket. Hampshire, good delivery, good line and length, and just stayed slightly low on Chris Cook.
And Sam Cook, of course, taking part in that match, having been in the England squad, so obviously got to Chelmsford in reasonable time. At Hove, there's a delay with Sussex 77 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 202 all out, which included a Henry Crocombe hat-trick at the end.
In is Curry, bowls again, and pegs Cook deep back into his crease. There are few appeals, optimistically so. Yeah.
So Chelmsford and Cardiff, the only 2 games where play is taking place at the moment in Division 1, and only 1 in Division 2.
I suspect that will change tomorrow.
Yes. Kent 89 for naught at Northampton is ongoing.
Curry is into Chris Cook bowls, and the man who's departing, retiring at the end of the season, keeps that at bay. Joburg born, of course. Will he, he's a resident here now, I presume. There's no...
I haven't had the chance to ask him yet, but...
given that he's been here for, what, 17 years?
Lives somewhere on the outskirts of Cardiff.
Yeah.
Durham 100 for 3 in reply to Gloucester's 137.
Curry to Chris Cook. Oh, beats him on the outside edge. And he lives to tell the tale. 80 for 5.
Ben Stokes had just come to the wicket at Durham when they went off for bad light. So he's not off 2 balls. David Beddingham is 59 not out.
England are 6 down, 218 for 6 at Lords in the 2nd test against Pakistan. Last ball of Scott Curry's over to Cook, and resolutely defends towards mid-on, and it's a dot ball. Just the one off the over. Good over from Scott Curry.
In Colombo, Sri Lanka fought back to bat out time for a draw against India earlier today. Sri Lanka reaching 429 for 9 in their second innings, having been 213 behind on first innings. No such sign of any high scores in the County Championship in the UK. Caribbean Premier League is underway as James Fuller is into the attack, taking over from Abbott, and Glamorgan will be thankful to see the back of Abbott for the time being, at least. One of the catches for Pakistan, absolutely spectacular, worth looking at, by Salman Aliaga in the slips. Leaping salmon, it's labelled on Cricinfo to get rid of Jordan Cox. 85 here at Sapphire Gardens. Morgan not yet halfway to the Hampshire total of 162. More batting struggles as Fuller is in from the River Taff end, and Callaway drives nicely up to mid-off, and there is no run. Callaway's now faced 68 deliveries. He, like everyone, has played and missed outside the off stump, but he has survived somehow and hit a few sweet shots as well. 5 fours to him, 6 to Colin Ingram in his 32 of 46 balls. Down leg side, Callaway doesn't get anything on that one. But 3 ducks in a row for Tribe Carlson, and then All Hassan at the top of the Glamorgan innings, with Eddie Jack taking 2 wickets, both caught at slip by Lehman in the first over that he sent down. So Fuller, looking to come to the wicket-taking party, is bowling with 2 slips to Callaway, who gets a thick edge down towards backward point and will get a single as it's fielded by Jack. (81 for 5). Glamorgan exactly halfway to the Hampshire total, with 5 wickets down. Cook on strike, yet to get off the mark, is willing to take his time. He's faced 13 balls so far, as he will get off the mark here with a pull shot, helped it round down to fine leg for 4 runs. Got it fine off the fine leg fielder Andrew Neil, swivelling round and helping it on its way as Fuller just erred a little bit down leg side. And Cook directing it behind him rather than risking holing out at the on the fine leg fielder. It's the only one out at the moment in the outfield, that is. It's 85 for 5. Next ball driven gently up to mid-on, no run. So there's a fine leg, there's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, and still 3 slips posted by Ben Brown for the relatively new batter, Chris Cook. Just down to 2 for Callaway on strike at the moment. Floodlights and the shadow of the Hugh Morris Cricket Centre stretching onto the field as Fuller bowls through outside off stump. Cook shoulders arms. It is the end of Fuller's 5th over, and Glamorgan 85 for 5 in reply to Hampshire's 162 all out. And I'm sure any Leicestershire listeners will be hoping to hear me moaning about the pitch here. But it has been conditions to a large extent here. That was a factor on the first day at Leicester.
It's hard to believe there's still 25 overs possibly to be bowled today.
More Curry.
Yes. Scott Curry to continue from the Cathedral Road end. In he comes past the umpire to Callaway, who leaves outside off stump.
But as Kevin James has so astutely pointed out, there is number 95, Sonny Baker, over on the pavilion boundary, just warming up. Limbering up with some high kicks. It'd be penalised for those in football, I can tell you.
So Scott Curry
is about to be subbed.
Is about to be subbed, yes indeed. His final over before Sonny Baker comes on in his place, having come from Lords.
Be interesting to see if Baker bowls straight away, as he's allowed to. Could bowl the next over.
Scott Curry comes in, bowls full to Ben Callaway, and there's some encouragement there.
Inside edge on the pad. Ball trickling down the pitch. There's a bit of cloud comes over.
Yeah.
Floodlights not on. We saw them on for the morning session, but it's brightened up. I suspect we may see them again before close of play, just to extend what's possible by a few overs.
Should be okay though, I think. In is Curry, bowls to Callaway, firmly driven, but it's fielded by the bowler himself.
Be surprised if we got past 7 o'clock. 24 overs remaining, that's about an hour and a half, isn't it? 7:15 if we were to get all the overs in, unless we see a considerable amount from the spin of Andrew Neil, which I don't think is very likely, because they've got a fresh seamer coming on now.
Curry, who is going to make way for that seamer, bowls, and it's played down to short third man.
I wonder if he's spotted his replacement warming up on the boundary. Get the old shepherd's hook. Thanks for coming, Scott. Do a bit of subfielding for the next 3 days, if it's not raining.
0 for 17 is Scott Curry. Last ball of the over. And firmly driven for no run, as it's gone straight to mid-off, as we look to our left towards Sonny Baker, who's finished his exercises.
Not quite yet.
No.
Going to start another over anyway. He could be taking over the next over from this Cathedral Road end, I suppose. 85 for 5 Glamorgan. Light has actually dipped quite considerably in the last few minutes as we're talking about the light. And maybe they need to get those floodlights on. Chris Cook on 4 not out is on strike. Ben Brown decides that he can do without a third slip, and he's put in a deep square leg in case Cook can be tempted into hooking. As he's played Fuller again away on the leg side, down to fine leg. He fancies a second. He's going to have to hurry. They appeal. It's not out, says Mr. Shanmugam at square leg. It always looked a risky second. It was a decent enough throw to the base of the stumps. Cook did run the first one fairly determined, turned and came back, and I think he was just over the line by 6 inches or so, but it was a good appeal A decent piece of fielding from Neil down here in front of us. 87 for 5. Cook survives. He's on 6 not out. Callaway is on 44. Second top score of the game so far. As Cook deflects this one and will take just the single this time down to backward square as the throw comes in from Ali Orr in off the boundary. And again, Ben Brown leaves a man back on the square leg boundary way to our left in front of the pavilion to try and tempt the hook shot, the pull shot in the air off the short ball from James Fuller. 88 for 5. 74 runs in arrears. Down leg side, Callaway makes no contact. Brown tumbles to his left to make the stop.
England 8 down now.
That was quick.
222 for 8.
Smith's gone for 61 and Robinson second ball, both bowled by Ali. Muhammad Ali. That's nicely driven by Callaway through the offside. It might just reach the boundary. It's being furiously pursued by a pair of Hampshire fielders, but that has raced away for 4. And Callaway moves on to 48 not out and the total on to 92 for 570 runs in arrears. And while Callaway is there, Glamorgan will have reasonable hopes of getting a first innings lead. There's not many batters have been able to settle in this game. Hampshire with half dozen dismissed in single figures. As Callaway gets an inside edge to that one and is lucky to survive as it trickles out towards square leg. Lehman the fielder, and they go through for a single. And Glamorgan 3 ducks and a 1 on their card so far. So out of 15 players dismissed, 10 of them have not got going at all. Last ball of Fuller's over from the River Taff end in dropping light. As that's outside off stump, Cook fended at it, thought for a moment he'd got an edge through to Brown, but it was just some natural away swing from James Fuller. And it's the end of his over. Ben Callaway has 49. Chris Cook is on 7. Sonny Baker is continuing to go through his exercises.
I think that was close to the toe end of the bat.
Morgan 69 in arrears.
Yeah, can they get up to that 162 this evening? Callaway on 49 from 79 balls. Second highest scorer of the day so far. He is on strike facing Scott Curry, who continues. Struck firmly, but mid-off comes around. He is still going, is Scott Curry, until Sonny Baker comes on. He's just going through his routines.
Remind us, if you want to email us, Glamorgan Cricket or Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Your thoughts on the prospects for these two teams, the remainder of the season?
Scott Curry to Callaway, and that's leg side, and optimistic shouts. It's just off the thigh pad, taken by Brown on the leg side. Well, first and foremost, survival was the name of the game for Glamorgan at the start of the season. They have not achieved that yet.
Yeah, positive result in this match would be very important.
Yeah, as Clark comes in to Ben Callaway. That's dabbed on the offside and it's a dot ball.
But first innings lead is by no means assured at the moment.
No, as they trail by 69.
Hampshire need the wins to start. Lost to Yorkshire narrowly last time out, 39 runs.
Scott Curry in to Callaway. Again, it's out, and they furiously claim the catch down the leg side. Now, it'll be interesting to... Ben Callaway is having none of it, and has gone back to take guard. Must have struck something. There must have been some sort of noise, but yeah, it looks as if it's just thigh pad again.
They've got to ask, really. You hear a noise, there's a little bit of deviation going down leg side. Umpire Glamorgan absolutely unmoved.
This could be Scott Curry's last over, although we've been saying that for a couple of overs now, as he comes in to Callaway, full and whipped away, but through mid-wicket, brilliantly placed, and that is Ben Callaway's 50. He is now the highest scorer on the first day's play as he raises his bat aloft towards his teammates in the pavilion, and it's a timely knock by Ben Callaway.
7 boundaries, 84 balls for the Callaway 50. He's got 103 50s previously this season, so the 5th time that he's passed the 50 mark in all. Having been bunted up the order to number 4 most of them.
Over-pitched and straying down leg from Scott Curry. This time is played firmly towards mid-on. There's no run. End of the over. It could be the end of Scott Curry. Could is the crucial word. He's remaining.
He's not looking.
He's not looking.
He's not looking.
Oh yes, hang on. It's come.
Yeah.
And that is the sign as Sonny Baker comes on in place of Scott Curry, who jeers from the Glamorgan faithful, but it's well within the rules. And Scott Curry, it's tough, isn't it? You've chugged away, plugged away, and then you have to make way. Sonny Baker officially comes on in place of Scott Curry.
Yeah, so Curry 8 overs, 8 tidy overs, 0 for 21. Did not contribute with the bat. James Fuller to continue from the River Taff end, and Chris Cook turns one off his legs, runs the first one hard again, but after a near miss in the last over, won't risk coming back for the second, and quite rightly.
I wonder when he will be called into bowling action.
Well, he's been warming up for long enough, so we might as well stick him on now. Maybe the next over from this Cathedral Road end.
There's nothing wrong with the light again.
It's strange, isn't it? It's really coming and going as the sun peeks through. The shadows make themselves known again. And Fuller bowls, and Callaway defends on the offside. Jake Lehman, 51 not out, was Hampshire's top score. Apart from that, only Orr's 36 really contributed. Likewise with Glamorgan, Callaway's 53 not out, and Ingram's 32. To come are Crane, Douthwaite and Van der Hoogten in some order, and Hamza is 11, I believe. As Callaway defends on the offside, and there is no run. Actually, I ought to have a clue to this because I took a picture of the team sheet at the start of play, which tells me that Douthwaite is expected next.
Right.
Douthwaite, Crane, Van der Hoogten and Hamza was the order that was written on the team sheet. They don't have to stick to that, of course, but it usually gives you an idea as to the captain's thinking and the coach's thinking. Fuller in, bowls outside off stump and put away by Cook. That rather one sat up and asked for it. Wide of off stump. And Cook doing well, getting on top of it and smashing it through the point area. Callaway for 4 runs. So Callaway picks up another boundary. He moves to 57, and that's Glamorgan's 100 up. 102 for 5. That's looking a bit more respectable.
I don't think the crowd realised that was the 100 up.
It's a good shot anyway. Deserved applause, whatever they were clapping for. Modest crowd here today. Most people, of course, would expect the day to have been rained off as Callaway plays that one again into the offside towards cover. Doesn't carry.
No, it was uppish for a while.
Fuller, like Jack in particular, from that River Taff end, getting a bit of bounce. Jack in his first over, inducing 2 slip catches to get rid of Tribe and Carlson in quick succession. Before Glamorgan were 2 for 3 before some sort of fight back ensued. As Callaway pushes that one into the offside, no run.
Well, the light at present, we're here for a while.
21 overs still remain theoretically to be bowled at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
We should have our final radio update of the day in a few minutes for BBC Radio Wales. 102 for 5.
I think the post-match request has become a little clearer. Nick.
Yes. Thankfully, Mr. Callaway has scored enough runs to justify being interviewed. Steve West says his highlight of the day is Cook's catch at second leg slip, as he puts it. It was very wide indeed to get rid of Abbott. Leighton and the Wirral asked for an explanation of Sonny Baker. Well, players like Baker, who's into the attack now, hence the booing from Glamorgan fans. Players released by England from an England squad after the start of a match can take part in the county game as long as they join in the first 2 days. Obviously this is the first day, and it was on the team sheet at the start of play that Curry would be replaced by Baker if he was available, and indeed he duly was, having been released from Lords somewhere around midday.
He is going to be brought into action. The tape measures come out for his run-up.
But it is legit, and we know about it. We know about it. It is a regulation, whether you agree with it or not, and I think it's all right in within reasonable bounds, since we like to see the best players in the county championship.
So Sonny Baker's first ball from the Cathedral Road end. 2 slips in for Baker. Oh, and that's almost impact straight away. A little wry smile from Sonny Baker. Yeah. Trapped. Chris Cook for room there more than anything else.
Yep. Hit on the thigh pad as it jagged back in at him.
Glamorgan trail by 60.
It is a slight advantage to have a fresh bowler in, of course, a couple of hours into the innings.
Hop and a skip as he starts his run-up. Sonny Baker comes in past the umpire. Oh, whizzes past the outside edge. Looks as if he's straight into the groove. Glamorgan, of course, short in the bowling department, hence Dan Douthwaite, who's usually just required for white ball stuff, is in. No Leonard, no Norton, no Andy Gorvin.
No. McIlroy, obviously, they don't think's ready yet. He was bowling in the nets yesterday.
In comes Sonny Baker. Good start to his first over. And he's bowling him. Would you believe it? And impact instantaneously from Sonny Baker. His first over. And Cook goes. He was probing, brilliant ball straight through the gate. Takes middle and off. And, well, he's a top-class bowler, and that's why. 6 down now at Glamorgan.
Well, that was quite the entrance, wasn't it? First ball, stifled LBW appeal. Second ball, whistled past Chris Cook. And the third, whistled past his defensive and into the stumps. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. As Dan Douthwaite presumably will be next in.
88, Dan Douthwaite.
Glamorgan in trouble with the batters, 102 for 6, replying to Hampshire's 162 all out. It's been a day for the bowlers, and we've just seen the entrance of England's Sonny Baker, released from the Test squad as a sub, dismissing Chris Cook with his third ball. So Colin Ingram 32, Ben Callaway 57 not out, the only players to make headway for Glamorgan. Earlier 3 wickets apiece for Hamza and Ul Hassan. Hampshire 162 all out. Glamorgan struggling reply, 102 for 6 with 20 overs potentially to come tonight. So a lot of drama to come, maybe even a Hampshire second innings.
But who knows, we could. That is a possibility. With Glamorgan still trailing by 60 and running out of wickets. 6 down, 102 for 6 for Glamorgan in reply to 162. Sonny Baker, instant impact. Here he comes to Dan Douthwaite. Plays that down. We'll take a quick single to mid-wicket. Dan Douthwaite straight off the mark.
Yeah, Douthwaite more renowned as a white ball striker.
Perhaps that's what's needed if Glamorgan are going to get up to that tally.
Yeah, there might be an argument for a bit of biff and bash from the lower order. Hampshire tried it though without too much success. Abbott striking 3 boundaries and Neil a couple.
Yeah, at the moment this is more than a decent lead. As Baker comes in. Ooh, squares Callaway up. That's another beauty. Brilliant over. And you can see why. He is an international bowler, Sonny Baker. Straight away takes a wicket. Oof, that was a peach of a ball.
Well, Hampshire have got good pace in their opening bowlers for this innings, Abbott and Jack. Both generating decent speeds, and Baker has come in and added to that menace.
Last ball of the over. Ben Callaway to face. Full, and he's been caught. 2 wickets in Sonny Baker's first over. Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble. Callaway nicked one to the captain, Ben Brown, and what an impact Sonny Baker has had. Glamorgan are 7 down, 103 for 7.
Well, they talk about impact subs in rugby, and now you can talk about them in cricket as well. As Baker taking 2 wickets for 1 run in his first over to put his side very firmly back on top, including that vital wicket of Glamorgan's top scorer, Ben Callaway. I think Kevin is probably due a spell on the mic, and I'll make way and write a few more words for the close of play match report on the BBC Sport website. Plug. Still probably quite a lot to write about. Glamorgan 59 runs in arrears, just 3 wickets in hand.
Thank you, Nick. Nick could be facing the dreaded rewrites the way things are going, because as Nick alluded to, we could see Hampshire called for their second innings before the day is done.
What a crazy day this has been. Crazy
17
day.
wickets.
You know, the extra pace of Sonny Baker is too quick. On this where it's difficult to readjust when the ball just does a little bit. It's too quick. You can't readjust into the position you want to be.
Just that extra zip he's got.
Extra pace.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the quickest bowler on show in just that one over. It was me thinking Scott Curry's done a really good job here. I think he's a little bit unlucky, and yet Sonny Baker's just blown that theory away.
Yeah, you'd be excused, you know, with a few looseners. None.
Nothing's
Not a bit.
Right on it, is he? He's Fuller. Oh, he's having a little fish at that one. Is down Douthwaite. That's not the best shot we've seen today. Yeah, it's breathtaking today. It's been very watchable. I'm not sure the batters want to watch too much of this on the highlight show later on.
Morgan still have an awful lot of work to do here.
Yeah.
Still 59 in arrears, which on this pitch, obviously.
But take nothing away from Ben Callaway. I thought that's a classy 57 on here. Classy. Fuller from the far end. Bowls to Douthwaite. Gets right to the pad. That looks close. Maybe going down. He's on the crease. A lot of foot movement. Watch this again. Fuller in and it's just going down. Just. Well, Sonny Baker, I'm not sure what sort of journey he had down here, but looks like he was doing exercises and whatever. I mean, he's straight in it. I mean, he's only just got on the field, straight on the bowl, 2 wickets, on the money. Wasn't even a loosener. Here's Fuller, bowls. Douthwaite plays that late into the covers. So we've got, 19 and a half overs, and where are we in time-wise? We are 6:10. These two bowl for a while. Could be about 7:30, couldn't they? Comfortably 7:30, if we're lucky. Sun's out. Clouds are fairly high.
Yeah, it's all
yeah,
it's okay again.
The day just gets better and better, doesn't it, weather-wise? I mean, you have to say, Glamorgan have had the best of the weather when they've batted. But this pitch is still offered. Fuller in again to Douthwaite. Plays and misses outside the off-stump. Ball getting excited again. Again, that's not the best shot. He's playing a long way away from his body. I think Douthwaite's thinking, well, I'm not, there's no. I know he's a white ball player, and I know he likes to put bat to ball, but I think he's
in T20 mode.
Yeah, I think he's thinking, well,
there's no point being bogged down.
Nah, just bat, just play like he would do at T20. So trail by 59, the home side here, which is a bigger gap than it looks at the moment.
Yeah.
As Fuller's in again. Douthwaite plays and misses. What the shape on that ball? Look at that curve as it goes through to Brown.
Well, that could prove an unassailable lead. Anything around sort of 40 and above on this wicket. We know the weather is dicey tomorrow.
Yeah. Great shape on that ball from Fuller. Just a little wide of off stump, really, from the batter's point of view. I think I might have another slip in here for Douthwaite. There's 2 at the moment. As Fuller's in again. Douthwaite drives down the ground. That's a nice shot. Nicely in behind that, and the ball hits the pile of sawdust, but it doesn't take any pace off it. It goes for 4. That's clearly not right behind the stumps, I shouldn't think, that pile of sawdust. There's no way the ball should miss the stumps and hit the sawdust like that. That's a lovely shot. Nice straight back. Look at that.
You would have been really disappointed had that
disappeared into the sawdust.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
So we're going to trail by 55, which on the basis of what we've seen today is still an awful lot.
Well, if they can get close, and there's no reason to think they won't. I mean, Mason Crane is a vastly improved batter from his days at Hampshire.
Tim van der Hoogten can bat.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get close, it's the one in his game. Played in between the showers.
Yeah, still Anyone's guess.
Only need about 10 minutes of play. We'll have 3 further wickets fall. Just keep going. Your 10 minutes here and there.
It is Mason Crane on strike, facing Sonny Baker, who's already taken 2 wickets. And that's down leg side and taken very well by the captain, Ben Brown.
This is a test for Mason Crane because, I mean, listen, he was in, obviously, a bit like you guys really, he's in the side for his bowling, and you know, his batting was, you know, a bonus if he got a few here and there, but he's clearly worked on it. I did look at his stats actually, batting wise. Come back to that as Baker comes in and bowls. Crane plays it away on the onside down to fine leg. He's off the mark. 107 for 8. So he averages 40 this season, Mason Crane, which is quite incredible considering his overall first class batting average is 20. So that's a considerable improvement in the time that he's been here.
Considerable scores. 99 he was out against Leicestershire, and then he got to 3 figures against Surrey.
So Baker to Douthwaite. Runs away from us, past the umpire, bowls. Douthwaite drives and misses. He's a bit of away from that. It was wide anyway. Baker 2 for 1, eh? 9 balls. Don't know whether to speak to him at the end of the game today. I was going to speak to Jake Lehman, but I'm hovering at the moment. I'm thinking there might be I'd love to know how he's got down here, how quickly he got down here. And eh?
Baker's the story.
Well, he is the story, that's right. Here he is again then. Into Douthwaite once more and bowls short. Douthwaite gets on his toes, plays it well. Plays it to Lehman at a deep gully position. It'd be more a story if he polishes this innings off and finishes with 5 for. Not the ideal preparation for a day's cricket, but he smashed that theory up already. The shadows are lengthening in here with the sun out. He's in again. Bowls and Douthwaite gets behind a length ball. So what are we into? The 35th over here. Hampshire's innings lasted 40.2. Quick game today. 17 wickets has got to be a pitch inspector job, surely.
Wow. What did you say back in the day, 14?
I think it was 14. I think for a little while, I'm not sure how long that rule lasted, or I think it was generally 14 wickets prompted something to happen. It was automatic. Here's Baker. Douthwaite gets a shortish ball, plays it behind point. They'll come through for a single. Call there from Mason Crane was a good one. 109 for 7 then. 35 overs gone. We've got 18 overs remaining in the day. And Glamorgan trail by 53.
Still, the opinion is split on this sub rule, whether the sub should be able to bowl, but those are the rules.
That's all right. It's purely an England thing, isn't it? You know,
this is Fuller, 0 for 35, coming in from the tough end of the ground, and it's left by Dan Douthwaite, taken by Brown behind the stumps.
Yeah, Daniel Leavesley's weighed in with it. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says not to mention that Scott Curry is a better batter than Baker, and he could have hypothetically made a match-winning innings when he lasted 2 balls. He says, I'm a Hampshire supporter, and in this case it does benefit Hampshire with Baker in. Well, it does, yeah, but...
Coming in is Fuller. Bowls, and that's defended by Dan Douthwaite. So the light is still good at the moment. Sunshine over Sapphire Gardens. Don't get used to it. Two slips, mid off, mid on. Extra cover, deep backward point, mid wicket and deep backward square. And a long on in place for Fuller, comes in, and that's full, and that's played firmly towards mid off, and it's a dot ball. Good bowling here, both working in tandem. Fuller obviously buoyed by the impact Sonny Baker's had from the other end.
I haven't talked about Fuller much in this game. I know he's gone for a few more than the others, but I still think he's bowled well. He's probably got as good a carry as anybody here.
In he comes. Douthwaite leaves, taken by Brown. So 53 in arrears. Just a question whether Glamorgan can get some all-important runs at the tail end of the first day to get up to that 162.
Sonny Baker having a chat with James Fuller there. Probably just giving him some advice about how to take wickets here.
Fuller to Douthwaite. That will be a single because point is deep.
I got this email from Julian, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says he's a lifelong Hampshire fan living in Surrey. He said he was getting a little bit frustrated when Glamorgan were 2 for 3 and then put on that partnership of 65 for the 4th wicket. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, the pitch is still giving the bowlers some help here, but you have to say with the overheads, Glamorgan have had the better conditions, batting-wise. It still moved, but I think there were balls this morning and early this afternoon that were behaved extravagantly.
Fuller. Oh, and Douthwaite was tempted, had a little, Crane rather was tempted, had a little waft at it. And it went through to keeper Brown. End of the over, 110 for 7. Floodlights are on. And Glamorgan still trail by 52.
I mean, Ali Orr got one that really swung late into him from Hassan. There was that ball to Andrew Neil that jagged back sharply, quickly. He hit the bat and he was trying to take it away. It went to slip. You know, balls like that. I mean, yes, the ball's moved around, but I'm not sure we've had balls quite like that this afternoon and this evening. So Sonny Baker, fresh, taking over from Scott Curry. I mean, there's where the advantage comes, of course, because you've had Scott Curry that's bowled a quite a tidy spell. 8 overs, none for 21, but it's a bit like Sonny Baker's extended that and then picked up a couple of wickets. And he's steaming in. He's bowling to Douthwaite once more. Douthwaite leaves alone. Nice carry through to Brown. Nice thud into the gloves. Bowlers like to see that. I think even keepers enjoy that. That ball's still sort of on its top of its bounce. Quite an easy take, but a nice take.
So how many overs are we going to see this evening? Still potentially almost 17, but...
I mean, that's over an hour's play, isn't it?
Exactly.
With these two on it, it's well over an hour. Baker in again. Bowls and Douthwaite drives. There is a man at deep point. So that is a single. That's Ali Orr out there.
Ali Orr won't fancy going in again at the end of the first day.
Well, knowing how hard he worked so hard for that 36, didn't he? I mean, that was super concentration this morning. 76 balls for that 36, and he did play well. But I think, that's quite mentally draining, that innings. I think he'd probably look forward to a good night's sleep before he thinks about the second one. As Baker comes in again, Crane gets hit on the top of the pad. It's just coming across his crease a little bit, Mason Crane, as he defends. Well, there's still runs in this Glamorgan innings, potentially. We've talked about Mason Crane. Down Douthwaite can certainly bat. As you say, it's Tim van der Gooten as well. Three wickets to protect. Baker in again. Bowls and didn't really fizz off the wicket, that one. Crane's easily in behind that one. We've lost the sun momentarily. And of course at this time of the evening, at this time of the year, it's quite noticeable. Floodlights are coming on. $111 for 7 then Glamorgan. 17 wickets in the day. England at 248 for 9. Bad light stop play up at Lord's. Baker's in. Bowles and Crane again. He's nicely in behind that one. No problem at all there. 6 balls Mason Crane has faced, yet to get off the mark. Douthwaite 8 off 18 at the non-striker's end. Sunshine comes back out again. It's been happening in one or two of the other games in Division 1. They've been affected a little bit. Currently off at Chelmsford as well. Clearly some weather up around the London and surrounding areas. Crane is nicely forward there. That's nicely played, that over by the former Hampshire men. 111 for 7, so they're off the field at Chelmsford. Essex at 10 for 1, replied to Surrey's 183 all out. If the weather holds there, that looks like a result. Sussex 77 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 202 all out. No play today between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire. That was at Edgbaston. Yorkshire 144 for 5 against Leicestershire. Obviously some rain at Scarborough. Rain at Scarborough? Heaven forbid. Maybe bad light. Kyle Abbott back into the attack. 3 for 23 from 2 spells, totaling 10 overs. Smiling, looking forward to this next spell. It's good to see. 39 years old, and he's still smiling about an upcoming spell.
Here he comes to Dan Douthwaite. It's squared him up a bit, and it's played up to mid-on. Slightly greyer, darker above now. Can't see us rattling through the 15.5 overs that are left. As Abbott comes in from the river end to Dan Douthwaite. It's just jabbed into the offside, and it's another dot ball. It's fielded by Gubbins.
I think the way the game is now, I think it's a real shame that we're going to have large parts of it affected by the weather. I'm just looking tomorrow. I know apps say different things depending on which app you've got, but I mean, we're clearly going to have some prolonged showers tomorrow.
This is Kyle Abbott to Dan Douthwaite. And again, defends. Does Douthwaite up to mid-off. Yeah, the next 3 days aren't looking brilliant. No. At various points.
Mind you, 17 wickets in 77 overs. They need a lot more play.
Indeed.
And of course the overheads will keep the ball, keep this game in the bowler's favour.
Lions to Douthwaite. Oh, and that's played and missed. Good carry through to the captain, Ben Brown.
Let's watch this. Oh gosh, yeah. It's almost over the top of off stump, that one. I'm sure he's done a heap. Might just have straightened a fraction. Of course, the batters know. I mean, Kyle Abbott's been around long enough to know, the batters all know that his stop ball's the one that nips back, so you're always thinking about that.
Charging in is Kyle Abbott to Douthwaite. Again, he defends. 2 extra cover. Good over. 5 dot balls.
He just gives you nothing, does he? Absolutely nothing. I think there was I forget what his final figures was last week, but for one innings where he bowled loads of overs, he bowled more overs than he went for runs. It was just ridiculous figures.
Last ball of Kyle Abbott's over to Dan Douthwaite, and again, right on the money is Kyle Abbott. Brilliant over, maiden at that, 111 for 7.
So I didn't write down his figures for the last game against Yorkshire. The game previously against Sussex, 12.5 overs, 3 for 6. I'll give you an idea. That was the previous game. I'll have to look at that one. Obviously forgot. Oh no, the umpires are having a chat. It's the light has definitely deteriorated in the last 5 minutes. And I'm afraid we are at that point of the year now when the sun disappears at this time of the evening. It is a bit of a problem. Up there, they're going off. Oh, somebody switched the lights off. Well, hang on a minute. Well, of course it's dark now. Somebody's just switched the lights off. Well, we certainly... Oh,
there we are.
Oh, well done. Ben Brown staying there. He wants to carry on. I don't blame him.
The batters aren't staying around. They've made a beeline for the pavilion.
I don't blame him.
So, we shall see if both teams are going to reappear. I don't think Ben Brown is particularly impressed. He's saying, hang on. There's a bit of a few queries to both umpires, who are sticking around for the time being. We saw this morning, of course, early on. And I'm not sure if the sun is going to reappear, and in that case, that could be that. We'll see. But Ben Brown was less than impressed because the floodlights went off and then came on.
That was funny.
Again. So bad light stops play. That is the situation here in the final session of the first day between Glamorgan and Hampshire. Hampshire are on top here in a topsy-turvy match. Earlier making 162. Glamorgan in reply 111 for 7. They still trail by 51. So Hampshire, if they could wrap up the Glamorgan innings, this would be more than a handy lead. We'll stick around just to see what the umpires are thinking. They're still out in the middle. I think it's more, Kevin, in hope than expectation that they will reappear.
Well, I agree. I mean, you say normally the weather comes from the left. Well, there's no blue sky to the left. I mean, there is some blue sky, but it's obviously not right over us. So, I mean, at a guess, I'm not sure things are going to improve. Do you think? I don't know.
And I don't think they fancy facing Sonny Baker at the moment.
No.
So, I think the money is on Bad light stopping play for the evening.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, if that is the end, I mean, we've done well to get as much play as we have in today.
17 wickets in all. There's a lot that has happened.
It has, hasn't it? It's been very watchable, isn't it?
Yeah, we just hope that we get enough cricket tomorrow. That's the key thing, because there are showers. Glamorgan, still a lot of work to get up to that 162 or anywhere near. If they can, then it's still a shootout in terms of who takes this game.
Yeah, it could be very much a one-innings game, this, couldn't it? Well, the umpires are out there hoping. I think they have to be seen to be. I think from to be fair to both sides. And I know Glamorgan will be happy to pack up and have a shower, but I think to be fair, to be seen to be fair to both sides, they have to be seen to be giving everything a chance, because Hampshire obviously want to carry on.
Bowling figures from Hampshire. Kyle Abbott, brilliant figures, 3 for 23, very economical as always. Eddie Jack 2 for 25 as the wickets were tumbling at the start of the Glamorgan innings. 3 ducks in the shape of Tribe, Ul Hassan and Carlson. James Fuller 0 for 36 in his 9 overs. Scott Curry, the unlucky man, of course, who's made way for Sonny Baker, 0 for 21. And Sonny Baker then, who was released from England duty, came down from Lords and made an immediate impact. 2 for 3 runs.
Well, looks like an extra floodlight's just come on, or if not, it's just gone a bit brighter to our left. Seemed to make a difference, but it's still dark out there, isn't it? That feels very much what it felt like this morning when they walked off.
I think we will wrap up for the time being, as it doesn't look as if there will be any further play today. If there is, of course, we will be back immediately. The 2 umpires are still out deliberating. Bad light has stopped play on the first day here at Sophia Gardens, with Glamorgan 111 for 7, still trailing by 51. If there is play, we will be back. If not, my thanks to Kevin James, Nick Webb, who will be back tomorrow and joined by Blake Bint. For the time being, we will say farewell here at Sophia Gardens.
They're down against Yorkshire, and they're no problem with Yorkshire, and it's came to be called, so what's it about, don't they?
Well, that's no defence, is it? Saying we've reduced this fixture, didn't do anything last time, we've done it again, it's still something.
That's what Tom said.
Yeah. But someone said, well, they did it.
They're not.
Well, you remember them officially?
They're not officially, no.
No, as far as I can see, I haven't seen the result of the inquiry yet.
What's that again? I thought it was all being done officially.
That's what they said. I don't know. They take a long time. It could be the end.
Why?
I don't know. It's ages. Especially.
But they got all,
They wait to see what the table looks like. They did it at Hampshire last year. They waited after for a game and played when
So you reckon I'm alright if I do the interviews just below the gate?
All the Hampshire fans all in the town. They waited until I'm on the same zone of what they were saying.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll go straight to the press.
As Rodney said, ECB now, surely finished second bottom, but then they'll suddenly deduct 10 points ahead of Leicester, 10 points ahead of them. They'll do that. They'll turn around and say, oh, well, it's not the pitch.
Just I was out short.
he's got to get a grip. I've been past, and they've done me down. And they de-arrested.
Yeah, they've rested him again.
And the police are on the salt, it's a salt issue.
Yeah, they pulled him in again.
Did he smart somebody or the key worker?
I don't know what the hell that's. They don't say who it was, they
Got
don't say any man.
Fox, Stokes, and then the Walk Nathan Derby, and Dylan was in there.
What do we get to where you can't play?
No one,
There's no cut-off time anyway when you've got loads of overs.
Well, this morning then, why they waved him on? Nobody's looking.
I'm so
Nobody's
shit.
looking. Well, they're looking at now. They're looking at the ground. The corners of it. This is where I think the umpire should use common sense and just call it off or playing off or calling off. Well, you should say it.
Jake, he wants to be working on that, Jake.
That's it for the day. Bad Light is seen at the end. So we're back at 11 o'clock tomorrow, when permitting. In the meantime, please check that you have all your belongings with you as you leave the ground and have a safe onwards journey. Good evening, Nos White.